Chapter 407. Kolaifu Inn was one of the most famous inns in the Spirit Heart City. It had a strong background, which made countless warriors not dare to cause trouble here. The tall and sturdy man who was thrown out just now was obviously new to the Spirit Heart City, and did not know the rules here. After being cleaned up by the middle-aged man, the inn returned to its peaceful state. Fang Chun and the other two continued to drink. After about an hour, Fang Chun and the other two finally had their fill. Then, they went to pay the bill. At first, the soaring dragon Marquis wanted to pay the bill, but Fang Chun beat him to it. "Brother Fang, you are so mean. This meal was supposed to be my treat, but you secretly paid for it." The soaring dragon Marquis looked at Fang Chun and laughed. Hearing this, Fang Chun and the black armor Marquis both laughed. After the three walked out of Kolaifu Inn, they bumped into the tall and sturdy man who was thrown out just now. When the tall and sturdy man saw Fang Chun and the other two walk out, his face was filled with anger. "You three little bastards!" The tall and sturdy man was a genius from a big country in the southern mountain land. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, and he was invincible among the younger generation of the big country. He came to the southern mountain land with great ambition, and also teleported to the Spirit Heart City. When he was in the big country, the tall and sturdy man's character was very irritable. After coming to the Spirit Heart City, he did not restrain himself at all. That was why there was that farce in Kolaifu Inn. The tall and sturdy man was thrown out by the condensing reality realm warrior of Kolaifu Inn. He felt that he had lost a lot of face, but he did not dare to cause trouble for Kolaifu Inn. He could only vent his anger on Fang Chun and the other two. "Stop right there." The tall and sturdy man saw that Fang Chun and the other two ignored him. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Fang Chun and the other two, and said coldly, "N." Fang Chun and the other two were blocked by the tall and sturdy man. They raised their eyebrows slightly, and their faces were a little unhappy. "What? You don't dare to challenge a condensing reality realm warrior, and only dare to bully a Qi High Realm warrior?" The soaring dragon Marquis sneered and mocked. "Do the three of you want to die?" roared the burly man. "You want to kill the three of us? How naive." The black armor Marquis sneered. The three of them were invincible within the Qi High Realm. A warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm dared to challenge them. If this wasn't the Spirit Heart City, the tall and sturdy man would have died long ago. If this wasn't the Spirit Heart City, I would definitely teach you a lesson. The burly man roared furiously. "You should be glad that this is Spirit Heart City," Fang Chun said. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them turned around and left. The burly man's face was filled with anger as he watched Fang Chun and the other two leave. Fang Chun and the other two temporarily stayed in the Spirit Heart City. As they stayed, they also learned about the situation in the southern mountain land. On a certain day, Fang Chun and the other two were strolling on the street. Suddenly, many cultivators rushed to the plaza like a flood. "Is there something going on in front?" Fang Chun was confused and asked. "Let's go and have a look," said the black armor Marquis. Soon after, the three of them followed the majority of the warriors and arrived at the plaza. At this moment, there was an arena in the plaza. On the arena stood a young warrior. This young warrior's body was filled with killing intent. "Who else is there?" The young warrior's voice was very heavy and cold. Fang Chun and the other two were a little confused. They immediately asked the warriors next to them. Soon, the three of them knew. "I see," Fang Chun heard and nodded slightly. In the southern mountain land, fights were prohibited within the cities. However, there were many warriors in the cities, and conflicts were inevitable. Therefore, there was an arena here. Not only could the arena resolve the enmity between two people, but it could also allow warriors to challenge each other. The warrior who stepped onto the arena first was called the Arena Guardian. The other warriors could challenge the Arena Guardian at will. As long as a warrior could win 10 battles, they would receive a reward from the city lord's mansion. Moreover, this arena was the only place in the Spirit Heart City where people could fight. Who else is there? The young warrior standing on the arena had a fierce look on his face. There was a trace of blood on his body. He had come here to resolve a personal grudge with a warrior. After his enemy was killed, he began to defend the arena. Several warriors had already stepped onto the arena to challenge him, but they were all defeated by him. 4 consecutive victories. As long as he won 6 more battles, he would receive a reward from the city lord's mansion. It was said that the city lord's mansion's rewards were very generous. Crash! Just as this cultivator finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man suddenly walked onto the stage. Fang Chen and the other 2 exchanged glances when they saw this. This burly man was the one who had spoken rudely to them before. "Let me end your winning streak," roared the burly man. As soon as the burly man stepped onto the arena, he began fighting with the young warrior from before. After a fierce battle, the burly man won. A wild smile appeared on the burly man's face. He looked around and suddenly noticed Fang Chen and the other 2. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at Fang Chen and the other 2. "You 3 grandsons, do you dare to step onto the arena?" roared the burly man in front of all the warriors. Fang Chen and the other 2's expressions changed. The explosive black armor marquis directly charged onto the arena. "Son of a bitch, you finally dare to step onto the arena," sneered the burly man. "You're courting death." The black armor marquis' strength was one of the best in the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. In the face of the burly man's provocation, the black armor marquis was furious. "Black armor shield." The black armor marquis roared and used the black armor shield. A layer of black light appeared around his body. As soon as this layer of light appeared, the black armor marquis defense was raised to the extreme. In the next instant, the black armor marquis clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He directly punched the burly man. The burly man's face was filled with a mocking smile. However, just as the black armor marquis fist landed on the burly man's body, a trace of fear finally appeared on the burly man's face. "Ah!" The burly man let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying out of the arena by the black armor marquis fist. "Trash!" The black armor marquis sneered. The black armor marquis easily defeated the burly man, causing countless warriors to be shocked. It had to be known that Spirit Heart City was located at the edge of the southern mountain land. Therefore, the warriors here weren't as strong as those in the core cities of the southern mountain land. The burly man's strength was already considered pretty good among the younger generation of Spirit Heart City. He didn't expect that this warrior in front of him would actually send the black armor marquis flying with a single punch. "Let me have a go at you." Following that, the younger generation of warriors continued to challenge the black armor marquis. After a series of fierce battles, the black armor marquis won 9 consecutive battles. After 9 consecutive victories, the 10th person to enter the arena finally caused a commotion in the entire plaza. "Li Jinghong, I didn't think that Li Jinghong would come to this place," someone exclaimed. Li Jinghong was one of the top warriors among the younger generation of Spirit Heart City. His strength and cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. According to legends, Li Jinghong had once killed a warrior who was half a step into the true condensation realm. He even managed to retreat safely from a first-level true condensation realm warrior. Seeing Li Jinghong enter the arena, many warriors were shocked. "Your strength is not bad. You are worthy of my challenge." Li Jinghong smiled and said, "I hope that you won't disappoint me." The black armor marquis squinted his eyes and looked at Li Jinghong as he said in a low voice. Li Jinghong's wrist shook and a stream of spirit qi shot out towards the black armor marquis. Being caught off guard, the black armor marquis body was hit by the spirit qi stream. Fortunately, the black armor marquis defense was very strong and it wasn't a big deal. "His defense is so strong," Seeing that the black armor marquis was unharmed, Li Jinghong's face revealed a trace of surprise. Soon after, he used an even more powerful attack. Below the arena, Fang Chen and the soaring dragon marquis were watching the battle between the black armor marquis and Li Jinghong. This Li Jinghong's strength is similar to mine. The black armor marquis is not his opponent. The soaring dragon marquis said. Fang Chen nodded. The soaring dragon marquis was right. This Li Jinghong's strength was very tyrannical. The black armor marquis relied on his defense, and was unable to fight against him. As expected, after a fierce battle, the black armor marquis was defeated. However, although the black armor marquis lost, he still posed a considerable threat to Li Jinghong. Your defense is very strong. I wonder if you are interested in coming to my residence for a chat. Li Jinghong looked at the black armor marquis and said with a smile. Not interested. The black armor marquis said directly. Li Jinghong was startled. His invitation had been directly refused by someone without even thinking about it. Brother, I am Li Jinghong. If you are willing to come to my residence for a chat, perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise. Li Jinghong said. The black armor marquis was just about to refuse when he suddenly heard Fang Chen's voice. He nodded and said, Sure, but I want to bring 2 of my good friends. The black armor marquis's acceptance of Li Jinghong's request caused a trace of joy to appear on Li Jinghong's face. He looked at Fang Chen and the soaring dragon marquis. Although he was unwilling, he still agreed. All right, said Li Jinghong. After that, Fang Chen and the other 2 followed Li Jinghong and left. On the way, the black armor marquis was puzzled. He secretly asked, Brother Fang, why did you want me to accept Li Jinghong's invitation? Spirit Heart City is very far from Water Leaning City. The journey is too dangerous. Perhaps we can borrow Li Jinghong to leave Spirit Heart City and go to Water Leaning City. Fang Chen secretly transmitted his voice. Oh, Brother Fang, what did you discover? Asked the soaring dragon marquis. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Jinghong walking at the very front. He secretly transmitted his voice. The cultivation technique Li Jinghong just used is very similar to the divine statue shocking the heavens. I suspect that Li Jinghong is a disciple of the divine statue sect. In the past few days in Spirit Heart City, Fang Chen had been flipping through the history books of the southern mountain range. He had learned a lot, and the one that caught his attention was the divine statue sect's divine statue shocking the heavens cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was extremely famous in the southern mountain range. Fang Chen intentionally glanced at it a few more times, and the divine statue sect seemed to be in Water Leaning City. Although he had never heard of Li Jinghong being a disciple of the divine statue sect, his cultivation technique was very similar to divine statue shocking the heavens. Chapter 408. According to Fang Chen's guess, Li Jinghong's strength was about the same as the soaring dragon marquis. He wasn't a threat to him, so he dared to follow Li Jinghong. Li Jinghong's appearance shocked countless martialists on the square. After Li Jinghong left, countless cultivators' eyes were filled with envy. Those 3 lucky fellows had actually caught Li Jinghong's eye. They were really lucky. Especially the burly man who had a grudge with Fang Chen's group. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. Why did he provoke those 3 in the first place? Not long after, Li Jinghong brought the 3 of them to a secluded courtyard in Spirit Heart City. Sit. Li Jinghong pointed at a few stone benches in the center of the courtyard and smiled. Li Jinghong had just returned when a servant came out to pour tea. Fang Chen's group didn't hesitate and directly sat on the stone benches. Why have you called us here? The black armor marquis asked. No, I'm just looking for you, Li Jinghong said. Right now, there's an opportunity in front of you. If you're willing, you can obtain this opportunity. What opportunity? The black armor marquis asked. An opportunity to join a large sect. Li Jinghong smiled mysteriously. What sect? The black armor marquis continued to ask. Li Jinghong shook his head slightly. He wasn't willing to say too much. He looked at the black armor marquee and said, "There's still some distance from here to Leaning Water City. You need to leave Spirit Heart City alone and go to Leaning Water City. If you can reach the condensing reality realm before you reach Leaning Water City, I'll appear at that time and you can join my sect." Hearing Li Jinghong's words, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed his guess was correct. Li Jinghong was a disciple of the Divine Statue sect. Could it be that Li Jinghong said this to recruit disciples for the Divine Statue sect? Li Jinghong didn't want to reveal which sect he was in. He only told the Black Armor Marquis to go to the Luoshui city alone. Only those who reached the condensing reality realm before reaching the Luoshui city could join Li Jinghong's sect. The sect that I'm in is considered one of the most powerful sects in the entire southern mountain range. If you rely on your own efforts, I'm afraid you won't be able to join it in your lifetime, Li Jinghong said. The reason why I was sent to Spirit Heart City was to complete a mission and recruit talented disciples to join the sect, Li Jinghong said. The Black Armor Marquis nodded and said, "Let me think about it." Crochet command token appeared in Li Jinghong's hand, and he passed it to the Black Armor Marquis and said, "This is my identity token. You can use this command token to look for me once you arrive at Leaning Water City." After speaking, Li Jinghong disappeared and left. From beginning to end, he did not even glance at Fang Chen and the Soaring Dragon Marquis, directly ignoring the two of them. "Me!" The Black Armor Marquis still wanted to say something, but Li Jinghong had already left, leaving the Black Armor Marquis speechless. The Black Armor Marquis turned to look at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fang Chen and said, "It seems that Li Jinghong has not discovered the strength of the two of you. It doesn't matter. We're heading to Leaning Water City anyway. Once we arrive at Leaning Water City, we can join the Baron sect." Fang Chen did not care about joining the Baron sect. "That's right. Our goal is Leaning Water City," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Soon after, the three of them returned to the inn. After resting for a day, the three of them bought a map of the southern mountain range and prepared to head to Leaning Water City. On this day, Fang Chen and the other two left Spiritual Heart City early in the morning and appeared outside Spiritual Heart City. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked around and said, "In the southern mountain range, it's safe within the city. However, it's extremely dangerous outside the city. Let's leave quickly." Soon after, the three of them quickly left Spiritual Heart City. However, what the three of them did not know was that as soon as they walked out of Spiritual Heart City, they were targeted by some warriors. Third brother, three people came out. They seemed to be young warriors. A one-eyed middle-aged man said to a warrior beside him, "Three young warriors, how strong are they?" The warrior called second brother asked. "They didn't fly, they just walked. They definitely haven't reached the condensing reality realm. At most, they're at the 9th level of the Qi High realm," the one-eyed middle-aged man said with a sinister smile. "Three Qi High realm warriors, get ready to attack." The second brother muttered to himself for a moment and said, In the blink of an eye, the sun was high in the sky and the temperature in the air was extremely high. Fang Chen and the other two had already walked for an entire morning and were far away from Spiritual Heart City. However, in this entire morning, the three of them did not encounter anything. This allowed the three of them to relax a lot. It seems that the wilderness is not as dangerous as they said. The Black Armor Marquis grinned. "It's better to be careful," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Just as Fang Chen finished his words, a sinister smile suddenly appeared from the darkness. Immediately after, more than 10 warriors appeared in front of Fang Chen and the other two. At this moment, Fang Chen and the other two were in a wasteland. There was no one within 100 miles of them. "Three little bastards, leave your treasures behind and I can spare your lives." A one-eyed middle-aged man looked at the three of them and sneered. "That's right, you're lucky to have met us. We only want wealth, not lives." The second brother grinned. Fang Chun and the other two saw these bandits and stopped. The soaring dragon Marquis took a step forward and looked at the bandit. He said coldly, "Humph, if you want to steal our treasures, let's see if you have the ability." Hearing the soaring dragon Marquis words, the one-eyed middle-aged man was furious. His body flashed and appeared in front of the soaring dragon Marquis. He started to attack him fiercely. Bang bang bung. As soon as they exchanged blows, the soaring dragon Marquis discovered that the one-eyed middle-aged man's strength was not as good as his own. "You're courting death." The soaring dragon Marquis displayed a fierce attack that was incomparably overbearing. After a fierce battle, he killed the one-eyed middle-aged man with a single punch. Third brother. Seeing the one-eyed middle-aged man killed by the soaring dragon Marquis, the second brother did not have time to save him. He looked at the one-eyed middle-aged man lying on the ground, his face filled with anger. "I will take revenge for my third brother. You all must die." The second brother was furious. An extremely wild aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, a huge axe appeared above the second brother's head. This huge axe was filled with an extremely wild aura. Dharma Idol, the Dharma Idol of a condensing reality realm warrior. Seeing the huge Dharma Idol axe above the bandits' heads, the soaring dragon Marquis frowned. At this moment, the black armor Marquis and Fang Chun also attacked. "Attack together!" Fang Chun shouted, and the three of them attacked together. The three of them were at the peak of the Qi High realm. If they attacked together, even a martial artist at the first level of the condensing reality realm would not be able to defeat them. Water and Fire Sword Technique. Fang Chun displayed the 11th level of the Water and Fire Sword Technique. The powerful sword body was activated and the sword intent of the third minor realm instantly gushed out. Xiao, the second brother, was attacking the soaring dragon Marquis when he suddenly suffered the attack of Fang Chun's sword light. His figure instantly retreated and the pressure on the soaring dragon Marquis decreased. Let's end this quickly. After all, this was the bandits' territory. Once they were blocked by powerful bandits, they would be in danger. Go to hell. The black armor Marquis activated all the power in his body and raised his defense to the extreme. He directly appeared in front of the second brother and blocked the second brother's attack. Pucci, after being hit by the second brother, the black armor Marquis spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he endured it in the end and desperately blocked the second brother's attack. Seeing this, Fang Chun and the soaring dragon Marquis simultaneously displayed a tyrannical and fierce attack, directly bombarding the second brother's body. Crack! One of the second brother's arms was cut off by Fang Chun's sword. He let out a miserable cry. At the same time, the other arm of the second brother was shattered by the soaring dragon Marquis punch. "I'll kill you all." The second brother was extremely angry. He controlled the giant axe and attacked Fang Chun and the other two with all his might. Sky extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud. Fang Chun displayed the sky extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud. At the same time, he also displayed the 11th level of the Water and Fire Sword Technique. The soaring dragon Marquis also did the same. He used all his strength and displayed his most tyrannical attack. Crack! The three of them combined their attacks and directly shattered the second brother's giant axe. Pucci! The giant axe shattered and the second brother spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak and his vitality was disappearing. "I can't accept this." The second brother would never have dreamed that he, a condensing reality stage warrior, would be killed by three Qi High stage warriors. Crack! The giant axe completely shattered and the second brother's body instantly fell to the ground. "Let's go!" Fang Chun yelled in a low voice. The three of them instantly disappeared from the wasteland. Not long after Fang Chun and the other two left, some bandits discovered that their leader had died. This news was then sent back to the bandits' territory. The leader of the bandits' territory was a second condensing reality realm warrior. His name was Wu He. He was originally a disciple of a sect. However, because he violated the sect's rules, he was expelled from the sect. He did not want to accept this, so he became a bandit. His days here were very leisurely. All the warriors who passed by had to pay him a toll. When Wu He heard that the second brother and the third brother had died, he was extremely angry. He immediately rushed to the scene of the battle. After seeing the injuries of the second brother and the third brother, his face became extremely serious. The one who killed the second brother was a Qi High Realm warrior. Wu He said with a gloomy voice. This was because he could only smell the aura of the second brother's Dharma idol in the air. There was no aura of other Dharma idols. In other words, the one who killed the second brother was either a powerful condensing reality realm warrior who did not even release his Dharma idol. There was another possibility, which was that it was a group of top Qi High Realm warriors. After analyzing the situation, Wu He believed that the one who killed the second brother was a Qi High Realm warrior. He saw that the second brother's body was covered with wounds. It seemed like the battle was very intense. If it was a powerful condensing reality realm warrior, he would not even need to release his Dharma idol. He could have easily killed the second brother with a single attack. Search with all your might, Wu He said with a gloomy voice. Right at this moment, a human shadow rushed in front of Wu He. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely recognize that person. Chapter 409. What are you doing here? Wu He was in a fit of anger. Seeing the fantasy martial marquis arrive, he asked with a gloomy voice. Master Wu He, the guardian asked me to bring you a message. He wants you to quickly find some 9th-level Qi High warriors and send them over. The fantasy martial marquis said respectfully. The world only knew that the fantasy martial marquis had disappeared from the Golden Crown Nation, but they didn't know that he had already come to the southern mountain land to work for the Guardian. I will, Wu He said coldly. If that's the case, then I will take my leave. The fantasy martial marquis said, then turned and left. The death of Wu He's brothers made him extremely angry. 100 miles outside of the Spirit Heart City was sealed off by Wu He's men. They were searching for Fang Chun and the other two. At this moment, Fang Chun and the other two hurriedly walked for 3 hours and arrived at a mountain range. They thought that they were out of danger. Let's rest for a while, Fang Chun said. The soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis nodded, and sat cross-legged on a small hill. There are too many powerful warriors in the southern mountain land. Even condensing reality realm warriors have become bandit. The black armor marquis sighed. In the Golden Crown Nation, condensing reality realm warriors were already considered top warriors. But in the southern mountain land, condensing reality realm warriors were willing to become bandit. This is the southern mountain land. The competition is too fierce. The higher the cultivation level, the more resources you need. Without resources, you can only become bandit. The soaring dragon marquis said with deep feelings. We killed the second leader of the bandit group, which will definitely make the head leader angry. With our current strength, killing a first-level condensing reality realm warrior will not be a problem. But if we meet a second-level condensing reality realm warrior, it will be dangerous, Fang Chun said. We must be careful on the way to the Water City. But we also need to train harder. As long as we reach the first level of the condensing reality realm, even if we meet a second-level condensing reality realm warrior, we will be able to escape safely. The soaring dragon marquis said. When they were in the Golden Crown Nation, they were the top 3 warriors in the martial marquis list. But when they came to the southern mountain land, there were many warriors that were stronger than them. The difference between the condensing reality realm and the Qi High realm was too big. Therefore, only the top 10 warriors in the martial marquis list could challenge a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. However, it was only a challenge. It was still very difficult to actually kill a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. If the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the other two did not join hands, it would be very difficult for a Chi High Realm warrior to kill a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. Martial Marquis is Martial Marquis Martial Martial Marquis Marquis Martial 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 Martial. Just as the three of them were chatting, a warrior suddenly appeared in the distance. The illusory Martial Marquis had delivered the message and was preparing to return to report. As he walked, he suddenly discovered three warriors. When he looked at Fong Chen, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fong Chen! The illusory Martial Marquis roared furiously. Back in the Golden Guangua, he had wanted to kill Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen had managed to escape. Now, Fong Chen had actually appeared in the southern mountain land. It seems like even the heavens want me to kill you. The illusory Martial Marquis laughed sinisterly. When the illusory Martial Marquis discovered Fong Chen and the other two also discovered the illusory Martial Marquis. Mirage Martial Marquis. When Fong Chen saw the illusory Martial Marquis approaching, his eyes flickered with killing intent. Fong Chen, I never thought that I would actually meet you in the southern mountain land. Looks like you will eventually die in my hand. The illusory Martial Marquis said. Illusory Martial Marquis, you're actually here. The Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis exclaimed when they saw the illusory Martial Marquis. Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis, Black Armor Martial Marquis. When the illusory Martial Marquis saw the two people behind Fong Chen, fear flashed across his heart. However, after pondering for a moment, the illusory Martial Marquis said, Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis, Black Armor Martial Marquis, my target is only Fong Chen. I hope you will not interfere. Hearing the illusory Martial Marquis words, the Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis and the Black Armor Martial Marquis looked at each other. They shook their heads and said, Don't worry, we will definitely not interfere. The illusory Martial Marquis was laughable. He actually wanted to kill Fong Chen. With Fong Chen's strength, he could kill the illusory Martial Marquis in a matter of minutes. There was no need for the Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis and the Black Armor Martial Marquis to act. Fong Chen, I failed to kill you in Feng State City last time. Now I will kill you with my own hand. The illusory Martial Marquis said sinisterly. You missed the chance last time. You no longer have the chance to kill me. Fong Chen said calmly. His eyes flickered with killing intent. The illusory Martial Marquis was one of the 5 marquises that had destroyed the Sword Reverence sect. So he had to kill the illusory Martial Marquis. He had originally thought that the illusory Martial Marquis had disappeared because he had gone into hiding. He hadn't expected him to come to the southern mountain range. It seemed that there were still remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the southern mountain range. Is that so? Without the help of the Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis and the Black Armor Martial Marquis, what will you use to fight me? Even if you don't come looking for me, I will still come looking for you. Fong Chen icily said, Back then, you cruelly destroyed my Sword Reverence sect and killed my fellow disciples. This enmity can only be forgotten. Humph, how laughable. Do you really think this place is still the Golden Crown country? Do you really think that with your strength you can kill me? The illusory Martial Marquis face was filled with a mocking smile. The Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis, the Vanquishing Wind Martial Marquis, the Dragonarm Martial Marquis, and the Withering Wood Martial Marquis. Where are the 4 of them? Fong Chen ignored the illusory Martial Marquis words and coldly asked. Back then, the mysterious black figure had brought 5 martial marquises to destroy the Sword Reverence sect in front of everyone's eyes. Fong Chen had once sworn that when he had the ability, he would definitely get revenge. And now, his revenge would begin with the illusory Martial Marquis. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The illusory Martial Marquis body flashed and his eyes flickered. his pupils turning gray. He had activated an illusion. After coming to the southern mountain range, the illusory martial marquee illusions had greatly improved. He believed that Fang Chen wouldn't be able to block his current illusions. You should be proud to die under my illusions, the illusory martial marquee sinisterly said, his gray pupils flickering. Crack! Just as the illusory martial marquee was feeling pleased with himself, Fang Chen easily broke through his illusions. Disdain appeared on his face. You call that an illusion? Asked Fang Chen. Yes, you can actually break through my illusions. Seeing this, the illusory martial marquee withdrew his illusions and launched a fierce attack. Since his illusions weren't effective, he wanted to use his powerful strength to kill Fang Chen. However, before he could unleash his fierce attack, it was directly suppressed by a large hand. Crack! The illusory martial marquee was suppressed by the large hand. His bones crackled as he constantly struggled, but he was horrified to find that this large hand was like a death god from hell, tightly holding onto him. How can this be? The illusory martial marquee constantly struggled. He circulated all the strength in his body, wanting to open his eyes, but he found that it was all futile. Speak, where are the other 4 martial marquises? Asked Fang Chen once more. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the illusory martial marquee finally realized that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Fang Chen, how can you be so strong? Roared the illusory martial marquee. Right, I forgot to tell you. Not long ago, the Golden Crown Nation's imperial family held a martial marquee ranking battle. Fang Chen easily defeated the soaring martial marquee and is ranked 3rd on the martial marquee ranking. His title is the Sword Marquis. The Black Armor Marquis grinned. Sword Marquis, 3rd on the martial marquee ranking? How is that possible? The illusory martial marquee constantly shook his head. He didn't believe it. Where are the other 4? This is your last chance, shouted Fang Chen sternly. Crack! Fang Chen's hand exerted force and the illusory martial marquee bones creaked. His entire body was in endless pain. But in the end, the illusory martial marquee didn't say anything. He knew the Protector's temper. Once the Protector learned of his betrayal, even if he returned alive, he would still die. Fang Chen, if you kill me, the Protector won't let you off. Just wait for the Protector's endless pursuit. Thinking of this, the illusory martial marquee wildly laughed. Poochie! Unable to get anything out of him, Fang Chen squeezed his fingers and the illusory martial marquee was directly killed. How laughable! This illusory martial marquee actually tried to kill the Sword Marquis. Ha! The Black Armor Marquis grinned. Chapter 410. Revenge began with the illusory martial marquis. Back then, the mysterious Black Shadow brought the 5 marquises to the Sword State City and destroyed the Sword Reverence sect with lightning speed. Among the 5 marquises, the weakest was the illusory martial marquis. The other 4 marquises were much stronger than the illusory martial marquis. If it was before, Fang Chen was just an ant-like existence to the illusory martial marquis and the others. But now it was different. Fang Chen's strength was already above them. As long as they met, Fang Chen was confident that he could easily kill them. Looking at the corpse of the illusory martial marquis, Fang Chen kept the illusory martial marquis in terspatial ring and shook his head slightly. Sword Marquis, although you didn't get the other 4 marquises' positions, you still killed the illusory martial marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. That's right. I believe the 4 of them have also come to the southern mountain land. As long as we stay in the southern mountain land, we will meet them one day. The Black Armor Marquis grinned. The more they interacted with Fang Chen, the more they realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. Terrifying talent, terrifying tenacity, terrifying willpower. As long as this kind of warrior didn't die prematurely, he would definitely grow into a peerless figure in the ancient sword continent. If the Soaring Dragon Marquis thought that he could suppress the Sword Marquis in the Golden Crown country, then after coming to the southern mountain land, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not confident. His growth is too fast. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked at Fang Chen and sighed in his heart. The Sword Marquis talent was the strongest he had ever seen. Let's go, the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Then, the three of them continued forward. Fang Chen had already obtained 2 interspatial rings. Adding the illusory Martial Marquis interspatial ring, he had a total of 3 interspatial rings. As he walked, he checked the interspatial rings. Opening the first spatial ring, Fang Chen found a small number of spirit stones, and the rest were basically some elixirs. After looking through it, Fang Chen found that the things in this spatial ring were almost useless to him. Next was the second space ring. Moments later, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Apart from spirit stones, there were also some soul weapons in this space ring. However, to Fang Chen, who possessed a top-grade soul weapon, these weapons were not worth mentioning. Finally, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the illusory Martial Marquis interspatial ring. This was because the owner of the 3 interspatial rings, the illusory Martial Marquis, was the strongest. I hope that your spatial ring won't disappoint me, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, his soul left his body and entered the interspatial ring of the illusory Martial Marquis. As soon as he entered the interspatial ring of the illusory Martial Marquis, Fang Chen discovered that there was a pile of spirit stones in the interspatial ring. High-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen carefully looked through it. There were about 2 million high-grade spirit stones in the interspatial ring of the illusory Martial Marquis. A dignified expert ranked 30 on the Martial Marquis list actually only has such a small amount of spirit stones. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He continued to look and found that in the interspatial ring of the illusory Martial Marquis, other than spirit stones, the rest were spirit herbs. This is an illusory spirit herb. After Fang Chen saw these spirit herbs, his face revealed a trace of surprise. He never thought that there would be so many illusory spirit herbs in the interspatial ring of the illusory Martial Marquis. Illusory spirit herbs were considered very precious spirit herbs in the world of spirit herbs. Under normal circumstances, they were even more precious than spirit pills. Seeing so many illusory spirit herbs, Fang Chen knew that the majority of the illusory Martial Marquis spirit stones had been used to buy illusory spirit herbs. Illusory spirit herbs were absolute treasures to warriors who cultivated illusions. Consuming illusory spirit herbs could increase the power of illusions. These illusory spirit herbs are useless to me. Fang Chen grinned. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, Ancestor Bronze suddenly opened his mouth. Kid, you really are ignorant. Ancestor, are you saying that I can use these illusory spirit herbs? Fang Chen was puzzled and asked. Fortunately, you have me by your side. Otherwise, you would have wasted so many illusory spirit herbs for nothing. Ancestor Bronze proudly said. Fang Chen listened attentively. Old Ancestor Bronze slowly said, everyone thinks that the illusory spirit grass can only be used by martial artists who cultivate illusions. However, they don't know that other martial artists can also use it. Why? Fang Chen asked. Kid, what do you major in? Asked Ancestor Bronze. Sword Dao. Fang Chen said. What would happen if you added illusions to your Sword Dao? Asked Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen sank into silence. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Ancestor, are you saying that if I add illusions to my Sword Dao will become the illusory Sword Dao? Kid, your comprehension ability is pretty good. That's exactly what I meant. I've lived for so long that I've seen all kinds of sword geniuses. Ancestor Bronze grinned. A long, long time ago, I don't even remember how long it was. At that time, sword Tao was flourishing and countless sword geniuses stood out from the rest. In that era of blooming flowers, countless sword geniuses found their own way of the sword and created countless different sword Daos that were derived from sword Tao. Among them were the illusory sword Tao, the lightning sword Tao, the water sword Tao, and so on. Ancestor Bronze continued, "Of course, no matter what kind of sword Tao it is, they all belong to the grand Tao of the sword. The goal of all sword cultivators is the same. They all want to reach the peak of the sword Tao. So you can also change your sword Tao to the illusory sword Tao. That way, when you fight an enemy, your sword light will contain illusions. If your opponent isn't careful, they'll be defeated," said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor Bronze had lived for so long that he had naturally seen countless sword Tao geniuses. So when he saw the illusory spirit grass, he immediately thought of this point. Illusory sword Tao. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. A large amount of information about the sword Tao appeared in his mind. It was like a door was slowly opening for him. "Why haven't I thought of this before?" wondered Fang Chen. If the illusory sword Tao was infused with illusions, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. "Ancestor, what should I do?" asked Fang Chen. Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment. He then said, "If you were an ordinary person, I would naturally guide you. But your situation is a bit special, especially that golden heart in your body. I've lived for so many years, but I still can't see through it. So I can't guide you. You can only rely on yourself." Upon hearing the words of Old Master Bronze, Fang Chen was taken aback. Immediately, he looked at the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart was lying quietly within Fang Chen's body, beating slowly. "Let's give it a try." Fang Chen turned to the soaring dragon Marquis and the profound armor Marquis. "The two of you, I've comprehended something. I need to meditate for a while. Can the two of you wait for me?" "Oh, Sword Marquis, you're about to break through?" The profound armor Marquis eyes lit up. Fang Chen shook his head. "I'm just comprehending something." "No problem. Sword Marquis, go ahead and meditate. The two of us will stand guard for you." The soaring dragon Marquis laughed. After that, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on an empty ground. Wild sword intent instantly emanated from his body, protecting him. Fang Chen took out an illusory spirit grass and directly swallowed it. In the next moment, it entered his body, and its medicinal effects began to spread. "There's no movement." Fang Chen stared at the golden heart. He was very surprised to find that there was no reaction at all. "It seems I can only rely on myself." Seeing that there was no movement from the golden heart, Fang Chen grinned. He began to digest the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effect. In an instant, Fang Chen found that he was seeing illusions. What a powerful illusory spirit grass! Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. If it weren't for his will being strong enough, he would have already fallen for the illusory spirit grass. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The illusory spirit grass was too powerful. Just as Fang Chen was digesting the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects, the golden heart suddenly began to rapidly beat. In the next instant, Fang Chen found that all the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects within his body had been absorbed by the golden heart. "It's been absorbed." Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Then Fang Chen began to devour the illusory spirit grass in large mouthfuls. "What is the sword Marquis eating?" The black armor Marquis was shocked to see Fang Chen's appearance. "This spirit grass seems to be an illusory spirit grass." The soaring dragon Marquis frowned. "What illusory spirit grass? What is the sword Marquis doing? Can illusory spirit grass be eaten in large quantities like this?" The black armor Marquis was incomparably shocked. He looked at Fang Chen like he was a freak. Even the soaring dragon Marquis was flabbergasted. Illusory spirit grass was something an ordinary martial artist would be unable to devour after just one. Was it really fine for the Sword Marquis to devour so many? While the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis were shocked, Fang Chen was happily devouring the illusory spirit grass. In just a moment, Fang Chen had devoured 30 illusory spirit grass. At a certain moment, the golden heart stopped absorbing the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects. When Fang Chen saw that, he also stopped devouring. The golden heart began to rapidly revolve. In just a moment, a dense aura was emitted from the golden heart, directly spreading throughout Fang Chen's body. This was the illusory aura. Fang Chen's guess had been correct. The illusory aura had been purified by the golden heart. After it was purified, Fang Chen was actually unable to sense the illusory aura. In an instant, Fang Chen had completely absorbed the illusory aura. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly closed his eyes. His sword body was fusing with the illusory aura with all its might. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze, who was within the python's sword, also sighed. This kid's luck is really off the charts. He can even do this. Even the illusory Marquis, who was proficient in illusory techniques, would not dare to swallow 30 illusory spirit grass in one go. Fang Chen had done it, and he was fine. His body was currently fusing with the illusory aura. When his sword body had completely fused with the illusory aura, his sword Dao would also become the illusory sword Dao. 2 hours later, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. When the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis looked at Fang Chen, they realized that they could not see Fang Chen clearly. They were all shadows. The two of them rubbed their eyes and continued looking, but they still could not see clearly. Sword Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis seemed to have realized this and hurriedly asked. Fang Chen's eyes looked at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis. He activated his sword body, and the illusory aura instantly surrounded his body. In an instant, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis eyes actually had a hint of confusion. Fang Chen withdrew the illusory aura. At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis eyes were wide open as they looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Chapter 4:11. When Fang Chen saw their expressions, he was very satisfied with his meditation. He nodded and said, "You can say that." The sword Dao that he was currently cultivating was the illusory sword Dao. He had integrated illusions into his sword Dao, so it could be considered the illusory technique that the two of them were talking about. When Fang Chen looked at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis, he used the illusory qi. Even with their cultivation, they were still temporarily confused by his illusory technique. It was obvious that the 30 illusory spiritual herbs that he had swallowed had improved his illusory technique's foundation by a lot. Illusory sword Dao. When Fang Chen thought of this, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "We can go now," Fang Chen said. "Go where?" Just as Fang Chen was speaking, a sinister voice suddenly entered the ears of the three people. When the three of them heard that, they were immediately shocked. You killed my second brother and third brother. You want to escape? Dream on." Wu He's hoarse voice rang out again. Crash. Immediately after, Wu He appeared in front of the three of them. Behind Wu He stood many members of the bandit. After days of sleepless searching, Wu He finally found a clue and found this place. Second level of the condensing reality realm. When they saw Wu He appear, Fang Chen and the other two's expressions changed greatly. From the aura that Wu He emitted, it was obvious that he was a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist. The difference between the first level of the condensing reality realm and the second level of the condensing reality realm was huge. Fang Chen and the other two could join forces and kill a first-level condensing reality realm martial artist, but facing a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist, they did not dare to be careless. "All three of you will die." Wu He's expression was sinister as he looked at the three of them and sneered. "What should we do?" the Black Armor Marquis asked. The Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fang Chen frowned as they quickly thought of a solution. Hiss, Fang Chen quietly activated his sword body. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent soared into the sky. In the next moment, an illusory aura accompanied by a powerful sword intent enveloped Fang Chen. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. In this way, we still have a chance of survival, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Let's fight together. The soaring dragon Marquis roared. The majestic sword will around Fang Chen instantly filled the entire land. The 5 Rivers and his bandits were all enveloped by the sword will. Just as 5 River was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that his subordinates were all like zombies. They had lost their senses and were standing behind him in a daze. Yes, an illusion. 5 Rivers' expression changed slightly. Do it. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and fiercely slashed out. Suddenly, a majestic sword light of water and fire appeared in the air and bombarded towards 5 River. As a second layer condensing reality realm martial artist, facing 3 Chi high realm martial artists, 5 River was naturally not afraid. He displayed a powerful and domineering attack to block Fang Chen's sword light. Bang! When the sword light collided with his attack, a wild illusory aura instantly filled the air. Even 5 River, who was a second layer condensing reality realm martial artist, was stunned. 5 River woke up from his daze. His face was filled with surprise as he said coldly, I did not think that your illusion technique would have reached such a level. If I do not kill you, I will not be at ease. After discovering that Fang Chen's illusion technique was so powerful, 5 River displayed a powerful attack towards the 3 of them. Whoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand continuously swung out. Streaks of sword light immediately bombarded 5 River and the others. Miserable screams came from behind 5 River. Wherever the sword light passed, 5 River's subordinates would all die tragically. They were too weak to block Fang Chen's illusory sword art. Before they could even make a move, they were already trapped in the illusion. Seeing his subordinates die one by one, 5 River was furious. He roared furiously, Kid, I will tear you to pieces. 5 River roared as a giant axe appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the giant axe instantly chopped towards Fang Chen and the others. Black Armor Shield. The Black Armor Marquis roared as he activated all the power in his body and raised his defense to the extreme. The Soaring Dragon Marquis also used all his strength to block 5 Rivers' giant axe attack. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the illusory sword art again and displayed the 11th level of the fire and water sword art. Suddenly, streaks of sword light slashed towards 5 Rivers' giant axe, causing 5 River to be affected by the illusion technique. 5 River was affected by the illusion technique, and the direction of his giant axe changed. Although 5 River woke up in an instant, the giant axe in his hand still chopped empty air. Damn it! 5 River also realized the power of Fang Chen's illusion technique. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he stared at Fang Chen. He had to deal with Fang Chen first before dealing with the other 2. Seeing 5 Rivers attack, Fang Chen waved his wrist and the illusory sword art appeared. 5 Rivers' mind was affected and his body stopped for a moment. Split up and run. Fang Chen roared as he jumped and directly entered the dense forest. 5 River woke up and gave up on attacking the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis. He furiously chased after Fang Chen. Kid, you're dead. 5 River let out an angry roar and disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing 5 River's disappearing figure, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis were terrified. They looked at each other and disappeared. 5 River was a second stage condensing reality realm warrior. His strength shocked Fang Chen. He still hasn't released his Dharma idol. Fang Chen thought to himself. 5 River hadn't released his Dharma idol yet, and the 3 of them were already running away. If he released his Dharma idol, how strong would his strength be? Soon, 5 River caught up with Fang Chen. His huge axe once again chopped towards Fang Chen. The huge axe carried an extremely terrifying aura. Fang Chen pushed his sword body to the extreme. The illusory chi merged with his sword intent and spread out for 100 meters. As long as Five River was within 100 meters of Fang Chen, he would be affected by the illusory sword art. Ah! After chasing for a while, Five River let out an angry roar. A Chi-Hai warrior was actually chased by him for such a long time. I'm going to kill you! Five River roared angrily. Suddenly, an illusory rat appeared above his head. Yes, it was a rat. After the rat appeared, Five River's aura instantly increased. This illusory rat was his Dharma idol. The Dharma idol is a rat. When Fang Chen saw Five River's Dharma idol, he was also extremely shocked. After the Dharma idol appeared, Five River's huge axe once again chopped down. In an instant, the Dharma idol merged with the huge axe and chopped towards Fang Chen. This time, Five River's hand loosened and the huge axe flew out. This way, Five River wasn't affected by the illusory sword art, and the huge axe was still chopping towards Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen panicked and rushed forward without knowing where to go. Just as the giant axe was about 100 meters away from him, Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped forward. Bang! Although Fang Chen tried his best to block, he was still hit by the huge axe. His body fell to the ground in front of him. Let's see how you escape. Five River's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. He opened his hand and the huge axe returned to his hand. The rat once again appeared above his head. Five River walked step by step towards Fang Chen, preparing to kill Fang Chen. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Five River was puzzled and looked around. When his gaze landed on Fang Chen, he discovered that a demonic beast the size of a small mountain was walking towards him. This, Five River instantly recalled the legend of this mountain range and cried out, "How is this possible?" The space around Five River seemed to distort. Five River wanted to turn around and leave, but at that moment, the huge monster suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Immediately, the Dharma idol above Five River's head shattered. The Dharma idol shattered and he let out a wretched cry. Next, the colossal creature arrived before Wu-He and stomped down on his body, crushing his body into pieces. Five River was in the second stage of the condensing reality realm. He had been an outlaw for so many years and had always been free and unfettered. But now, he was actually trampled to death by a demonic beast. After Five River died, the huge monster opened its mouth and directly bit Fang Chen. Then, it turned around and drilled into the depths of the mountain range. The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis hastily fled. They didn't know how long they had fled, but they suddenly heard a roar towards the sky. Then, they discovered that the ground was trembling. What is that sound? The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis asked in alarm. I wonder how the sword Marquis is doing. The black armor Marquis' eyes flickered as he looked behind him and said faintly. Hearing this, the soaring dragon Marquis sank into silence. The reason why the two of them were able to escape was entirely because of the sword Marquis. Being chased by a second-stage condensing reality realm martial artist, the sword Marquis was simply unable to resist. The soaring dragon Marquis sighed and said, "The sword Marquis' strength is tyrannical, and he also has such a powerful illusion technique. He might be able to escape." The black armor Marquis said, "If the sword Marquis dies, I, the soaring dragon Marquis, will definitely avenge him." Me too. If the sword Marquis was killed by that bandit leader, I, the black armor Marquis, will definitely kill him and avenge the sword Marquis. After they finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and quickly disappeared into the mountain range. At this moment, in a bandit territory, many bandit members were cultivating. Suddenly, they felt the ground shake and the mountains shake. Then, they heard an angry roar. Yes, the sound came from the mountain range. What is going on? Not long ago, the boss went to the mountain range to look for the killer of the second brother. Could it be that the sound came from the boss? The boss must have found the killer. Let's go and take a look. No, when the boss went out, he ordered us to guard the bodies of the Chi High Realm martial artists in the territory. The boss is a second stage condensing reality realm martial artist. A normal martial artist would not be a threat to the boss. Many bandit members said one after another. Chapter 412. There was a mountain range 100 miles away from Spirit Heart City. Normally, warriors wouldn't enter this mountain range. It was also the territory of Wu He's bandit group. In this mountain range lived a tyrannical monster. It was said that this monster was as large as a small mountain. Of course, this was just a legend. No one had seen it before. As the bandit leader of this area, Wu He had naturally heard of this legend. However, he didn't believe it at all. At this time, in the deepest part of the mountain range, Fang Chen was lying quietly on the ground in a hidden valley. Beside him, Little Mouse and Banxianshu were quietly guarding him. Fang Chen had been hit by Fang Chen's giant axe. Although he had a sword body, he still suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, Fang Chen had a lot of healing pills in his interspatial ring. After killing Luo he had obtained her interspatial ring. Just the top-grade spirit pills alone numbered over 100. At this time, these pills finally came in handy. Little Mouse fed Fang Chen some pills. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen finally woke up. He opened his eyes and moved his fingers. He felt pain all over his body. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Beside Fang Chen, Little Mouse saw Fang Chen wake up and chirped nonstop. Behind Little Mouse, the Banxianshu also laughed and said, "I knew it. With Brother Mouse's help, he will definitely be saved." As soon as he woke up, he heard the Banxianshu flattering him. Fang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had a simple conversation with Little Mouse. Then Little Mouse pointed behind it. "Well, you said a monster saved me. But where is it?" Fang Chen looked at the cliff behind Little Mouse, puzzled. Dong! Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled. The cliff in front of Fang Chen's eyes began to move. This, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. How could the cliff move? But when he took a closer look, his heart was in turmoil. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The behemoth in front of him wasn't a cliff, but the body of a demonic beast. If one did not look carefully, one would not realize that it was a demonic beast. "It saved us," Fang Chen said in surprise. The Little Mouse nodded. Then, with a whoosh, it jumped onto the giant's shoulder. Following the Little Mouse's body, Fang Chen looked up and discovered the giant. "It's a turtle." Fang Chen was shocked. This was the biggest turtle he had ever seen. How can there be such a big tortoise? Why did it save me? Fang Chen was puzzled. Chirp, 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 the Little Mouse chirped at Fang Chen, causing Fang Chen to be filled with shock. "You're saying it saved me because?" Fang Chen was shocked. Ancestor Bronze. This turtle had saved him because of his aura. Fang Chen was completely shocked. Ancestor Bronze had been dead for so long. How could he have interacted with this giant turtle? "Ancestor?" Fang Chen anxiously asked. When Ancestor Bronze heard Fang Chen's words, he said slowly, "He used to be my disciple." There was a trace of sadness in his voice. "Your disciple?" Fang Chen cried out. 10,000 years ago, I took in many disciples. He was my youngest. Back then, he was extremely powerful. At the very least, he was much stronger than you are now." Ancestor Bronze slowly said, "However, after I died, my enemy captured my disciple and destroyed his physical body. Then they sealed his soul and placed it inside this giant turtle. Due to the severe damage to his soul, my disciple was unable to recover to his peak. That enemy from back then was too cruel. He directly used a special method to seal my disciple's damaged soul into the large tortoise. All these years, my disciple has been living as a tortoise, struggling at death's door. At this point, Ancestor Bronze fell silent. Who was he? 10,000 years ago, he was the famous Ancestor Bronze of the ancient Sword Continent. But after his death, his disciple had been subjected to such a vicious method. My disciple. Ancestor Bronze's heart was filled with sorrow. The giant turtle had sensed Ancestor Bronze's aura on Fang Chen's body, so it had saved Fang Chen. While Fang Chen had been unconscious, the giant turtle had communicated with Ancestor Bronze. When Ancestor Bronze had learned of his death, he had been filled with grief. Fang Chen carefully examined the giant turtle. It was the size of a small mountain, and its aura was extremely dense. Just like that, he lived for thousands of years. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. A living martial artist had been sealed inside a giant turtle by someone using a heaven-defying method. He had lived for thousands of years while at death's door. That kind of torture was something only he knew best. Is there no other way? Asked Fang Chen. There is. Unless I resurrect, said Ancestor Bronze. Old Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice. Only my blood can undo the seal. Otherwise, my disciple will never be able to be reborn. Fang Chen fell silent when he heard Ancestor Bronze's incomparably solemn words. Ancestor Bronze was dead, and his disciple had suffered at the hands of his enemy. He had been forced to live for so many years. For a moment, the entire mountain valley was filled with sorrow. Roar! The giant turtle stuck its head out and roared at Fang Chen. It seemed to be communicating with Ancestor Bronze. After a long time, Ancestor Bronze said to Fang Chen, "Let's go." "What about it?" asked Fang Chen. "Just leave it here," Ancestor Bronze said dejectedly. "Ancestor, I'll definitely help you resurrect." Fang Chen clasped his hands toward the giant turtle and turned to leave. 10,000 years ago, he had been a heavenly genius, Ancestor Bronze's disciple. But 10,000 years later, he had been forced to possess the giant turtle's body and live for thousands of years. Who could understand such sorrow? Looking at Fang Chen's back as he left, the big turtle roared at the sky. It let out a mournful cry, and its gaze was filled with reluctance. "My disciple, if I can be resurrected, I'll definitely save you." Ancestor Bronze's voice entered the giant turtle's ears. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had left the mountain valley and arrived at the mountain range. Wu He's corpse was still lying on the ground. When Fang Chen saw Wu He, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had met Ancestor Bronze's disciple. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Wu He. Fang Chen came to Wu He's corpse, took his interspatial ring, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the interspatial ring vibrated. With a thought, Fang Chen summoned the communication jade pendant into Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen injected his spiritual energy and a voice came from the communication jade pendant. "Wu He, how are your preparations? The illusory Martial Marquis hasn't returned yet. What's going on?" Hearing this voice, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of surprise. But before he could speak, another voice came from the communication jade pendant. "In 3 days I'll come to your territory. You must protect the bodies of the Qi High Realm." Then, the communication jade pendant dimmed. The Yellow Spring Sex people. Fang Chen thought to himself. After a while, Fang Chen thought of a brilliant plan. Within Wu He's territory, countless bandit members were cultivating. Suddenly Wu He returned. "Boss, you're back. Did you find the murderer?" asked one of the bandit members. "I already killed him," Fang Chen said calmly. At this moment, his face was exactly the same as Wu He's. With Fang Chen's illusory sword Dao, it was easy for him to change his appearance. As long as he didn't reveal any flaws, the bandit members wouldn't be able to find out. "How are the bodies of the Qi High Realm?" asked Fang Chen. "Boss, they're all fine," the bandit member said with a smile. "Bring me to them," Fang Chen said. After that, the bandit member brought Fang Chen to a prison cell. In front of the prison cell, the bandit member opened the iron door and said, "Boss, the bodies of the Qi High Realm are all here." Our brothers are still outside capturing them. You can go out first, Fang Chen said and entered the prison cell. Inside the prison cell, there were countless iron cages. Inside these cages, there were countless Qi High Realm warriors. They were lying quietly in the cages, as if they had lost their senses. So many Qi High Realm warriors, what are they trying to do? Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen walked in front of one of the iron cages. Seeing the Qi High Realm warriors lying quietly in the cage, he frowned. These people. Fang Chen's soul ejected from his body and investigated. He was surprised to discover that these martial artists were not dead. Their souls had been imprisoned by 5 rivers using a special method. Could it be that they want to revive the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen guessed. We can't alert them for now. Let's wait for the people of the Yellow Spring sect to arrive first. Fang Chen said to himself and left the prison cell. Just like that, Fang Chen pretended to be Wu He in Wu He's territory and stayed there, waiting for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect to arrive. In the deep valley of the mountain range, the big turtle was restless after knowing that there was still a trace of his master's consciousness left in the world. Occasionally, the bandit members would send back news that there was a monster riot in the mountain range. After Fang Chen heard about the situation, he sighed deeply. In the end, he sent many bandit members to the depths of the mountain range. Roar. In the depths of the mountain range, angry roars could be heard from time to time. The bandit members sent by Fang Chen all died at the hands of the big turtle. Standing in the territory, Fang Chen's deep eyes looked towards the depths of the mountain range. He sighed and said, I can't save you, I can only let you vent. Transforming into a big turtle and living for 1,000 years. Chapter 413. In the deep valley of the mountain range, the big turtle roared towards the sky, as if it was telling Fang Chen something. After hearing the turtle's roar, the bronze ancestor fell into silence. Once upon a time, his disciple was extremely famous in the ancient Sword Continent. But now, he had turned into a big turtle and was living like this. I will definitely save you. A solemn voice came from within the python sword. Fang Chen sighed and shook his head slightly. In the next few days, Fang Chen sent the bandits into the depths of the mountain range from time to time. On one hand, it was to weaken the bandits, and on the other hand, it was to let the big turtle vent. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, the people from the Yellow Spring sect arrived as promised. When Fang Chen saw the people from the Yellow Spring sect, he almost went crazy. The person who came was none other than one of his enemies, the Deadwood Martial Marquis. Wu He, the body of a Qi High warrior, are you ready? The Deadwood Martial Marquis said in a low voice. Fang Chen looked at the Deadwood Martial Marquis with a playful smile on his face, and said, Deadwood Martial Marquis, where are the other 3 Martial Marquis? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Deadwood Martial Marquis' face slightly changed. He looked at Fang Chen and said, what do you mean? In an instant Fang Chen's face twitched, and in the next moment, he returned to normal and said, I forgot to tell you, my name is Fang Chen, the Heaven Sword son of the Sword sect. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Deadwood Martial Marquis' face kept changing. He also did not expect that someone would dare to impersonate Wu He. Where did Wu He go? Why are you here? The Deadwood Martial Marquis asked gloomily. When the 5 of them followed the Protector, they had already destroyed the Sword sect. Why was Fang Chen still alive? I am here. Where do you think Wu He can go? Fang Chen sneered. I don't believe it. Wu He is at the second condensing reality realm. You are not his opponent. The Deadwood Martial Marquis said coldly. In the next moment, the Deadwood Martial Marquis released a powerful qi and launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Chen. While using the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture, Fang Chen's giant hand reached out and instantly suppressed Martial Marquis Kumu. No! Before he could even touch Fang Chen, he had been suppressed. The withered wood Marquis heart was filled with shock as he roared furiously. What about the other three? Fang Chen asked coldly. No, impossible. How can you be so strong? A hint of panic appeared on Marshal Marquis Kumu's face. As he roared, he secretly took out a communication jade pendant. He wanted to send back the news of this place. However, Fang Chen had already noticed him. The moment he took out his communication jade pendant, Fang Chen's hand pressed down again and directly snatched it away. You're right in front of me, yet you still want to send a message back. Fang Chen's face was full of ridicule. He was not even afraid of the soaring dragon marquis, let alone a mere withered wood marquis. Was the illusory Marshal Marquis also killed by you? Only at this moment did Marshal Marquis Kumu know that Fang Chen's strength had already reached such a level. He furiously asked. That's right. The illusory Marshal Marquis is only the beginning. Fang Chen said. Crack. Fang Chen's hand continuously pressed down. The suppressed Marshal Marquis Kumu let out a miserable cry. At the same time, Fang Chen activated his sword body. A wild sword intent mixed with an illusory aura instantly enveloped Marshal Marquis Kumu. Marshal Marquis Kumu's strength was not strong, so he was unable to resist Fang Chen's illusory aura. He instantly fell into an illusion. After falling into the illusion, Marshal Marquis Kumu's face was filled with confusion. His eyes were filled with an aura of death. His entire person stood there in a wooden manner. Fang Chen withdrew his hand and looked at Marshal Marquis Kumu. He said, Send a message to the other three. Tell them to come here. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Marshal Marquis Kumu nodded his head. He took out a communication jade pendant and sent a message to the other three marquises. After Marshal Marquis Kumu sent the message, Fang Chen withdrew his illusory aura. Marshal Marquis Kumu instantly woke up. Fang Chen, please let me go. When the Sword Reverence sect was destroyed, it was the Protector who brought us there. It had nothing to do with me. Marshal Marquis Kumu knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Who is the Protector you speak of? Fang Chen asked. Others call him the Netherworld Protector. His strength is extremely tyrannical. He forcefully controlled us. We had no choice. Marshal Marquis Kumu said in horror. Netherworld Protector, where is he? Fang Chen asked. Marshal Marquis Kumu constantly shook his head. Normally, he would not be able to see the Netherworld Protector, so he naturally did not know where he was. After that, Fang Chen asked a few more questions, but he was unable to find out anything. In the end, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Fang Chen, you can't kill me. Seeing this, Marshal Marquis Kumu constantly retreated. Puchi the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand fiercely slashed out. Carrying a tyrannical illusory aura, it directly pierced through Marshal Marquis Kumu's head. Marshal Marquis Kumu instantly died. Back when you destroyed the Sword Reverence sect, you should have been prepared to die. Fang Chen icily said to Marshal Marquis Kumu. After that, Fang Chen put away Marshal Marquis Kumu's spatial ring. Then he called over several bandit members and said, He pretended to be Marshal Marquis Kumu and was killed by me. Deal with his corpse. Yes, boss. The bandit members had no idea that the person in front of them was no longer their boss. I'll be right here waiting for you. Fang Chen thought to himself. The 5 martial marquises that had destroyed the Sword Reverence sect were the Absolute Heaven Marquis, Wind-Destroying Marquis, Dragonarm Marquis, Marshal Marquis Kumu, and Marshal Marquis Mirage-In. Among them, the Marshal Marquis Kumu and Marshal Marquis Mirage-In had already been killed by Fang Chen. The remaining 3 were also on their way. For the time being, Fang Chen didn't want to clash with the Netherworld Protector. That was because from Marshal Marquis Kumu's words and actions, Fang Chen guessed that this Netherworld Protector was definitely extremely powerful. Before he was completely certain, he definitely couldn't let the Netherworld Protector know about him. I wonder what they're secretly planning, Fang Chen pondered. But no matter how he thought about it, he was unable to figure it out. In the end, Fang Chen decided not to think about it anymore. He just waited within his territory. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. On this day, outside of the Spirit Heart City, there were 3 silhouettes. They were quickly heading towards Fang Chen's territory. Marshal Marquis Kumu sent us a message and asked us to come here. He said that there were too many Qi high bodies, and he couldn't take them all by himself. The Dragon Arm Marquis said in a low voice. It's good to have more. The earlier we finish the mission, the more free we will be. The wind-destroying Marquis said. According to Marshal Marquis Kumu, there are a lot more Qi high bodies this time compared to the previous times. I hope we can finish the mission. The Absolute Heaven Marquis said. I wonder where that Marshal Marquis Mirage-in went. Hearing the Absolute Heaven Marquis mention the Marshal Marquis Mirage-in, the Dragon Arm Marquis said, could something have happened to him? I don't think so. With the Marshal Marquis Mirage skills, even if he met a condensing reality realm warrior, he would still be able to escape. The Absolute Heaven Marquis said. As they were talking, the 3 of them arrived at the territory. Wu He. With the Absolute Heaven Marquis as the leader, he yelled and went straight to the palace where Wu He was. After entering the palace, they found that Wu He was standing there alone. The palace was empty. Wu He, where is Marshal Marquis Kumu? The Absolute Heaven Marquis saw Wu He and asked in a low voice. Dead. Fang Chen said calmly. What dead? The Dragon Arm Marquis heard and asked in confusion. How did he die? The wind-destroying Marquis said in a low voice. He was killed by me. Why did you kill Marshal Marquis Kumu? Are you not afraid of the Hell Law Protector? The Absolute Heaven Marquis roared in anger. If Wu He was not a second-stage condensing reality realm warrior, they would have killed him already. Just when they were angry, Fang Chen opened his mouth and said, After Marshal Marquis Kumu, it will be the 3 of you. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the Absolute Heaven Marquis frowned and said coldly, Who are you? Fang Chen's face wriggled. In the next moment, he returned to his original appearance and said, The person who will kill you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly used the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture. His big hand stretched out and directly suppressed the 3 of them. You're courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen was not a condensing reality realm warrior, the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other 2 sneered and attacked together. You want to kill the 3 of us? You're dreaming. The Dragon Arm Marquis roared in anger. When they saw Fang Chen's big hand pressing down on them, the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other 2 felt a trace of pressure. Suddenly, the 3 of them used their own unique skills. Absolute Heaven Sword Art. Wind-destroying kick. Dragon Arm Fist. The 3 of them used their own unique skills. The tyrannical attacks instantly collided with Fang Chen's big hand. Crash. After the 3 of them collided with Fang Chen, an illusion suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. In an instant, they fell into an illusion. Crack. Fang Chen's big hand continued to press down. The 3 of their attacks were instantly shattered by Fang Chen's big hand and then directly suppressed the 3 of them. The current Fang Chen was invincible in the Qi High Realm. He did not care about the 3 of them at all. Crash. The Absolute Heaven Marshal Marquis and the other 2 suddenly sobered up. Their eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? His illusion is even stronger than the illusory Marshal Marquis. His attack is too strong. The 3 of us can't block it at all. Damn it! Are the 3 of us going to die here? The 3 Marshal Marquis roared in anger. Presumably, when you destroyed the worshipping sword sect, you were already prepared to die. Fang Chen's big hand suppressed the 3 of them and lightly laughed. What? You're from the worshipping sword sect? Hearing this, the Absolute Heaven Marquis was shocked. In the worshipping sword sect, other than Tianjianzi, there was not a single condensing reality realm warrior. This person's cultivation was obviously not at the condensing reality realm, but his true strength was comparable to a condensing reality realm warrior. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's attack together. The absolute heaven Marquis roared. The three of them simultaneously exploded with their most dazzling power. Suppress. Fang Chen roared in a low voice. The big hand once again pressed down. Under the suppression of Fang Chen, the three of them could not do anything. Die. Fang Chen looked at the three of them struggling and said softly. Then, his big hand directly crushed the three of them. With a flick of his wrist, the three spatial rings were collected by Fang Chen. Looking at the three corpses, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. Chapter 4:14. So far, the 5 martial marquis that attacked the sword sect were all killed, leaving only the culprit, Protector Yuming. However, the current Fang Chen was not strong enough to deal with Protector Yuming, so he had to be patient. Fang Chen glanced at the 3 corpses, then left the hall and went to the prison. He had already figured out the reason why the souls of these Qi High Realm warriors were imprisoned. At this moment, Fang Chen was using a heaven-defying method to break the imprisonment of these warriors' souls. After an hour, the dozens of Qi High Realm warriors in the prison all woke up. When they saw Fang Chen, their faces were filled with fear. Wu He is dead. From now on, you are free. Fang Chen said with a smile. Benefactor, did you save us? A warrior asked. Hurry up and leave. Fang Chen said. Soon after, these Qi High Realm warriors scattered in confusion. Of course, when these Qi High Realm warriors were escaping, they were stopped by the bandits in the territory. They were not weak, so they fought with the bandits directly. The whole territory was in a tragic situation. As for Fang Chen, he quietly left his territory and headed for Luisui City. After some warriors escaped to the Spirit Heart City, they spread the news of Wu He's death. Suddenly, countless warriors who had a grudge against Wu He went to the bandit territory to kill the bandit. In less than a day, Wu He's bandit group was completely disbanded. The territory was in a mess. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was walking in a desert. The Spirit Heart City was very far from the Water City. If he wanted to walk there, it would take at least a month. However, Qi High Realm warriors could not fly. Only when they reached the condensing reality realm could they use the spirit Qi in their body to fly. Of course, condensing reality realm warriors could only fly for a short period of time. If they wanted to fly for a long period of time, they had to be stronger than the condensing reality realm. While Fang Chen was heading towards Lishui City, 2 rays of golden light suddenly shot out from a remote area not too far away. Then 2 wild auras filled the air. Ha ha ha, Soaring Dragon Marquis, we have finally broken through to the condensing reality realm. The black armor Marquis laughed wildly. The aura around his body was incomparably strong. Now that I've reached the condensing reality realm, it will be much easier to head to the water-leaning city. The Soaring Dragon Marquis laughed. After they separated from the Marquis of Jianwu, Fang Chen, they carefully headed towards Luoshui City. During this period of time, they encountered many bandits, but with the 2 of them working together, they were able to overcome the difficulties. At the edge of life and death, the 2 of them finally broke through to the condensing reality realm and formed the Dharma idol. Since we have reached the condensing reality realm, let's hurry to Water-leaning City. The black armor Marquis grinned. After reaching the condensing reality realm, a warrior's body would experience a qualitative leap, and he or she would be able to form a Dharma idol, which would increase their power by countless times. The black armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis quickly disappeared into the desert. Condensing reality realm warriors could fly in the air. After the black armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis reached the condensing reality realm, their speed was much faster. In a mere 10 days, they arrived at Water-leaning City. After they entered Water-leaning City, they finally let out a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived safely. Black Armor Marquis, which power do you plan to join? The Soaring Dragon Marquis asked. The Black Armor Marquis pondered for a moment, then said, I want to join the sect that Li Jinghong is in. Although they did not know what kind of sect Li Jinghong was in, they could guess that it was most likely the Divine Statue sect. Then I'll congratulate you, Black Armor Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis laughed. At that time, Li Jinghong only noticed the Black Armor Marquis, and did not look directly at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Jianwu Marquis, so only the Black Armor Marquis had a token. Soaring Dragon Marquis, you and I must train well and take revenge for the Jianwu Marquis. Before the Black Armor Marquis left, he said. Definitely. After the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis parted ways, they made some inquiries and headed towards the desolate sect. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a hidden place, checking the spatial rings of the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other three. After checking, Fang Chen obtained a total of 5 things. The first was Spirit Stones. The 4 Marquis Spirit Stones added together was a total of 30 million high-grade Spirit Stones. Adding the 19 million from Fang Chen and the 2 million from the illusory Yin Marquis, his total amount of high-grade Spirit Stones reached a terrifying 51 million. 51 million high-grade Spirit Stones. Even the Soaring Dragon Marquis, who was ranked first on the Martial Marquis list, did not have that much wealth. The current Fang Chen's total wealth had already surpassed some ordinary condensing reality realm warriors. The second was pills. In the spatial rings of the 4 Marquis, Fang Chen obtained some top-quality spirit-level pills. Of course, the most important one for Fang Chen was the Accumulating Sword Pill. The Accumulating Sword Pill was one of the top-quality spirit-level pills. For sword cultivators, it was extremely precious. If one could consume the Accumulating Sword Pill, one's strength would definitely increase. This Accumulating Sword Pill was found in the spatial ring of the Absolute Heaven Marquis. Fang Chen placed it in his own spatial ring, preparing to directly consume it in a while. The third was martial skills. The Absolute Heaven Sword Technique of the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis, the Wind-Destroying Martial Marquis Wind-Destroying Kick, the Dragon Arm Martial Marquis Dragon Arm Fist, and the Deadwood Martial Marquis Deadwood Sutra. All of them were top-grade 4 martial skills, slightly stronger than the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. After going through Fang Chen's selection, he felt that the Absolute Heaven Sword Technique was more useful to him. The other martial skills were not suitable for him. However, they were still grade 4 martial skills, so he still put them away. The fourth was weapons. However, for Fang Chen, who possessed a top-quality spirit weapon, the weapons of the 4 Marquis were nothing. The best weapon was the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis' top-quality spirit weapon. The others' weapons were all top-quality spirit weapons. The fifth was a map. This map caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. This was because the map was found in the spatial ring of the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis. This map was incomplete, as if it had been torn apart by someone. This was only a part of the map. On this small map, there were complicated routes marked. Fang Chen could not understand them at all. What is this map? Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. He looked at it for a while but still could not understand. In the end, he directly put away the map. After plundering the spatial rings of the 4 martial marquises, Fang Chen's wealth suddenly became enormous. Wait until we reach Water City. I'll sell all the useless martial skills, medicinal pills, and weapons for spirit stones, said Fang Chen. In any case, they were useless. It was better to exchange them for spirit stones for Fang Chen's cultivation. After checking the 4 spatial rings, Fang Chen took out the Accumulating Sword Pills. Even the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis did not have that many Accumulating Sword Pills. 3. A total of 3 Accumulating Sword Pills. Their value was extremely high. Fang Chen swallowed 1 Accumulating Sword Pill. He found that his sword intent was rising, and his sword body was also growing. Not long after, the medicinal effect of the Accumulating Sword Pill was completely absorbed by Fang Chen. He found that his sword body had become much stronger. As expected of the accumulating sword pill, Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. The medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was too powerful. It could even strengthen the sword body. Fang Chen could not wait to swallow the remaining 2 accumulating sword pills. After that, his sword body improved again. When the medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was completely digested, Fang Chen's sword body had reached an extremely powerful stage. It was also at this time that Fang Chen found that his golden heart was rapidly beating. In the next moment, a light flashed in his mind. He had successfully cultivated the 12th level of the water-fire sword technique. The 12th level of the water-fire sword technique. Even Fang Chen was extremely excited. The 12th level of the water-fire sword technique must be extraordinary. Whoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly shot out. In an instant it bombarded a mountain peak in the distance. Crack! A crack appeared in the middle of the mountain peak. It was enough to show how powerful the 12th level of the water-fire sword technique was. The water-fire sword technique has reached the 12th level. My strength has increased again. Now, I can easily kill a warrior who just entered the condensing reality realm. I can even fight against a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chen said confidently. After killing the 4 martial marquis, Fang Chen's harvest was huge. Not only did he obtain a large amount of spirit stones, he also cultivated the water-fire sword technique to the 12th level. The strength of his sword body had increased, and his overall strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Water-leaning city, I'm coming. Chapter 4:15. After reaching the 12th level of the water and fire sword art, Fang Chen's strength had increased. Now, he could protect himself in the wilderness of the southern mountain land. Fang Chen left and headed in the direction of water-leaning city. At this moment, on a plain not far from Fang Chen, there were 2 men. Their faces were full of smiles. Above the head of one of the men, there was a flute. This flute was his Dharma idol. Big brother, ha ha ha, I've finally reached the condensing reality realm. The chubby warrior laughed loudly. Second brother, congratulations on successfully condensing the Dharma idol. The man who was called Big Brother had a smile on his face. Big brother, I've been training in the sound wave attack. The Dharma idol I condensed is a flute. This can increase my sound wave attack in all aspects. The second brother smiled honestly. The big brother nodded. He was happy for his little brother. If there was someone here, they would be shocked. The big brother the chubby warrior was talking about was a very famous assassin in the Water City. His code name was Lion Tiger. In the Water City, as long as the name Lion Tiger was mentioned, there would be no one who did not know him. Although Lion Tiger's cultivation was only at the 3rd condensing reality realm, his true strength could easily kill a 4th condensing reality realm warrior. Lion Tiger's Dharma idol was the Shadow Lion Tiger. Assassins moved in the dark. With the Shadow Lion Tiger's characteristics, Lion Tiger could completely hide in the dark. There were many 4th condensing reality realm warriors who had died in Lion Tiger's hand. Even 5th condensing reality realm warriors were a little scared when Lion Tiger was mentioned. In everyone's impression, Lion Tiger was a cold-blooded assassin. He would never smile, let alone talk to people like that. Of course, they did not know that Lion Tiger had a younger brother. When they were very young, their parents died in an accident. In the years after, Lion Tiger had always taken care of his younger brother. However, because Lion Tiger was an assassin, he had offended many strong warriors. He was never willing to let others know about his younger brother. This time, his younger brother was going to break through to the condensing reality realm. Therefore, Lion Tiger was willing to give up an assassin mission to protect his younger brother. Now, his younger brother had finally broken through and condensed a perfect Dharma idol. The lion and tiger were happy for him. Just as Sherhu was speaking to his younger brother, a warrior suddenly appeared in the distant plains. When Sherhu saw this person, his expression changed slightly. How could a warrior appear in such a desolate forest? Sherhu sensed that something was amiss and looked at the man warily. Fang Chun also noticed the two people on the plain. However, he continued to move forward without batting an eyelid. When he reached the two of them, Sherhu's younger brother's eyes brightened. "Little fellow, I just broke through. Why don't you exchange a few moves with me?" Hearing his brother's words, Lion Tiger frowned slightly but didn't say anything. With his cultivation, he could tell that this person had not reached the condensing reality realm yet. "He hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How could he be your opponent?" Lion Tiger said. "I want to practice." The chubby warrior grinned. "Sorry, I have something to do. It's not convenient," Fang Chen said. However, the chubby warrior ignored Fang Chen's words. He took a step forward and blocked Fang Chen. In the next moment, he released his Dharma idol flute. Then, a strange sound wave came out of his mouth. "Yes, sound wave attack." Hearing the sound wave attack from the chubby warrior, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he activated his sword body and performed the 12th level of the fire and water sword art. Whoosh! The combination of the illusory sword arts and the 12th level of the fire and water sword arts was extraordinary. Even though the chubby warrior was in the condensing reality realm, he couldn't block it. Crack! The chubby warrior's sound wave attack was instantly shattered by Fang Chen's sword light. Then, the sword light carried an illusory aura and instantly appeared in front of the chubby warrior. The chubby warrior's expression suddenly became dazed. At the critical moment, Lion Tiger attacked and shattered Fang Chen's attack. The sword technique contains an illusory aura. Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen and muttered to himself. In his heart there was a trace of shock. Fang Chen's cultivation had not reached the condensing reality realm, but his strength completely crushed his younger brother. "Who are you?" Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen and asked. "This is my first time in the southern mountain land. I want to go to the water-leaning city." Facing Lion Tiger, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, the chubby warrior woke up. His face was full of shock. He couldn't remember what had just happened. Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen for a while. In the end, he realized that Fang Chen wasn't lying. Therefore, he let Fang Chen go. Although he was an assassin, he wouldn't kill the innocent. After hearing Lion Tiger's words, Fang Chen quickly disappeared from the plains. "Second brother, that person's strength is extraordinary. Although he didn't condense a Dharma idol, his strength isn't something you can compare to. You have to work hard on your cultivation," Lion Tiger said slowly. "I will." The chubby warrior smiled. "Now that your cultivation has reached the condensing reality realm, you can go to the water-leaning city and join a large force. If that's the case, I can rest assured," Lion Tiger said. After going through a series of hardships, Fang Chen finally arrived at the water-leaning city. The water-leaning city was much bigger than the Spirit Heart City. Inside the city, people came and went and it was bustling. Fang Chen walked on the streets of the water-leaning city with a smile on his face. A token appeared in his hand. This token was given to him by the king of the Golden Crown country. As long as he had this token, he could join the Baron sect. On this day, Fang Chen asked around and found the location of the Baron sect. Then, he went to the Baron sect. The Baron sect was one of the large forces in the water-leaning city. Although it couldn't be compared to the Divine Statue sect, it was still a top force. The Baron sect was located on a mountain peak in the depths of the water-leaning city. Before Fang Chen arrived at the Baron sect, he was stopped by a guard. "This is the Baron sect's forbidden area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter," the guard said coldly. "I come from the Golden Crown country. I have a token here. I want to join the Baron sect." Fang Chen took out the token and said. The guard took the token and went to find the Deacon Elder. Soon, the Deacon Elder appeared. He looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Are you a disciple of the Golden Crown country?" Yes, I am, Fong Chen said respectfully. Good. Since you have the token of the Golden Crown country's royal family, from today onwards, you are a disciple of the Baron sect, the deacon elder said with a smile. After that, the deacon elder brought Fong Chen into the Baron sect. The sect in the southern mountain land had a strict hierarchy. There were many warriors. Therefore, warriors who had just entered the sect were not considered true disciples of the Baron sect. Fong Chen, since you have the token of the Golden Crown country's royal family, you do not need to take part in the assessment. You can directly enter the Baron sect. However, since your cultivation has not reached the condensing reality realm, you can only start as a servant of the Baron sect, the deacon elder said after learning about Fong Chen's cultivation along the way. Fong Chen nodded his head and did not say anything. The servants of the Baron sect are responsible for all the big and small matters within the sect. The servant area is located halfway up the mountain. The entire servant area is divided into 4 districts: east, south, west, and north. You can go to the east district first, the deacon elder said. Fong Chen nodded his head. Then, he asked casually, "May I ask the deacon elder if there were 2 warriors from the Golden Crown country that joined the Baron sect?" Hearing this, the deacon elder shook his head slightly and said, "A while ago, there was a guy called Longting who joined the Baron sect. His cultivation has reached the condensing reality realm. He is now a registered disciple of the Baron sect." After saying this, the deacon elder brought Fong Chen to the East District servant area. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man walked out and greeted the deacon elder respectfully. "Deacon elder Chen Tian, this disciple is a new servant. I will leave him to you." After the deacon elder finished his arrangements, he left. Chen Tian looked at Fong Chen and grinned. "Kid, I, Chen Tian, am the boss of the East District servant area. From today onwards, you will follow me." "Senior Chen Tian, as a servant, what do I need to do every day?" Fong Chen asked. "Do you see that? There is a herb field over there. From today onwards, you will be in charge of this field. You will have to water the plants and weed them every day. If you fail, there will be serious consequences," Chen Tian said as he pointed at a herb field that was overgrown with weeds. The Baron sect was much stronger than any other sect in the Golden Crown country. Although the Baron sect was only a 2-star sect, it was still very powerful. A warrior at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm who joined the Baron sect would have to start as a servant. He would have to reach the condensing reality realm and condense his Dharma idol before he could become a registered disciple. Although he was assigned to the servant area, Fong Chen did not mind at all. With his strength, he would be able to leave the servant area in no time. The next day, Fong Chen arrived at the herb field that belonged to him. Just as he was looking at the plants growing in the field, a loud voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you new here?" Hearing this voice, Fong Chen turned around and saw a tall warrior standing in front of him. "That's right, I am new here," Fong Chen said. "Good, very good. Since you are new here, you have to follow the new rules. You go and help me carry 100 dan of water, and then help me weed out the weeds in my herb field." The tall warrior said coldly. "Why should I help you?" Fong Chen asked back. "Little brat, you dare to talk to me like that? Do you believe that I will kill you?" The tall warrior said coldly. "Since you don't know what is good for you, then from today onwards, you will be in charge of all my servants. If you fail to complete them, you will pay the price." Many servants walked past them one after another. When they saw the tall warrior scolding the new servant, they all started whispering to each other. "Chen Hu is bullying the new servant again. There is no other way. Every new servant is bullied by Chen Hu. Not only do they have to work for him, they also have to give him half of the spirit stones they earn every month. This Chen Hu is just relying on his big brother Chen Tian, who is the boss of the eastern servant area. Otherwise, he would have already been beaten up." Chapter 4:16. The Baron Sek's odd job district was the lowest class district. To put it nicely, they were the Baron Sek's warriors. To put it bluntly, they were the people who did the hard work for the Baron Sek. When Fang Chen first came in, he was assigned to the odd job district. Furthermore, when he arrived, he was bullied by the old people there. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Since others could ask him to do things for them, why couldn't he let them do it for him? Thinking of this, Fang Chen stood up and looked at Chen Hu. He grinned and said, "You want me to help you guard your herb field? Brat, do you have any other choice? Let me tell you, Chen Hu's big brother, Chen Tian, is the boss of the Eastern Odd Job District. If you don't do it, you won't be able to stay in the Odd Job District in the future," Chen Hu said fiercely. Hearing Chen Hu's words, Fang Chen asked back, "In the Baron Sek's Odd Job District, as long as you are strong, you can get anyone to do things for you, right? Of course. You newcomers are destined to help the old people when you just came in," Chen Hu said. Fang Chen nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Soon after, he walked towards Chen Hu. The latter thought that he was going to guard his herb field and was overjoyed. However, just as the smile on his face blossomed, Fang Chen's fist suddenly landed on his face. A miserable cry came from Chen Hu's mouth. The surrounding odd jobs were all shocked. Was this newcomer crazy? He dared to hit Chen Hu? Was he courting death? Countless odd jobs looked at the newcomer who hit Chen Hu. Although Chen Hu's strength wasn't too strong, he had a strong brother. "Brat, are you courting death?" Chen Hu covered his nose and roared furiously. "From today onwards, you will help me do all the odd jobs. If you can't complete them, you will know the consequences," Fang Chen said in an incomparably domineering manner. "What? You want me to do odd jobs for you?" Chen Hu thought that he had misheard. This newcomer actually wanted him to do odd jobs for him? What a joke. "Brat, you're dead. You won't be able to survive in the servant district in the future." Chen Hu roared furiously. As Fang Chen roared, he attacked as well, wanting to teach this newcomer a lesson. However, Fang Chen didn't care about his attack at all. Bang, another punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it directly smashed onto Chen Hu's head. Immediately, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tiger Chen's body was sent flying. He fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. His nose was broken. "Damn it!" Chen Hu couldn't help but curse out loud. Pain came from his nose. At this moment, he even had thoughts of killing someone. Fang Chen walked towards Chen Hu step by step. He narrowed his eyes and said, "My servant. You dare hit me, Chen Hu." Before Tiger Chen could finish his words, he was punched by Fang Chen again. This time, Fang Chen's fist landed on Tiger Chen's head, causing a big bump to appear. "My big bro is Chen Tian." Tiger Chen wanted to use his big bro status to threaten Fang Chen, but it didn't work. Each time he spoke, he would receive a punch from Fang Chen. After a few punches, Tiger Chen's head swelled. At this time, Tiger Chen finally realized how terrifying Fang Chen was. "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll help you do odd jobs." Tiger Chen begged for mercy. "If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have hit you." Fang Chen clapped his hands and smiled. He turned and left, returning to his own residence. The surrounding servants were all shocked. This newcomer had actually beaten Tiger Chen to the point of begging for mercy. That was too fierce. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This newcomer is too fierce. He actually beat Tiger Chen into a pig's head. Ha ha ha, Tiger Chen begging for mercy from a newcomer? What a novel thing. This brat injured Tiger Chen. He definitely won't let this matter rest. That's right. Tiger Chen will definitely think of ways to torture him. At this moment, Tiger Chen was trying his best to get up from the ground. He was already extremely angry. When he saw the surrounding servants, he roared, "What are you looking at? Go and work." When the surrounding servants heard him, they dispersed in an uproar. However, at this moment, Tiger Churn pointed at the last servant and said loudly, "You, help me guard this herb field." Hearing Tiger Chen's words, the servant's face was filled with grievance. However, he had no choice. He didn't dare to disobey Tiger Chen's words. Tiger Chen glanced at Fong Chen's residence and said coldly, "Brat, I'll make you regret this." After that, Tiger Chen left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed since they arrived at the desolate sex servant district. From the first day, Fong Chen didn't go to work in the herb field. That was because his herb field had already been contracted by Tiger Chen. Fong Chen wasn't worried about Tiger Chen's revenge. Within the 4 great servant districts, the strongest person was only a half step into the condensing reality realm. They posed no threat to Fong Chen. On the other hand, he was happy to be free. He could even cultivate in peace. Just as Fong Chen finished cultivating, a warrior appeared in Fong Chen's residence. Seeing this person, Fong Chen was a little puzzled. "Brother Fong, you offended Tiger Chen before. I heard that he has already found a few strong servants to settle the score with you." The warrior said in a low voice, "You have to be careful. Although Tiger Chen isn't strong, he has his big brother Chen Tian backing him up. No one in the eastern servant district would dare to touch him." Hearing this warrior's words, Fong Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder." On the second day after this warrior warned Fong Chen, Tiger Chen finally brought a few servants to Fong Chen's residence. "Fong Chen, get the hell out here!" Because he was confident, Tiger Chen was arrogant and domineering as he roared furiously. After a while, Fong Chen opened the door and walked out. "Tiger Chen, didn't I beat you up enough last time?" Fong Chen said directly. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Tiger Chen was furious. He turned his head to look at the servants behind him and said, "You guys teach him a lesson. If anyone can break his dog legs, I will go to my big brother and put in a good word for you. You will follow my big brother in the future." Hearing Tiger Chen's words, the servants were eager to give it a try. Their faces were full of playful smiles. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Tiger Brother." One of the servants flashed and appeared in front of Fong Chen. He launched a fierce attack on Fong Chen. Bang! With another punch, Fong Chen easily sent this odd-job worker flying with a single punch. "What a piece of trash! All of you, come at me together." Tiger Chen was a little angry when he saw the servant who was stronger than him being sent flying by Fong Chen. In the next moment, the remaining 3 servants joined forces and surrounded Fong Chen. A minute later, 3 miserable cries rang out. Tiger Chen saw that the 3 servants couldn't even withstand a single punch from Fong Chen. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Tiger Chen's scalp went numb. The servants he had brought with him had all been defeated by Fong Chen. Tiger Chen's worries were justified. In the next second, Fong Chen's fist landed on his face. 3 seconds later, Tiger Chen's head turned into a pig's head. His heart was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Scram! Fong Chen looked at Tiger Chen and said, "Oh right. Don't forget to guard the medicinal field." Hearing Fong Chen's words, Tiger Chen quickly disappeared. After Tiger Chen was beaten up by Fong Chen's place once again became quiet. On this day, after Fong Chen finished his cultivation, he prepared to go out for a walk. Just as he was walking in a certain area of the servant district, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Actually, it couldn't be considered a familiar face. Wasn't this chubby warrior the one who had come to the plains of Water-Leaning City to fight with him? At the same time that Fong Chen saw the chubby warrior, the latter also noticed him. "Eh? Why are you here?" The chubby warrior looked at Fong Chen and asked. Beside him stood the deacon elder. "Why are you here?" Fong Chen asked back. "I have reached the condensing reality realm and was preparing to join a sect. After a round of selection, I decided to join the Baron sect." The chubby warrior laughed. However, when he saw Fong Chen's clothes, he immediately understood. You became a disciple of the Baron's sex servant district? The chubby warrior asked. Fang Chen nodded. The chubby warrior continued, It's not easy to meet a familiar face. You should quickly leave the servant district and come find me. After the chubby warrior finished speaking, he followed the deacon elder and left. In the eyes of the deacon elder, he didn't believe that Fang Chen could leave the servant district in such a short time. Of course, if he knew that the chubby warrior was defeated by Fang Chen after reaching the condensing reality realm, he wouldn't think that way. It seems that I need to increase my cultivation speed as well. Fang Chen looked at the chubby warrior's back as he left and grinned. Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Qi High realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the condensing reality realm. He needed to work hard. Day after day passed in the servant district. During this time, Fang Chen had been cultivating. He had a lot of spirit stones, enough to support his cultivation. Normally, he would stay in his room and cultivate. Occasionally, he would go out for a walk. As for the herb field, he didn't need to worry about it. Chen Hu, who had been beaten twice, had become much more obedient. He sent people to guard the herb field every day, so there was no need for Fang Chen to worry about it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the servant district, there was a special elder who came every month to check on the success of the servants' work. At the same time, he was also there to distribute spirit stones. This was the benefit of joining a big sect. Even if you were a servant, you could still receive a certain amount of spirit stones. Today was the day that the elder of the servant district finished checking and distributing the spirit stones. At this moment, in a room somewhere, Chen Hu's eyes were filled with a sinister expression. He said eerily, "Little brat, let's see how you die this time." Chen Hu had been beaten twice by Fang Chen. He had been waiting for a chance to take revenge on Fang Chen. He didn't want to tell his big brother about small things. On the surface, he looked like he was obediently watching over the herb field for Fang Chen. But secretly, he had done something. In the herb field, he had put a lot of insects that were hard to detect. These insects had already eaten up most of the seedlings in the herb field. Chapter 4:17. The Handyman Elder was the elder with the highest authority in the Handyman district. Every month, the Handyman Elder would come to inspect the work of the handymen in the 4 Handyman district and issue spirit stones instantly. On this day, after the Servant Elder finished inspecting the other 3 servant districts, he was accompanied by a group of people to the Eastern Servant District. Servant Elder. The Eastern Servant District's supervisor, Chen Tian, smiled and cupped his hands towards the Servant Elder. "Let's start inspecting the Eastern Servant District," said the Servant Elder. Then, accompanied by Chen Tian, the Servant Elder began his inspection. 2 hours later, the Servant Elder had basically finished his inspection. He was very satisfied with the Eastern Servant District's situation and was full of smiles. "Not bad, your Eastern Servant District's performance this month has been pretty good. I can make the decision to give you an extra 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." The Servant Elder nodded. He was very satisfied with the Eastern Servant District's situation. "Then I'll have to thank the Servant Elder." Hearing the Servant Elder's words, Chen Tian's face was full of smiles. He was ecstatic. The Servant Elder was very satisfied with the Eastern District's situation and was willing to give them an extra 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. And these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were completely distributed by Chen Tian. In other words, he could distribute them as he pleased. Another sum of spirit stones. Chen Tian was very excited. He had already thought it through. Of these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, he would take 3,000 and the remaining 7,000 would be rewarded to the diligent servants. In the Eastern Servant District, he was the strongest. He was the boss, so no one would dare to say anything. Chen Tian's face was full of smiles as he quickly followed the Servant Elder. There was only one last medicinal field left. As long as they finished inspecting this medicinal field, they would pass this month's inspection. Servant Elder, this is the last medicinal field. Please take a look. Chen Tian saw this medicinal field from a distance and softly said. The servant elder nodded and walked in front of the medicinal field. Just as the servant elder looked at the herb field, the smile on his face froze and was replaced by anger. Chen Tian, take a look for yourself. What is this? The servant elder's voice was filled with anger. When Chen Tian heard this, he cursed in his heart. Immediately after, he carefully sized up the medicinal field. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. There were many insects in the herb field. Due to poor management, all the spirit grass sprouts in the herb field were eaten up by the insects. In other words, this medicinal field had already been destroyed. The medicinal herb field was one of the more important industries in the odd job district. Under normal circumstances, the odd job workers in the odd job district would work hard to take care of the medicinal herb field. Once the seedlings of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field had matured, the sect would transfer the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field to the sect's spiritual fields. But at this moment, Chen Tian's face darkened when he saw the tattered leaves of the spirit grass seedlings. How could this be? Chen Tian's heart was filled with fury. He could imagine just how furious the servant elder was right now. Damn it! Not only did I lose 10,000 upper spiritual stones, but I also have to be punished by the servant elder. Chen Tian thought to himself. It's obvious that no one took care of this medicinal herb field. Chen Tian, you have always been in charge of the Eastern Odd Job District. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. The servant elder coldly said, otherwise, I will have to reconsider whether you, Chen Tian, are suitable to manage the Eastern Odd Job District. Hearing the servant elder's angry voice, Chen Tian hurriedly said, Servant elder, please wait a moment. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. While the servant elder was waiting, Chen Tian hurriedly went to look for Fong Chen. He clearly remembered that this medicinal herb field was under the charge of Fong Chen. Damned newbie, he actually dared to make fun of me. Chen Tian's heart was filled with anger. Just as Chen Tian went to look for Fong Chen, the latter just happened to leave. Seeing Fong Chen, Chen Tian was burning with anger. Fong Chen! Chen Tian roared loudly. What's the matter? Fong Chen asked. Did you manage your medicinal herb field properly? Chen Tian angrily roared. Fong Chen frowned and said, You're managing it. Come with me to take a look at your medicinal herb field. If you don't give me an explanation today, you will be punished. Chen Tian finished speaking and brought Fong Chen to the medicinal herb field. After arriving at the medicinal herb field, Chen Tian angrily said, Take a look for yourself. Fong Chen looked at the medicinal herb field and was shocked to discover that there were large amounts of insects inside. The spirit grass sprouts had long since been eaten up. He instantly understood that Chen who had set him up. You give me an explanation, Chen who said in a low voice. The servant elder had been watching from the side, waiting for Chen Tian's explanation. I asked Chen Hu to help me look after it, and he also agreed. Who knew that he would manage the medicinal herb field like this? Fong Chen said. You asked Chen Hu to look after it, but he agreed. Who can testify? Chen Tian questioned. Why don't you call Chen Hu over and you'll know? Fong Chen said. A moment later, Chen Hu was called over by Chen Tian. He already knew what had happened, and a trace of schadenfreude appeared in his eyes. This scene was seen by Fong Chen. Chen Hu, Fong Chen said he wanted you to help look after his medicinal herb field. Did you agree? Chen Tian angrily glared at Chen Hu. Chen Hu hastily shook his head. Big brother, how could I agree to help him look after his medicinal herb field? This Fong Chen is too scheming. He can't look after his own medicinal herb field, so he wants to push the blame onto me. Hearing Chen Hu's words, Chen Tian looked at Fong Chen and asked, Do you have anything else to say? Fang Chen didn't say anything. He didn't bother to explain. Chen Tian looked at the servant elder and said, "Servant elder, ever since this kid entered the Eastern District's servant district, he has refused to accept any management. Now that he has made a mistake and damaged the herb farm, everything will be decided by the servant elder." The servant elder glanced at Fang Chen, his face filled with anger. A mere servant actually dares to do such a thing. If I don't punish you, how will I manage the servants of the servant district in the future? The servant elder coldly said. After pondering for a moment, the servant elder coldly said, "However, since this is your first offense, I will let you stay in the Baron's sect. If you make such a mistake again, I will personally cripple your cultivation and expel you from the Baron's sect." Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He raised his head and glanced at Chen Hu. When the latter saw Fang Chen looking at him, he involuntarily took a step back. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. "You have committed a mistake, so you must bear the consequences. From now on, for 2 years, all of your spirit stones will be cancelled. Furthermore, you will be in charge of 10 medicinal fields. You must take care of each one with great care. There will be a monthly inspection. If even one medicinal field fails to pass, I will enforce the rules of the sect." With that, the servant elder impatiently left the Eastern Servant District. Seeing the servant elder's disappointment in the Eastern Servant District, Chen Tian's face was filled with a complicated expression. At the same time, his heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. "Kid, you're on your own now." After Chen Tian finished speaking, he glared at Fang Chen before turning around and leaving. Seeing this, Chen Hu hurriedly followed behind Chen Tian. A trace of killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes before he returned to his own residence. The Eastern Servant District was supposed to receive an extra 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. However, because of Fang Chen, not only did they lose the 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones as a reward, but even the spirit stones that they were supposed to receive were reduced by a lot. This made many servants hate Fang Chen even more. Some of them even wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Hearing this news, Chen Hu was secretly happy. Although he was no match for Fang Chen, there were still many strong servants in the servant district. If they went to find trouble with Fang Chen would definitely be in a lot of trouble. On a certain day, outside Fang Chen's residence, an errand boy shouted loudly, "Fang Chen, get the hell out here!" Creak, the door opened and Fang Chen walked out calmly. "Fang Chen, it's all because of you that our spirit stones have decreased by a lot. You'll have to make up for this loss," the servant said coldly. "It just so happens that I have some helpers," Fang Chen sneered. Then, he threw out a punch that landed directly on the servant's body. With a bang, the servant was caught off guard and was sent flying by Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a step forward and stepped on the servant's body. He said condescendingly, "Now, do you still want me to make up for your loss?" The servant's face was filled with horror as he was stepped on by Fang Chen. He had not expected Fang Chen to be so strong. "Brother Fang, please spare my life. From now on, you will be in charge of managing my herb farm number 1. If there are any mistakes during the inspection at the end of the month, you will be held responsible," Fang Chen said solemnly. The servant was intimidated by Fang Chen and nodded repeatedly. The next day, the servant called Zhan Yu miserably helped Fang Chen manage his herb farm number 1. "He's too strong. I'm not his match. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked him." Zhan Yu felt incomparably regretful. Many servants were unhappy with Fang Chen, but he had taken the lead. Not only did he not get his spirit stones back, he even had to help Fang Chen manage his herb farm number 1. He was incomparably depressed. Just as Zhan Yu was feeling depressed, a voice rang out. "Zhan Yu, what are you doing here?" The person who spoke was Chen Hu. Seeing Chen Hu, Zhan Yu helplessly shook his head, not saying anything. "Zhan Yu, why are you helping Fang Chen manage his herb farm number 1? asked Chen Hu. Me. Zhan Yu wanted to cry. When Chen Hu heard Zhan Yu's words, he was infuriated. Zhan Yu had a good relationship with him, and it was Chen Hu's idea to have Zhan Yu cause trouble for Fong Chen. But now seeing Zhan Yu help Fong Chen manage his herb farm #1, Chen Hu was shocked. Even you aren't his match? Asked Chen Hu. He's very strong, said Zhan Yu. Chapter 4:18. Sing Bo's strength ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Region's worker district. Not long ago, he seemed to have gained some enlightenment and entered seclusion to cultivate. In 3 days, he would exit seclusion. After being beaten up by Fong Chen, Chen Hu was a bit afraid of Fong Chen. Even Zhan Yu had been defeated by Fong Chen. Fong Chen was definitely extremely powerful. So Chen Hu decided to have Sing Bo teach Fong Chen a lesson. 3 days later, Sing Bo exited seclusion. His strength had once more advanced. As soon as he exited seclusion, Chen Hu immediately rushed over. Brother Sing Bo, Chen Hu looked at Sing Bo and smiled. Brother Chen Hu. Because of Chen Tian, Sing Bo and Chen Hu called each other brothers. Brother Sing Bo, your strength has improved? Asked Chen Hu. Sing Bo nodded. A brilliant smile appeared on Chen Hu's face as he said, Brother Sing Bo, to tell you the truth, while you were in seclusion, a new worker came to our eastern region. However, this worker relied on his strength to beat me up a few times. Now, even Zhan Yu was forced by him to guard the medicinal field for him. You have to avenge me. Yes, a new worker? Sing Bo's expression didn't change. Correct, it's a new worker. But he's a bit strong, said Chen Hu. How strong can a new worker be? Brother Chen Hu, lead the way. I just came out of seclusion and just so happened to need someone to practice with. Chen Hu was overjoyed when he heard Sing Bo's words. He immediately brought Sing Bo to Fong Chen's residence. The two of them soon arrived in front of Fong Chen's residence. Sing Bo took a step forward and roared, Fong Chen, scram out here. Creak. The door opened and Fong Chen walked out. When he saw Chen Hu, Fong Chen knew that this worker was most likely Chen Hu's reinforcements. However, he just so happened to be lacking a few workers to guard his medicinal field. You're Fong Chen? Sing Bo icily asked Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded. Sing Bo said angrily, Chen Hu is my brother. You dare to make a move on him? How audacious. Are you done? Fong Chen looked at Sing Bo and asked. Yes. Sing Bo was a little puzzled. If you're done, go and guard the herb field for me, Fong Chen said with a smile. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Sing Bo became even angrier. He roared angrily, Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am today. As soon as his voice fell, Sing Bo launched a fierce attack. A minute later, Sing Bo fell to the ground. His heart was filled with horror. His strength had improved so much that he could at least rank in the top 5 in the Eastern Chores district. He didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand one punch from Fong Chen. From now on, the two of you will be in charge of my medicinal field. If you dare harm me, you should know the consequences. Fong Chen icily said to Chen Hu. Chen Hu had long since been scared silly. He also hadn't expected Fong Chen to be so powerful. Even Sing Bo wasn't his match. Sing Bo struggled to get up from the ground. He fearfully glanced at Fong Chen and then turned to leave. When the two of them appeared in the medicinal field, Zhan Yu's face was filled with shock. He asked, Sing Bo, Chen Hu, what are you doing here? Are you here to save me? Black lines appeared on Sing Bo and Chen Hu's foreheads. They were a bit speechless. In the end, under Zhan Yu's dumbfounded gaze, the two of them began to manage the remaining 9 medicinal fields. Brother Chen Hu, you've made me suffer. This Fong Chen's strength isn't just powerful, it's extremely powerful. I can rank in the top 5 in the Eastern Chores district, but I can't even withstand one punch from him. Sing Bo cried as he weeded. I also didn't expect him to be so strong. Chen Hu was a bit unwilling. He was thinking about how to deal with Fong Chen. The news of Tsing Bo's defeat to Fang Chen instantly spread throughout the Eastern Chores district. Countless workers were shocked. Tsing Bo's strength was obvious to all in the Eastern Chores district, but he couldn't even beat a new worker. The more it was like this, the more curious everyone was about this new worker. When they saw Tsing Bo, Zhan Yu, and Chen Hu helping Fang Chen guard the 10 medicinal fields, they were all shocked. Some of the workers who had been bullied by Chen Hu had smiles on their faces. Chen Hu also had such a day. The news of Chen Hu helping Fang Chen guard the medicinal fields finally reached Chen Tian's ears. Chen Tian was the absolute boss of the Eastern Chores district, and he was the strongest. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Even if he faced a warrior who was half a step into the condensing reality realm, he would not be afraid. He was working hard on his cultivation. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the condensing reality realm and leave the Chores district to become a registered disciple of the Baron sect. One day, while Chen Tian was cultivating, a worker suddenly ran over and told Chen Tian about Chen Hu. "You're saying that Fang Chen didn't manage the medicinal fields himself, but forced Chen Hu and the others to help him?" Chen Tian's face showed a hint of displeasure. "That's right, boss Chen Tian. This Fang Chen relied on his strength to do whatever he wanted in the Chores district." The worker said. "Even Tsing Bo was no match for him. Looks like I underestimated him. But he dared to bully my little brother. He is looking for death," Chen Tian said coldly. After that, Chen Tian rushed to Fang Chen's residence. On the way, Chen Tian saw Chen Hu and the other two carefully managing the medicinal field. He yelled, "Chen Hu, what are you three doing? Don't you care about your own medicinal fields? Why are you helping others?" Hearing Chen Tian's yell, Chen Hu's face was filled with joy. He hurried out of the medicinal fields and cried, "Big brother, you have to help me. This Fang Chen relied on his strength to bully me when he heard that I was your little brother. He beat me up a few times. I wanted revenge, so I went to find Tsing Bo, but he was still no match for him. He actually forced us to help him guard the medicinal field." Hearing Chen Hu's tearful complaints, Chen Tian was enraged and shouted, "Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. A puny new servant actually dares to bully me, Chen Tian." Seeing Chen Tian appear, more and more odd-job workers gathered around. These odd-job workers were all watching. Chen Hu and Chen Tian soon arrived in front of Fang Chen's residence. Before Chen Tian could say anything, Fang Chen's door opened and he walked out. Seeing Chen Tian, Fang Chen smiled faintly. "You finally couldn't hold back anymore? Fang Chen, you've gone too far. You don't even manage your own medicinal fields, and you actually force my little brother to help you?" raged Chen Tian. "Chen Hu often bullies the other workers. Why don't you say anything when he's forced to help?" retorted Fang Chen. Chen Tian paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't try to quibble. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how will I be able to continue living in the Eastern Worker District?" Chen Tian was the absolute boss of the Eastern Servant District. All the servants in the Eastern Servant District were very afraid of Chen Tian. Chen Tian's prestige in the Eastern Worker District was getting higher and higher. He was very happy and enjoyed this kind of life. Fang Chen was the first worker who dared to openly defy him. He wanted to teach this reckless guy a lesson in front of all the other workers. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Chen Tian roared and activated all the power in his body, launching a fierce attack. Shoo! A ferocious fist radiance instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Chen Tian roared furiously as he increased the strength of his fists once again. The powerful fist force directly enveloped Fang Chen's entire body. Chen Tian is so strong. The surrounding workers were all discussing. Fang Chen looked at Chen Tian's attack with a relaxed expression. He could tell Chen Tian's strength with just a glance. Chen Tian's strength was at most comparable to a half-step condensing reality realm warrior. I even dare to fight against a condensing reality realm warrior. A mere Chi-Si warrior is nothing, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, he activated his sword body. A wild sword intent, along with a strong hallucinatory aura, instantly enveloped Chen Tian. In the next moment, Fang Chen stabbed out with the hidden star sword in his hand. Suddenly, a wild sword light directly pierced towards Chen Tian. When the hallucinatory aura appeared, the countless workers in the surroundings immediately felt a wave of confusion. When they came to their senses, they were shocked to discover that the long sword in Fang Chen's hand was pressed against Chen Tian's neck. Crash! The hallucinatory aura dissipated and Chen Tian instantly woke up. He was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that Fang Chen's long sword was pressed against his neck. Chen Tian was greatly alarmed. He had never imagined that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong. Is this a hallucination? Chen Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Chen Hu, who was standing behind Chen Tian, was already shocked. His face was filled with shock. His big brother was the boss of the Eastern Worker District. How could he lose to this new worker? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Tian's mind. In the end, he gave up. The aura emitted by Fang Chen's body was enough to make him feel pressured. This person's strength is already close to the condensing reality realm. Chen Tian revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. I lost. Too weak. I don't want to kill you. Fang Chen looked at Chen Tian and said, however, your brother Chen who has been causing trouble for me time and time again. If I don't teach him a lesson. Before Fang Chen could finish, Chen Tian spoke first. My brother caused trouble for you. It is his fault. As his brother, I will teach him a lesson. As soon as Chen Tian finished speaking, he turned around and threw a punch at Chen Hu. With a cracking sound, Chen Hu found that one of his arms was broken. A miserable cry rang out. Chen Hu was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen nodded and said, Do I still have to work as a worker? Hearing Fang Chen's question, Chen Tian quickly said, No need. I'll help you with your matter. Fang Chen turned around and returned to his residence, leaving behind countless shocked workers. Big brother, why are you doing this to me? Chen Hu endured the pain and asked loudly. If I didn't do anything and he did, then it wouldn't be something that could be dealt with just one arm. Chen Tian coldly said. Big brother, even you aren't his match? Chen Hu asked. In the future, he will be the boss of the Eastern Worker District. Chen Tian left behind these words and left. Chapter 419. Fang Chen did not care about being the boss of the Eastern Servant District. After all, his goal was to increase his strength. He did not care about these meaningless titles at all. However, ever since he became the boss of the Eastern Servant District, no one dared to disturb him. He did not even need to manage his herb farm anymore. He just cultivated leisurely. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen had been cultivating. His cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 8th Qi High Realm to the mid-stage of the 8th Qi High Realm. Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to reach the peak of the 8th Qi High Realm soon, or even the 9th Qi High Realm. After increasing his cultivation, Fang Chen's strength had increased again. Right now, he was not any weaker than a normal first-stage condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chen had a lot of pills and spirit plants in his space ring. Therefore, he did not lack any resources for his cultivation. One day, when Fang Chen stopped cultivating, Chen Tian suddenly came to look for Fang Chen. Boss Fang, today is the monthly inspection. The servant elder will be here soon. Chen Tian said to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, You are in charge of bringing the servant elder to the inspection. I will not be going. Chen Tian nodded and left. Not long after, the servant elder arrived. Last month, the herb farm was destroyed. The servant elder was not happy about it. Therefore, when he came to the Eastern Servant District, He went to check on the 10 herb farms that were given to Fang Chen. When he saw the 10 herb farms, his face was full of smiles. He kept nodding and said, "Not bad, 10 herb farms. Very good management." Looking at the healthy growth of the seedlings in the herb farm, the servant elder was very happy. Finally, the servant elder finished the inspection and left the eastern servant district. Chen Tian gave some soul stones to Fang Chen. These belonged to Fang Chen, but Fang Chen rejected them. He did not dare to do anything this month. Plus, he had a lot of soul stones. These soul stones were nothing. "Distribute them to the others," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen was training in the servant district. As for the soaring dragon Marquis, it had been 2 months since he became a disciple of the Baron sect. The soaring dragon Marquis had made great progress. Right now, he was already at the late stage of the first stage of the condensing reality realm. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the second stage of the condensing reality realm. "Brother Fang, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you," the soaring dragon Marquis said in a low voice. What he did not know was that Fang Chen, whom he thought was dead, had actually come to the Baron sect. Furthermore, he had already stayed in the servant district for more than a month. In another large sect in Leaning Water City, the Black Armor Marquis was also diligently cultivating within the Divine Statue School. Ever since he joined the Divine Statue School, he had been working hard on his cultivation. Furthermore, with Li Jinghong's help, the Black Armor Marquis's improvement was even greater. "Xian Jia, you've improved a lot. Work hard." Just as Xian Jia was cultivating on the square, Li Jinghong suddenly walked over and smiled. "Senior brother Li." Seeing this, the Black Armor Marquis grinned. The reason why he was able to have his current achievements was all because of Li Jinghong. Right now, the Black Armor Marquis was still too weak within the Divine Statue School. Therefore, even if he wanted to leave the sect, he had no choice. He could only wait until his strength was a bit stronger before he went to look for the soaring dragon Marquis. Work hard on your cultivation. Once your cultivation reaches the 3rd condensing reality realm, I'll go and avenge the sword Marquis. The Black Armor Marquis secretly said in his heart. Within the 5 Elements province, the southern mountain land was only one of the mountains. However, even so, the southern mountain land was still vast and boundless, within a certain danger zone in the southern mountain land. This danger zone was the most dangerous danger zone in the entire southern mountain land. Even almighty condensing reality realm experts would not dare to rashly enter this danger zone. However, at this moment, within this danger zone, there was a white-clothed girl on top of a bluestone. She quietly stood there. In front of her, there was a warrior whose entire body was covered in a gray mist. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Star and Moon, who he had fallen in love with back then. After leaving the Divine Wind Nation, Star and Moon traveled all the way and cultivated. Unintentionally, they came to the southern mountain land. Because Star and Moon's strength was too weak, and she was very beautiful, she was targeted as soon as she entered the southern mountain land. One day, while Star and Moon was cultivating, she was suddenly ambushed by a powerful warrior. She was severely injured and escaped into this danger zone. She originally thought that she was going to die here. However, she did not expect to meet the person in front of her in this danger zone. This old man took her in as his disciple the moment he saw her. Moreover, he accompanied her to cultivate for more than 3 years. Today they were finally going to leave this place. She didn't know exactly how strong her master was, but she knew very well that this danger zone was a piece of cake for her master. I've killed your enemy. It's time for us to leave," the old man shrouded in gray mist said in a low voice. "Master." Star and Moon cupped her hands and greeted the old man. As the profound Een body, your name will definitely shake the entire continent in the future. Come back with me. The next time you are born, you will definitely shock the world," the old man said slowly. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes glanced at the endless blue sky. A figure that she yearned for day and night appeared in her mind. Fang Chen, where are you? Star and Moon thought to herself. After a long time, Star and Moon followed her master and left the southern mountain land. Crash! Star and Moon's master flicked his wrist and the void tore open. A wild aura came out from the crack in the void. Even a condensing reality realm expert would be injured in the face of such a wild aura. However, Star and Moon's master led Star and Moon into the crack in the void with ease. If this scene was seen by the experts of the southern mountain land, they would definitely be shocked. This was because this was not something that a condensing reality realm expert could do. Water-leaning city, barren sect, Eastern Servant District. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, suddenly sneezed. Immediately after, Star and Moon's gentle and beautiful face appeared in his mind. Star and Moon. Fang Chen muttered. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that he had forgotten himself. He immediately shook his head and sobered up. What's going on? Why did I think of Star and Moon? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. However, at the same time, he also missed Star and Moon. I wonder where Star and Moon are. Fang Chen thought to himself. Just wait. One day I will find you. Fang Chen swore to himself. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and left his residence. He strolled around the Eastern Servant District. Seeing this, Chen Tian hurried over and led the way for Fang Chen. Boss Fang, I am very familiar with the Eastern Servant District. Let me show you around. Chen Tian smiled. Fang Chen nodded and did not refuse. At first, Chen Tian brought him around the herb field. There were many herb fields in the entire Eastern Servant District. The most important one in the Servant District was the herb field. After walking around the herb fields, Chen Tian brought Fang Chen to a building complex. Boss Fang, this is the Eastern Servant District's Alchemy Hall. Over there is the Weapon Hall, Cultivation Method Hall, and Exchange Hall. Chen Tian introduced to Fang Chen. This was the first time Fang Chen had seen these halls in the Servant District. Fang Chen then went to the Alchemy Hall. However, Fang Chen was disappointed. The Servant District was indeed the Servant District. The Alchemy Hall here only had low-grade pills. They couldn't even enter Fang Chen's eyes. Fang Chen then looked at the Weapon Hall and Cultivation Method Hall and shook his head helplessly. After coming out of the other halls, Fang Chen pointed at the Exchange Hall and asked, "What's this Exchange Hall for?" Boss Fang, the Exchange Hall is specifically designed to provide convenience for handyman landlord. When handyman disciples need spirit stones, they'll give their precious treasures to the Exchange Hall. Chen Tian explained, "Of course, if you have enough spiritual stones, you can also buy the treasures in the Exchange Hall." Hearing Chen Tian's explanation, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Weren't the treasures he obtained from the 4 martial marquises, spatial rings, able to be exchanged for spiritual stones? Come, let's go take a look. Fang Chen smiled. When they arrived at the Exchange Hall, Fang Chen found that the treasures that could be exchanged for were all low-grade. "Boss Fang, do you want to exchange for spiritual stones or treasures?" asked Chen Tian. "I just happen to have some treasures that I want to exchange for spiritual stones." Fang Chen smiled. At this moment, a staff member walked over and expressionlessly said, "The Exchange Hall has rules. If you want to exchange for spiritual stones, the lowest price is 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. If your treasures aren't worth that price, please leave." Chapter 420. Fang Chen had obtained a large amount of wealth from the interspatial rings of the 4 martial marquises. What was a mere 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Fang Chen glanced at Chen Tian beside him and said, "You go back first. I'll just take a look around." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Chen Tian naturally understood that Fang Chen did not want him to see his wealth. After all, one should not show off one's wealth. He nodded and turned to leave. After Chen Tian left, Fang Chen looked at the staff member and handed over an interspatial ring. "I want to exchange all of these things for high-grade spirit stones." The staff member took the interspatial ring disapprovingly. After all, this was the servant district. How much wealth could a servant have? However, when the staff member saw the wealth in the interspatial ring, his heart was filled with shock. His eyes flickered as he looked at Fong Chen in shock. He licked his dry lips and said, "You want to exchange all of these?" Fong Chen nodded. The staff member looked at Fong Chen with respect and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll appraise them for you." After saying that, the staff member quickly entered the backstage and began the appraisal. This time, Fong Chen sold spirit rank elixirs that were useless to him, as well as spirit weapons and a few cultivation technique. Other than the absolute heaven sword technique, he sold all of the other cultivation technique. Not long after, the staff member ran out. At this time, there was an old man following behind the staff member. "This is the elder of our exchange hall," the staff member introduced. "Brother, we have finished calculating all of your items. They were all exchanged according to the market price. Among them, the cultivation techniques are more expensive. Then there are the spirit weapons. In total, we'll charge you 20 million high-grade spirit stones. How about it?" Hearing the elder's words, Fong Chen nodded. 20 million high-grade spirit stones was within his expectations. Not long after, the elder handed the 20 million high-grade spirit stones to Fong Chen. His face was filled with excitement. Ever since he had become an elder in the servant district, this was the biggest business he had ever done. After all, the servants in the servant district were not rich. Otherwise, they would not have joined the Baron sect. The elder's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Fong Chen. "Is there anything else I can do for you, brother?" the elder asked with a chuckle. Fong Chen thought for a moment, then took out more than 7 billion medium spirit stones and said, "I want to exchange all these medium spirit stones for upper spirit stones." Seeing so many mid-grade spiritual stones, the elder was shocked. It seemed that this kid's background was not simple. However, as the elder of the exchange hall, he had to fulfill his duty. He would not ask about the origin of the servants' wealth, nor would he reveal the wealth of the servants. The elder picked up one of the mid-grade spirit stones and appraised it. He said, "Your mid-grade spirit stones aren't too pure. How about 500 mid-grade spirit stones for one high-grade spirit stone?" Hearing the elder's words, Fong Chen nodded. After coming to the southern mountain land, Fong Chen realized that the currency here was mostly high-grade spirit stones. Almost no one used mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he wanted to exchange all these mid-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen had a total of 7,775,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. According to the exchange rate of 500 to 1, he could exchange for a total of 15,550,000 high-grade spirit stones. Because Fong Chen's transaction amount was very large, the elder of the exchange hall made the decision to give Fong Chen 16 million high-grade spirit stones. In addition to the 20 million from before and the 51 million high-grade spirit stones that Fong Chen originally had, Fong Chen now had 87 million high-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge sum. Even some of the rich disciples of the Baron sect did not have such wealth. Finally, under the burning gaze of the elder of the exchange hall, Fong Chen left the exchange hall. After the exchange, Fong Chen returned to his residence. In the western servant district, in a courtyard. This courtyard was an independent one. The boss of the western servant district, Dong Han, lived here. Dong Han was the boss of the western servant district. Not long ago, his strength had reached the half-step condensing reality realm. Among the bosses of the 4 big servant districts, Dong Han's strength was not at the top, but he was not at the bottom either. On this day, Dong Han was resting. Suddenly, a servant rushed into Dong Han's independent courtyard. "Boss Dong Han." The servant called out. "What's the matter?" Dong Han did not open his eyes and asked directly. "Boss Dong Han, I just saw the boss of the Eastern Servant District, Chen Tian." He listened to the words of a new servant and bowed to him. It seemed like he was very afraid of this servant. The servant said. Oh, is that so? Dong Han was slightly moved and asked. After asking around, it seems like this new servant is even stronger than Chen Tian. Now, he is still the boss of the Eastern Servant District. The servant said in a low voice. After hearing this, Dong Han narrowed his eyes and pondered in his mind. After a long time, Dong Han said, Chen Tian is a piece of trash. He can't even keep his position as the boss of the servant district. Although Dong Han did not have much contact with Chen Tian, the four of them were in charge of the four big servant districts. They had already formed a tacit understanding that no one would interfere with each other's affairs. But suddenly, an outsider came in and became the boss of the servant district. Moreover, it was a new servant. This made Dong Han very unhappy. I'd like to see how strong this new servant is. After saying this, Dong Han turned and left, heading towards the Eastern Servant District. At this time, Fang Chen was walking in the servant district. Everywhere he passed, there were servants greeting him. Seeing Fang Chen come out of the exchange hall, Chen Tian ran up with a smile and led the way for Fang Chen. Boss Fang, our Eastern Servant District is very peaceful right now. Work is progressing very smoothly. Chen Tian said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. He did not care about these things. He was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating. He wanted to reach the condensing reality realm as soon as possible and then become a true disciple of the Baron sect. Just as Fang Chen was talking to Chen Tian, a group of servants suddenly came from afar. Looking at their clothes, they were from the Western Servant District. The leader was naturally the boss of the Western Servant District, Dong Han. Boss Fang, it's the servants of the Western Servant District. The leader is their boss, Dong Han. Seeing Dong Han arrive, Chen Tian said in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, Dong Han arrived in front of Fang Chen. He sneered and mocked. Chen Tian, you really are a piece of trash. You can't even keep your position as the boss of the Eastern Servant District. You actually let a new servant take it away. Dong Han, why did you bring people to my Eastern Servant District? Hearing this, Chen Tian roared angrily. Since you, Chen Tian, don't have the ability, then let me, Dong Han, help you take charge of the Eastern Servant District. Dong Han grinned. His meaning was very clear. From today onwards, he would take charge of the Eastern Servant District. Hearing Dong Han's words, Chen Tian was furious. Dong Han, this is my Eastern Servant District. Don't be so impudent. Chen Tian roared. Seeing Chen Tian's angry appearance, Dong Han felt very relieved. His eyes then looked towards Fang Chen and asked, You're the boss of the Eastern Servant District? Fang Chen nodded and said, You can say that. A guy who hasn't even grown out his hair dares to call himself the boss of the Eastern Servant District? Is there no one else in the Eastern Servant District? Dong Han laughed wildly. Seeing Dong Han's appearance, Fang Chen was very unhappy. He turned his head to look at Chen Tian and asked, A servant from the Western Servant District was beaten up in our Eastern Servant District. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Chen Tian was a little stunned, but he instantly understood Fang Chen's meaning. He nodded and said, No problem. After receiving Chen Tian's answer, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile as he looked at Dong Han. For some reason, seeing Fang Chen's smile, Dong Han's heart actually had a trace of an indescribable fear. Damn it! Dong Han cursed, then looked towards Fang Chen and said angrily, Kid, you're courting death. Just as Dong Han's voice fell, the aura of a half-step condensing reality realm instantly exploded out. The wild aura caused countless servants in the surroundings to be shocked. However, before Dong Han could make a move, his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll leave the rest to you. Fang Chen didn't even look at Dong Han as he turned and left. Chen Tian recovered from his shock and nodded at Fang Chen. He then walked towards Dong Han, who was lying on the ground with a sinister smile. The crowd didn't see clearly how Fong Chen dealt with Dong Han. They only saw a flash of black light and Dong Han's body flew out. At this moment, Dong Han was also scared silly. He fell to the ground and stared blankly at Fong Chen in the distance. Bang! At this moment, Chen Tian kicked Dong Han's body and directly woke him up. Damn it, Chen Tian, you dare to hit me? Dong Han saw Chen Tian kick him and roared angrily. So what if I kicked you? Who told you to come to my eastern district and behave so atrociously? Chen Tian sneered, then started punching and kicking Dong Han. Because he was seriously injured by Fong Chen, Dong Han couldn't resist Chen Tian's attacks. After a quarter of an hour, Dong Han was carried away by the servants of the Western District. Chen Tian felt very good. Ever since he came to the servant district, he had never felt as good as today. The boss of the Western District had been beaten to such a state. The servants of the Eastern District cheered endlessly. In a certain courtyard of the Southern Odd Job District, Dong Han was sitting on a stone bench in a sorry state. Beside him were two cultivators. How did you end up like this? The boss of the Southern District, Nan Meng, asked curiously. Who beat you up like this? Could it be that you've offended a desolate sect disciple again? The boss of the Northern District, Bei Hai, asked. Dong Han shook his head. His head had already turned into a pig's head. His nose was bruised and his entire body was in pain. His heart was filled with anger. Big brothers, you must avenge me. I was beaten up like this by the boss of the Eastern District, Dong Han cried. After a while, Dong Han told the two of them the whole story. After the two of them heard the story, their faces became serious. The new boss of the Eastern District actually beat you up like this. He's too arrogant, Nanmeng said coldly. Doesn't he know that the servant district is our territory? He dares to mess with us. He's really courting death, Bei Hai said gloomily. The two of them instantly made a decision. They would avenge Dong Han and teach the new boss of the Eastern District a lesson. Chapter 421. Nan Meng and Bei Hai immediately decided to teach the new boss of the Eastern Servant District a lesson. Let's go now. In the entire Servant District, Nan Meng and Bei Hai's strength was considered the top. With the two of them working together, they would not even be afraid of a condensing reality realm warrior. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Eastern Servant District. Seeing the two of them, the servants immediately understood that they were here to cause trouble for Fong Chen. Chen Tian, who had received the news in advance, quickly arrived at Fong Chen's residence. He warned Fong Chen, Boss Fong, the boss of the Southern Servant District, Nan Meng, and the boss of the Northern Servant District, Bei Hai, have arrived in a threatening manner. They seem to have come to avenge Dong Han. Hearing Chen Tian's words, Fong Chen did not care at all, he said. It doesn't matter. Boss Fong, the two of them are very strong. I heard that when they work together, they would not even be afraid of a condensing reality realm warrior. Chen Tian reminded him again. However, Fong Chen did not care at all, which made Chen Tian feel a little helpless. Just as Chen Tian was about to say something, he suddenly heard a deep voice. Chen Tian knew that the two of them had arrived. Fong Chen, get out here. Nan Meng's voice was very loud, it shook the entire Eastern Servant District. Fong Chen's door opened with a creak, and he walked out from inside. You are Fong Chen? Nan Meng saw Fong Chen, his face showed a trace of surprise. He did not expect Fong Chen to be so young. Yes. Fong Chen said. Kid, you have only been in the servant district for a short time, how dare you injure Dong Han? Are you looking for death? Bei Hai's temper was more violent, he roared angrily. Fong Chen shook his head slightly. The people of the servant district had come to cause trouble for him again and again. It seemed that he needed to show his true strength. If I were you too, I would go back now. Fong Chen sneered. Let me, Bei Hai, fight you. As soon as Bei Hai's voice fell, he suddenly burst out with a powerful strength. A wild aura instantly swept across the entire land. However, just as Beihai was about to attack, an even more powerful aura burst out from Fang Chen's body. A wild sword intent emerged, carrying a strong hallucinatory aura. It instantly enveloped Beihai. In an instant, the North Sea fell into an illusion. Countless servants in the surroundings were shocked. When they sensed this wild aura, they retreated one after another. However, even though they retreated, they were still enveloped by the hallucinatory aura. Their eyes were dull, as if they were zombies. Beihai. Seeing that Beihai had fallen into an illusion, Nan Meng roared. Suddenly, Beihai woke up from the illusion. His eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. He said in a low voice, "There's something strange about this kid. He knows illusions. Let's go together." At this moment, Nan Meng also realized how powerful Fang Chen was. Therefore, he was prepared to join forces with Beihai to encircle Fang Chen. Seeing the two of them working together, Fang Chen laughed coldly and said, "It's useless." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he performed the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. A wild sword intent instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. Whoosh! Beihai and Nan Meng's bodies were sent flying at the same time. How is this possible? Countless servants in the surroundings were shocked when they saw this scene. The sword intent around Fang Chen had actually caused their souls to tremble. He's too powerful. He defeated Beihai and Nan Meng with one sword. His strength is comparable to a condensing reality realm expert. He's really powerful. No one in the servant area is his match. It seems that he's the boss of the servant area from now on. Many servants were shocked. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Even some of the nominal disciples were not as strong as Fang Chen. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and stood quietly on the ground. He looked at Beihai and Nan Meng, who were slowly getting up from the ground. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear. If he wanted to kill us, we would have been dead. Beihai was shocked. There was a storm in Nan Meng's heart. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. It was not something that he could compare with. After a mental struggle, Nan Meng and Beihai revealed a bitter smile on their faces. Immediately, they cupped their hands together towards Fang Chen and said, "Brother Fang, we were in the wrong previously. I hope that you will forgive us and let us off. My ambition is not here. You can continue to be the boss of the servant area. I will continue to cultivate." Fang Chen said softly, "Thank you, Brother Fang." Hearing this, the two hurriedly left the eastern servant area. The news of Fang Chen taking on two experts by himself instantly spread throughout the odd job worker district. Countless odd job workers from the 4 odd job worker districts regarded Fang Chen as their boss. His strength was extremely powerful. Even if the bosses of the 4 odd job worker districts joined forces, they might not be his match. From then on, Fang Chen became the uncrowned king of the 4 servant areas. No one dared to disrespect Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen said that his ambition was not here. Normally, the 4 of them would be responsible for the affairs in the servant area. He would just cultivate quietly. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Fang Chen was walking in the eastern servant district. Suddenly, a few figures came from afar. "Soaring Dragon, your current cultivation has already reached the late first level of the condensing reality realm. I hope you can cultivate well. This time, you came to the servant area to choose a few servants. When you return, try to break through to the second level of the condensing reality realm in one go," an elder said with a chuckle. This elder was the elder of the honorary disciple area. Ever since the Soaring Dragon Marquis joined the Baron sect and became an honorary disciple, he gradually revealed his frightening talent. In just a few months, the Soaring Dragon Marquis cultivation had already reached the late first level of the condensing reality realm. The elder had already regarded the Soaring Dragon Marquis as the honorary disciple with the greatest hope of breaking through to the second level of the condensing reality realm. On this day, The elder accompanied the soaring dragon Marquis, and specially came to the servant area to choose a few servants to take care of the soaring dragon Marquis food and lodging. I will work hard. Hearing this, the soaring dragon Marquis nodded heavily. Unknowingly, the soaring dragon Marquis and the elder had already arrived at the eastern servant area. This is the eastern servant area. You can choose a few servants here, the elder said with a smile. The soaring dragon Marquis nodded and the two continued forward. Suddenly, the elder saw Fong Chen walking forward. Immediately, he cried out, "That laborer in front, come over here for a moment." Hearing the voice, Fong Chen was a little puzzled. He turned his head to look and shockingly discovered the soaring dragon Marquis. The latter had also discovered Fong Chen. After seeing Fong Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. The soaring dragon Marquis stopped in his tracks, his eyes burning as he looked at Fong Chen. And Fong Chen also walked step by step until he was in front of the soaring dragon Marquis. "Kid, what's your name?" the elder asked. "Fong Chen." Fong Chen replied. "Looks like you're not bad. From today onwards, you will follow the soaring dragon Marquis and be responsible for his food and lodging," the elder said with a smile. Without waiting for the elder to finish speaking, the soaring dragon Marquis opened his mouth to speak. "Fong Chen, you didn't die." The soaring dragon Marquis' heart was in a perilous situation. Fong Chen was actually able to survive the pursuit of a third-level condensing reality realm martial artist. Moreover, he came to the water-leaning city alone and joined the Baron sect. "I was lucky to escape," Fong Chen said with a smile. Seeing this, the soaring dragon Marquis' face also revealed a trace of a smile. He, the sword Marquis, Fong Chen, and the black armor Marquis had come out together from the Golden Crown Nation. They had spent a long time together and their relationship was naturally very good. Originally, when he thought that Fong Chen had died, the soaring dragon Marquis was rather unhappy in his heart. But now, seeing Fong Chen standing in front of him alive and well, he was extremely excited. "Fong Chen, why are you in the servant area?" The soaring dragon Marquis was extremely puzzled and asked. Logically speaking, with Fong Chen's strength, he could absolutely directly become an honorary disciple of the Baron sect, or even an official disciple. Why was he in the servant area? "You two know each other." The elder at the side looked at Fong Chen in astonishment and asked. "Elder, Fong Chen came out with me from the Golden Crown Nation. But on the way to Water-Leaning City, we got separated," the soaring dragon Marquis said with a smile. "That's good. Since you two already know each other, then let him be in charge of your daily life," the elder said. The soaring dragon Marquis slightly shook his head and said, "Elder, I don't have the qualifications to let Fong Chen be in charge of my daily life." "Why?" the elder asked, puzzled. The soaring dragon Marquis glanced at Fong Chen and then said, "Back then, before I had advanced to the condensing reality realm, Brother Fong's strength was already stronger than mine. The current him will only be stronger." "Oh, there's such a thing." Hearing this, the elder did not dare to believe it. Soon after, he looked at Fong Chen and asked, "How strong is your true strength?" Hearing this, Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, "I don't know exactly how strong I am, but it should be comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. Elder, my talent is not even worth mentioning in front of Brother Fong," the soaring dragon Marquis said. The soaring dragon Marquis' strength naturally did not need to be mentioned. For the soaring dragon Marquis to hold this kid in such high regard, it seemed that he was not simple either. The elder had the thought of testing Fong Chen. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around the elder's body. In the next moment, his large hand directly reached towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen sensed danger and instinctively dodged. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Bang! Fong Chen's fist collided with the elder's opponent, letting out a deafening sound. Fong Chen's body continuously retreated, and finally stabilized himself. At this moment, the elder looked at Fong Chen with a burning gaze. To be able to block my attack, your true strength must be at least at the first level of the condensing reality realm, and your cultivation is only at the 8th level of the Chi High realm. The elder's heart was filled with shock. What was a genius? This was a true genius. At the 8th level of the Chi High realm, his strength was comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. This was definitely a genius among geniuses. This kind of genius is actually assigned to the servant area. What a joke! At this moment, the elder thought of this problem and said in a deep voice. After a while, the elder called the servant elder. Elder, why are you looking for me? The servant elder looked at the elder in the disciple area and said respectfully, I want to ask for someone from you, is that possible? The elder said directly, Of course. The servant elder said, Elder, you can choose whoever you like. I want him. The elder pointed at Fong Chen and said, Fong Chen. Looking at Fong Chen, the servant elder laughed and said, This kid is not bad. During the time he was in the servant area, he managed the medicine field in an orderly manner. He is a very good servant. Although he made mistakes before, it is better for him to learn from his mistakes and learn from them. Hearing the servant elder's words, the elder in the disciple area had the urge to explode. Such a genius, and you let him manage the medicine field? The elder did not say anything else, and directly left the servant area with Fong Chen and the soaring dragon marquis. Of course, the elder also asked for Fong Chen's opinion. After getting Fong Chen's approval, he then left with Fong Chen. Genius, he is definitely a genius. This is the most powerful genius I have ever seen. At the 8th level of the Chi High realm, he is already comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. If he reaches the 9th level of the Chi High realm, he will definitely be promoted to an official disciple. The elder thought to himself with a smile. Chapter 422. The purpose of coming to the southern mountain land was to increase his strength. The servant area was naturally not Fong Chen's choice. Therefore, when the elder suggested bringing him to the honorary disciple area, Fong Chen gladly agreed. Brother Fong, with your strength, it won't be long before you become an official disciple of the Baron sect. The soaring dragon marquis said with a laugh. He was very happy that Fong Chen did not die. He also discovered that Fong Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to before. Fong Chen laughed and did not say anything. Soon, the elder brought Fong Chen to the honorary disciple area and found Elder Han, who was in charge of the honorary disciple area. Elder Han. The elder came to Elder Han's courtyard and smiled. Elderly, how come you have time to come here? Elder Han smiled. Elder Han, I just went to the servant area and found a genius disciple. I brought him here to show you. Elderly said. Him. Behind Elderly, besides Fong Chen, there was also the soaring dragon marquis. Elder Han knew the soaring dragon marquis, so he naturally knew that the genius disciple that Elderly mentioned was Fong Chen. That's right, it's him. I don't know which bastard elder it is, to actually assign such an outstanding genius disciple to the service area. Luckily, I met him today, or else such a genius disciple would have been buried. Elderly quickly said. Oh. Elder Han heard Elder Li's words and was a little curious about Fong Chen. After a minute, Elder Han found out that Fong Chen's real cultivation was at the 8th Chi High realm, and his strength was comparable to the first condensing reality realm. He was shocked. Within the Chi High realm, crossing realms was not a big deal, but crossing realms from the Chi High realm to the condensing reality realm was definitely a genius among geniuses. There was a fundamental difference between the Chi High realm and the condensing reality realm. A warrior without a Dharma idol, no matter how strong he was, would not be able to defeat a warrior with a Dharma idol. However, Fong Chen's appearance made Elder Han's jaw drop. 8th Chi High realm. When Elder Han thought of this, he was extremely excited. Such a monstrous genius at such a young age, he felt as if he had picked up a treasure. Haha, Old Li, you did well in this matter. Elder Han laughed loudly. It's been a long time since a disciple from our nominal disciple area has been promoted to an official disciple. The higher-ups of the sect are dissatisfied with our nominal disciple area. This kid's appearance is absolutely timely. Elder Han laughed. At the 8th Chi High Realm, he already has the power of a late-stage condensing reality realm warrior. If he reaches the 9th Chi High Realm, or even higher, he will definitely be qualified to become an official disciple. Elder Han continued. The two elders laughed heartily. Fang Chun and the Soaring Dragon Marquis stood to the side, not saying a word. After a long while, Elder Han calmed down the excitement in his heart. Then, he looked at Fang Chun and said, Fang Chun, from today onwards, you are a registered disciple of the Baron sect. You must train well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Thank you, Elder. Fang Chun cupped his hands and thanked him. Not long after, the news of Fang Chun becoming a nominal disciple spread throughout the entire nominal disciple area. Even the 4 servant areas knew about it. No wonder he is the boss of our servant area. He became a nominal disciple so quickly. His cultivation hasn't reached the condensing reality realm yet. This is an exception. In the history of our servant area, this hasn't happened for a long time. So powerful. When I first saw him, I felt that he was very powerful. In the 4 servant areas, many of the servants were discussing and praising Fang Chun's power. At the same time, the bosses of the 4 servant areas were also scared. Luckily, they all recognized Fang Chun and didn't find trouble with Fang Chun. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Any one of the nominal disciples would be able to crush them like ants. The strength of a nominal disciple wasn't something that servants like them could compare to. However, while they were discussing Fang Chun, the disciples of the 4 servant areas were also working hard on their cultivation. After being stimulated by Fang Chun, they also wanted to be promoted to nominal disciple. The nominal disciple area. This was Fang Chun's 3rd month in the Baron sect. During the first 2 months, Fang Chun had been cultivating. Now, he finally arrived at the nominal disciple area. However, Fang Chun had a rough understanding of the situation. First-level condensing reality realm disciples were all nominal disciples and weren't considered official disciples. In order to become an official disciple of the Baron sect, one's cultivation had to reach the 2nd-level condensing reality realm. There were a total of 50 nominal disciples in the nominal disciple area. Most of these nominal disciples were at the mid-condensing reality realm. There were very few late condensing reality realm warriors. In the nominal disciple area, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was considered an influential figure. After only being in the Baron sect for a few months, he had already become one of the top warriors in the nominal disciple area. This made countless nominal disciples look up to him. Many of the nominal disciples were usually working hard on their cultivation. However, one day, they suddenly heard that a new disciple had arrived in the nominal disciple area. If it was a normal day, a new disciple wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone was already used to it. However, when everyone found out that this new disciple was only at the 8th level of Chi High Realm, they were all shocked. How could an 8th level Chi High Realm warrior become a nominal disciple? Most of the nominal disciples even thought that there was an inside story. There were even some disciples who shamelessly boasted that they would teach this nominal disciple who came in through the back door a lesson. In short, Fang Chun's name spread throughout the nominal disciple area. In the nominal disciple area, in the courtyard of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. After all, the Baron sect was a big sect in the water-leaning city. Even in the southern mountain region, it could be considered one of the top sects. As a nominal disciple of the Baron sect, the treatment was pretty good. Every disciple had their own courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Soaring Dragon Marquis, Fang Chun and the Soaring Dragon Marquis were sitting quietly and chatting. Brother Fong, ever since we parted that day, the two of us went through untold hardships to come to the water-leaning city. After that, the Black Armor Marquis chose Li Jinghong's sect, while I came to the Baron sect. The two of us made a decision. As long as our cultivation reached the third condensing reality realm, we would take revenge for you. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Who would have thought that you actually didn't die? That's great. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned and said, Many thanks. Brother Fang, why are you telling me this? We are both from the Golden Guan country. Naturally, we have to take care of each other. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said straightforwardly. After that, the Soaring Dragon Marquis gave Fang Chen a general introduction of the Baron sect. The Baron sect was a peak 2-star sect. It was only one step away from becoming a 3-star sect. In the entire southern mountain range, there were a total of 3 3-star sects. The Divine Statue sect in the water-leaning city was one of them. The other 2 3-star sects were in other places. The Baron sect was extremely huge. The hierarchy between the disciples was very strict. If one wanted to join the Baron sect, they had to go through a strict test. If one's cultivation was below the condensing reality realm, one could only become an errand boy. One would start from an errand boy step by step. When one's cultivation reached the first condensing reality realm, one could be promoted to a registered disciple. Of course, registered disciples were not considered official disciples of the Baron sect. Registered disciples only had a certain amount of potential to become official disciples. When a registered disciple's cultivation reached the second condensing reality realm, they could be promoted to an official disciple. Of course, in the condensing reality realm, each level was harder than the last. Going from the first level to the second level was also extremely difficult. Moreover, registered disciples could not enjoy the resources of the sect. Therefore, in the registered disciple area, no one had been promoted to an official disciple for a year. This made the upper echelons of the Baron sect slightly dissatisfied. As expected of a big sect, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. When he was in the Golden Crown country, he thought that the 9 2-star sects were already very powerful. But now, it seemed that the 9 2-star sects could barely be considered as a 2-star sect in the Golden Crown country. If they were placed in the Baron sect, they would not even be considered a 2-star sect. Yes, a top 2-star sect. Their foundation is too strong. The Soaring Dragon Marquis could not help but sigh. Then, are there any above the official disciples? Fang Chen asked. This kind of big sect definitely did not only have official disciples. There might even be some elite disciples. Those with a cultivation between the second condensing reality realm to the fifth condensing reality realm are all official disciples. Those with a cultivation of the sixth condensing reality realm can become core disciples. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said faintly. Those who could reach the sixth condensing reality realm were already considered the top experts among the younger generation in the southern mountain range. How many core disciples are there in the Baron sect? Fang Chen asked. 9. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Cultivating in the condensing reality realm, each level was harder than the last. Wanting to cultivate to the sixth condensing reality realm was extremely difficult. Even within the 3 3-star sect in the southern mountain range, there were probably not many disciples above the sixth condensing reality realm. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. The southern mountain range already had experts as common as clouds. He wondered what the 5 elements region, or even the entire ancient sword continent would be like. At this time, Fang Chen once again thought of the outer realms that the expert who died had mentioned. The ancient sword continent was only a small place. The real stage was the outer realms. Actually, in the eyes of the experts, the southern mountain range is also a small place. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, he was even more eager to increase his strength. From the portrait he saw in the Golden Guan nation, Fang Chen guessed that his mother's family should be a big family in the outer realms. That kind of big family was not something that the ancient sword continent could compare to. If he wanted to find his mother, he had to grow up. The road ahead is still long. Fang Qin sighed in his heart. At this time, the soaring dragon Marquis continued, us honorary disciples are basically unable to enjoy the resources of the sect. However, in the honorary disciple area, there are 2 places to cultivate. One is the body tempering pool. Body tempering pool? Fang Qin was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool was specially created by the Baron sect for the honorary disciples. Within the body tempering pool, there is a large amount of precious body tempering liquid. The honorary disciples are all at the first condensing reality realm and have just condensed their Dharma idol. Therefore, their physical bodies are relatively weak. The soaring dragon Marquis said. What is the effect of this body tempering pool? Fang Qin asked. When a martial artist enters the body tempering pool, they can soak in the body tempering liquid and let the body tempering liquid strengthen their physical bodies. For a first condensing reality realm martial artist, the effect is very good. But for a second condensing reality realm martial artist, the effect is not good. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Chapter 423. Competition. Yes, it's competition. It's very intense. In the entire honorary disciple area, all the disciples have their eyes on the body tempering pool. However, because the maintenance of the body tempering pool requires a large amount of spirit stones, the sect set it up that it can only hold 5 people at a time. In other words, as long as these 5 people stay in the body tempering pool, the others will not be able to enter. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Fang Qin nodded. For such a large sect, the amount of spirit stones spent every day must be a shocking number. Therefore, it was understandable for them to make such a decision. After all, this was the honorary disciple area. Being able to build a body tempering pool was already considered pretty good. In the past, in front of the body tempering pool, the disciples would often fight with each other. It was extremely chaotic. However, later on, the disciples reached a unanimous decision. That is, the time in the body tempering pool will be allocated according to strength. The soaring dragon Marquis continued. In the honorary disciple area, there were a total of 50 honorary disciples. They were ranked according to strength. The higher the ranking, the longer the time in the body tempering pool. Up until now, the soaring dragon Martial Marquis was already ranked 2nd among the honorary disciples. The first was a warrior at the peak of the condensing reality realm. He and the soaring dragon Martial Marquis were the 2 warriors with the highest hopes of becoming an official disciple. After understanding the body tempering pool, the soaring dragon Marquis continued to talk about the other training ground. What is the other training ground? Fang Qin asked. The other training ground is also tailor-made by the sect for us honorary disciples. It's called the Sea of Souls. The soaring dragon Marquis laughed. Fang Qin was a little confused about the Sea of Souls. He asked, puzzled. The upper echelons of the sect once said that us honorary disciples must not only increase our strength, but also increase the strength of our physical body and soul. This is to prepare for becoming an official disciple in the future. The soaring dragon Marquis said, the Sea of Souls is a very mysterious place. The reason why it's called the Sea of Souls is because when a warrior enters it, it's like being in the sea. It can effectively increase the strength of a warrior's soul. Of course, it's only useful for us honorary disciples. Is the Sea of Souls also ranked? Fang Qin asked. He didn't need the soaring dragon Marquis to know what kind of existence the Sea of Souls was. It was truly unexpected that the Baron sect would nurture their disciples in such a comprehensive manner. There's no need for the Soul Sea, because not every disciple can enter the Soul Sea. Some disciples whose souls are too weak can only stand at the edge of the Soul Sea. As for the stronger disciples, they can enter the depths of the Soul Sea. This will depend on how strong they are. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. Brother Fang, you are currently an honorary disciple. However, with your potential, becoming an official disciple will not be a problem. However, you need to make preparations in advance. Just what do you want to major in? The soaring dragon Marquis suddenly said. Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Among the official disciples of the Baron sect, there are a total of 3 schools. The first school is the school of physical bodies. They specialize in the cultivation of their physical bodies. They believe that the physical body is the foundation of a martial artist and that all enemies can be destroyed with strength. The second school is the school of martial arts. They do not have many requirements for the physical body. They specialize in the martial Tao and are proficient in various exquisite cultivation methods. Their attack power is very strong, but their defense is average. The third school is the school of soul souls. Martial artists of the school of soul souls specialize in the cultivation of their souls. Their souls are extremely powerful, and when facing an enemy, they can often heavily injure their opponent's soul. Although there are very few disciples of the school of soul souls, the disciples of this school are very frightening. After the soaring dragon Marquis finished his introduction, Fang Chen was also extremely shocked. He never thought that the small Baron sect would actually be divided into 3 schools. What should I choose? Fang Chen shook his head slightly and did not think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since he arrived at the honorary disciple area. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had basically familiarized himself with the honorary disciple area. When he was more or less familiar with it, Fang Chen prepared to begin his cultivation. His first destination was naturally the Soul Sea. His soul had been at the peak of the red rank for a long time, but it had been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further. The Soul Sea in the honorary disciple area might be an opportunity. On this day, Fang Chen arrived at the mountain peak where the Soul Sea was located early in the morning. Although it was called the Soul Sea, it was actually a very wide plaza. This plaza was very large, but the plaza was surrounded by an extremely dense soul force. When Fang Chen arrived at the Soul Sea, he had already sensed this soul force. At this moment, there were a few honorary disciples standing in front of the Soul Sea. They were all thinking about how to enter the Soul Sea. Some of the disciples had sharp eyes and saw Fang Chen. Isn't this the new honorary disciple? I heard that his cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. Didn't he just enter through the back door? What's so great about that? Many of the honorary disciples were very dissatisfied with Fang Chen, who entered through the back door. They even felt disgusted. Therefore, when they saw Fang Chen, they deliberately ridiculed him. Fang Chen didn't care about this. He directly ignored these people's ridicule and arrived in front of the Soul Sea. Fang Chen's disregard made these disciples even angrier. One of the short disciples took a step forward and walked in front of Fang Chen. He said coldly, "Fang Chen, your cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How can you become an honorary disciple?" I, Mengran, refused to accept this. "Then what do you want?" Fang Chen asked. "Fight with me. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, then I, Mengran, will never bother you again," Mengran said coldly. Mengran was ranked around 40 out of the 50 honorary disciples. He wasn't very strong, but he had a friend who was ranked in the top 10. Therefore, he was very arrogant. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke him. Bang Meng-ran had just finished his words when he found that his body was uncontrollably sent flying. The surrounding honorary disciples were all shocked. As bystanders, they naturally saw what had happened. Fang Chen had sent Meng-ran flying with a simple punch. How is this possible? This kid's cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How could he send Meng-ran flying with a single punch? To be able to send Meng-ran flying with a single punch, it seems like this kid didn't become an honorary disciple through the back door. Meng Ran was sent flying. Immediately, countless honorary disciples started discussing. The way they looked at Fang Chen changed. Meng Ran, who had fallen on the ground, immediately stood up. He coldly looked at Fang Chen and said angrily, "Kid, you actually sneak attacked me. I'm going to kill you. You're so stupid that you can become an honorary disciple." Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered and said, "Look at yourself. Is there a dark blue bruise on your stomach? If I used a little more force, your qi would definitely be damaged." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Meng Ran's face slightly changed. He lifted his clothes and found a fist-sized dark blue bruise on his stomach. Seeing this, Meng Ran was shocked. This bruise was aimed at the qi realm. If Fang Chen had used a little more force, his qi would have hit his dantian. Even if his qi was not destroyed, it would have been damaged. Thinking of this, Meng Ran took a deep breath. He looked at Fang Chen with a trace of fear in his eyes. He then turned around and quickly left. The remaining honorary disciples were not as strong as Meng Ran. Since Meng Ran was sent flying by Fang Chen, they naturally did not dare to attack Fang Chen. Just like this, Fang Chen took care of the fly and entered the Sea of Soul. Just as he entered the Sea of Soul, Fang Chen felt a wild soul power surrounding his body. So this is the Sea of Soul. Fang Chen looked around and found that his soul had actually begun to move. Threads of soul power appeared in his mind uncontrollably and happily walked through his Sea of Soul. What a wonderful feeling! Fang Chen instantly felt his soul become very comfortable. The Sea of Soul was very wonderful. As expected of the Sea of Soul. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. The Sea of Soul was incomparably mysterious. Fang Chen's soul had actually been nourished in such a short time. It was incomparably comfortable. I wonder which almighty expert created this Sea of Soul, Fang Chen faintly said. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the python's sword suddenly began to tremble. In the next moment, the bronze ancestor's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Chapter 424. Ancestor Bronze had not spoken for a long time. Who would have thought that he would speak up now? "This is the Baron sect," Fang Chen said simply. Ancestor Bronze chuckled and said, "Although this place is a bit rubbish, the soul power here can help my remnant consciousness recover a little." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Ancestor Bronze had been dead for 10,000 years. It was good that he could leave behind a remnant consciousness. However, a remnant consciousness was still a remnant consciousness. After a long time, it would weaken. However, Ancestor Bronze was very excited when he saw the Sea of Souls. Although this place was rubbish to him when he was at his peak, it was very helpful to his remnant consciousness. "Kid, try to go deeper," Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and continued to go deeper. As he went deeper, Fang Chen found that the resistance in the Sea of Souls was getting stronger and stronger. His soul also felt a wave of pain. After a while, Fang Chen stopped. His soul had reached its limit and could not go further. If he went further, his soul would not be able to withstand it. "The soul power here is still a bit thin," Ancestor Bronze complained. Fang Chen was also helpless. He could only raise his soul power to the orange level in the Sea of Souls as soon as possible. Then, he could go deeper. Right after Fang Chen entered the Sea of Soul, a few warriors arrived. The leader was a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. His name was He Yang, and he was ranked 30th among the nominal disciples. He was originally cultivating, but Meng Ran called him over. "Who hurt you?" He Yang asked. "Even if it was him, brother He, you have to avenge me," Meng Ran said angrily. "Humph, a mere newcomer dares to bully you. You're really courting death." He Yang stared at Fang Chen, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. They waited there. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally came out. Seeing Meng Ran, Fang Chen realized something. However, there was no fear on his face. "You hurt Meng Ran?" He Yang asked. "Otherwise." Fang Chen asked back. Brat, you're quite stubborn, aren't you? He Yang sneered. My mouth matches my strength, Fang Chen said, not backing down at all. Good, good, good. I shall see exactly how capable you are. As soon as He Yang's voice fell, a wild aura shot up into the sky. In the next moment, He Yang launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to suppress He Yang, the little mouse suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. It jumped in front of He Yang before Fang Chen. A faint purple halo appeared on its little paws as it pounced on He Yang. Crack! When He Yang saw a little mouse attacking him, he sneered and threw a punch at the little mouse. However, something amazing happened. The little mouse was not sent flying by He Yang's punch. Instead, He Yang let out a miserable cry. Bang, bang, bang! He Yang's body kept retreating. When he stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that his fist was covered in blood. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. Damn it! He Yang looked at his fist and was furious. He felt humiliated to be injured by a little mouse. At this moment, Fang Chen did not notice the furious He Yang at all. His eyes were focused on the little mouse. He realized that the little mouse had unknowingly advanced to the next level. Condensing reality realm. Fang Chen thought in his heart. At this moment, the little mouse was emitting a terrifying aura. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the little mouse was different from before. Crash! When the little mouse saw He Yang attacking again, it opened its mouth and bit down on He Yang's fist. With a crack, He Yang's fist was bitten off by the little mouse. What a joke! Could even break a meteorite. What could a mere fist do? A miserable scream came out of He Yang's mouth. He looked at the little mouse in horror, as if he was looking at a monster. The few disciples who followed him were also completely stunned. Where did this little mouse come from? Why were its teeth so hard that it could even break He Yang's fist? A condensing reality realm demonic beast. The few disciples' hearts trembled as they secretly said, "Get lost. You can't even beat my spirit pet, and you still want to challenge me?" Fang Chen sneered and said. He Yang, who was screaming miserably, looked at the little mouse with fear in his eyes when he heard Fang Chen's words. He quickly disappeared. In front of the Sea of Soul, many of the disciples were shocked. Fang Chen was not only powerful, but also had such a powerful spirit pet. After the little mouse defeated He Yang, it kept chattering non-stop. It seemed to be communicating with Fang Chen. You mean you are now an adult? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse quickly nodded. In its race, after reaching adulthood, it would directly become a condensing reality realm demonic beast. Fang Chen nodded and asked curiously, then why can't you speak human language? Some demonic beasts, after reaching a certain level, could transform into human form, and could even speak human language. The little mouse was a bit strange, it could not speak human language until now. The little mouse slightly shook its head, indicating that it did not know either. No matter what, the little mouse reaching the condensing reality realm was a good thing for Fang Chen. After reaching the condensing reality realm, the little mouse's combat power would not be much weaker than Fang Chen's. The news of He Yang's defeat instantly spread in the area of the disciples. Of course, the most shocking thing was not Fang Chen's strength, but Fang Chen's spirit pet. What did you say? A spirit pet actually bit off He Yang's fist. Fang Chen's spirit pet, a little mouse, easily defeated He Yang, and even bit off his fist. A newcomer actually has such a powerful spirit pet. This spirit pet must be a mutated spirit pet. Damn it, I must find a way to get it. For a time, in the entire area of the disciples, many disciples secretly had their eyes on Fang Chen's spirit pet. When Fang Chen heard this news, he did not care at all, because the disciples in the area of the disciples could not snatch his spirit pet. In the next few days, there were many disciples who came to challenge Fang Chen, but they were all beaten up by the little mouse. One day, the little mouse had just beaten up a disciple when it was taken away by Fang Chen and left the independent courtyard, and once again came to the Sea of Soul. Entering the Sea of Soul with ease, Fang Chen refined his soul while casting the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. At the same time, Fang Chen took out the python sword and placed it beside him. The python sword was constantly trembling, and traces of soul power were constantly drilling into the python sword. Old Ancestor Bronze laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, my remnant consciousness will definitely grow stronger. Old Ancestor Bronze was wildly absorbing the soul power in the Sea of Soul, and Fang Chen was also working hard to cultivate. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye 3 hours had passed. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and he found that the Daluo Soul Killer Flame had been cultivated to the 3rd level. At the 3rd level, the power of the Daluo Soul Killer Flame was even more tyrannical. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind moved, and he cast the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. With a whoosh, a spirit flame appeared in the Sea of Soul. So strong. Fang Chen was very excited. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly found that a little bit of orange had appeared in his soul. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen saw the little bit of orange and was very excited. The red class and the orange class were also a hurdle. Fortunately, Fang Chen had previous experience, so it was relatively easier for him than the average person. After discovering this, Fang Chen began to wildly absorb the soul power in the Sea of Soul. As time passed, Fang Chen found that the orange light in his soul became more and more intense. In the end, his entire soul turned orange. Buzz. Suddenly, Fang Chen heard a sound in his soul. Then, Fang Chen found that his soul had undergone a qualitative leap. Under Fang Chen's efforts, his soul, which was at the pinnacle of the red class, had finally reached the orange class. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a sense of emptiness in his soul. It was extremely comfortable. I've finally reached the orange class. Chapter 425. Early Orange Level Soul, Rank 2 Soul Cultivation. Soul cultivation had always been a very mysterious and powerful cultivation system. Fang Chen had accidentally become a soul cultivator, and now his soul cultivation had finally reached Rank 2. Rank 2 soul cultivation corresponded to the 9th layer of the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen was only at the early stage of Rank 2 soul cultivation. Therefore, with his current strength, defeating a first layer of the condensing reality realm martial artist was not a problem at all. Against a second layer of the condensing reality realm martial artist, he was powerless. Once my soul cultivation level has completely stabilized, it will be fine. Fang Chen thought to himself. Although right now, if he were to fight against a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist, his overall strength was still very strong. At least, in the registered disciple area, there was no one who could be his opponent. Even the disciple who claimed to be number 1 among the nominal disciples was no match for Fang Chen. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. After his soul had broken through, his cultivation had become extremely slow. He was ready to stop cultivating. At this time, the python sword had also returned to Fang Chen's space ring. Then, Fang Chen left the Sea of Soul. Not long after arriving at the registered disciple area, Fang Chen's strength had improved greatly. All of this made Fang Chen very happy. Although he was a registered disciple of the Baron sect and was not an official disciple, the Baron sect still had clear rules. That was, he had to complete missions assigned by the sect on a regular basis. These missions were issued by the sect to test the registered disciples. One day, Elderly found Fang Chen and told Fang Chen that he had yet to complete a mission in the registered disciple area and needed to do so. Registered disciples were required to complete a mission every month in order to pass the test. Of course, they could also choose to complete a year's worth of missions in one go. After receiving the news, Fang Chen went straight to the mission hall. The mission hall was the place where the registered disciple area issued missions. After arriving, Fang Chen found that there were a lot of missions in the mission hall. Of course, the missions were also divided into different levels. There were normal missions, low-level missions, mid-level missions, high-level missions, dangerous missions, extremely dangerous missions, and even death missions. In short, the higher the level of the mission, the more dangerous it was. As for the legendary death mission, no one dared to accept it. Of course, the levels of these missions were relative to the nominal disciples. As for the official disciples, they also had their own levels. As a nominal disciple, they had to complete at least one low-level mission every month. Some nominal disciples deliberately chose low-level missions in order to not waste their cultivation time and quickly complete them before returning to cultivate. When Fang Chen arrived at the mission hall, he carefully observed for a moment. Normal and low-level missions had all been taken up by people. There weren't even many mid-tier missions left. Fang Chen glanced around and suddenly found a quest. The reason why Fang Chen was attracted to this quest was because of the reward. A condensing reality realm warrior's grave was found in a mountain range 100 miles away from the water-leaning city. Let's explore the grave. This was the content of the quest. The quest only said that the warrior was to explore the grave. As for the items obtained from the grave, they would all belong to the warrior. Although a condensing reality realm warrior's grave wasn't that attractive to the official disciples of the Baron sect, it was still very attractive to the nominal disciples. Interesting. Fang Chen grinned and said. Fang Chen took a closer look. Since this mission to explore the tomb was a dangerous mission, Fang Chen knew that it would be dangerous. Dangerous mission? Fang Chen was extremely puzzled. At this moment, the soaring dragon Marquis appeared. He explained to Fang Chen, the reason why this tomb exploration quest is a dangerous mission is because other sects' disciples may also go. Hearing the soaring dragon Marquis words, Fang Chen instantly understood. This tomb wasn't only known to the Baron sect, but also to the other sects' disciples. They would also send their disciples in. However, after pondering for a moment, Fang Chen accepted the quest. To accept a dangerous mission, you need to pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The staff member said softly when he heard that Fang Chen wanted to accept a dangerous mission. Fang Chen was startled. He was a little puzzled. Accepting a mission actually required spirit stones. Every mission issued by the sect will allow the disciple to obtain more or less inherited treasures. Therefore, there will naturally be a small fee. After all, the sect's expenditure is also very high. The staff member explained. Fang Chen was relieved. He then paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and successfully accepted the mission. Remember, only by bringing back an item from the grave can the mission be considered completed. Otherwise, even if you explore the grave, you will not be able to confirm whether you have completed the mission. The staff member reminded. Fang Chen, be careful. The soaring dragon Marquis reminded. Fang Chen nodded, then turned and left. It was the first time he had accepted a mission, and he had accepted a dangerous mission. This caused many of the nominal disciples in the mission hall to be extremely surprised. Fang Chen ignored the crowd and directly left the Baron sect, appearing on the streets of Leaning Water City. When accepting the mission, Fang Chen received a map. This map marked the route to the grave of the condensing reality realm expert. Soon, Fang Chen left Leaning Water City. He then followed the route on the map and headed towards the mountain range 100 miles away. When Fang Chen arrived at the mountain range, it was already noon. He plunged into the mountain range. According to the markings on the map, the grave of the condensing reality realm expert should be in the depths of the mountain range. Fang Chen looked at the map and said in a low voice. He then quickly headed towards the grave. At this moment, there were many cultivators in the mountain range, rushing towards the grave. Among them, there was a cultivator that Fang Chen was familiar with, the Black Armor Marquis of the Divine Statue sect. After the Black Armor Marquis entered the Divine Statue sect, he was naturally also a nominal disciple. However, The nominal disciples of the divine statue sect were treated much better than the nominal disciples of the barren sect. Because he received Li Jinghong's comprehensive care, the Black Armor Marquis cultivation increased faster than the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Currently, the Black Armor Marquis had already reached the peak of the first condensing reality realm. He was only a step away from the second condensing reality realm. This time, the Black Armor Marquis accepted the mission to complete it and obtain the mission reward. Then, he would break through the bottleneck and reach the second condensing reality realm. Beside the Black Armor Marquis, there were a few nominal disciples. They looked at the Black Armor Marquis with great respect. "Senior Brother Black Armor, we are almost at the grave," one of the disciples said in a low voice. "Continue forward," the Black Armor Marquis said. The disciples of the Divine Statue sect continued forward. Of course, the Divine Statue sect and the Barren sect were not the only ones who wanted to explore the grave. There were also disciples from other sects. When Fang Chun arrived at the grave, he was shocked to find that the grave had already been opened by someone. It was obvious that someone had entered the grave. "Someone beat us to it." Fang Chun was slightly startled. He immediately plunged into the grave. After entering the grave, Fang Chun discovered that he was in a very dark and narrow passage. The passage was pitch black and he could not see anything. Fang Chun quickly advanced through the passage. After a while, Fang Chun walked out of the passage. After leaving the passage, Fang Chun discovered that he was in an underground palace. However, Fang Chun was puzzled. Why did this underground palace look like a maze? Fang Chun stood in the underground palace and looked around. In the end, he chose a path and continued forward. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. During this day, many disciples entered the grave. Fang Chun walked around for a day and finally found some clues. He found some gaps in the maze. He used the gaps and finally walked out of the maze. After walking out of the maze, Fang Chun discovered 3 stone doors. At this moment, a few figures appeared in the maze. Yes, someone came here early. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 cultivators. They looked at each other and said, "Senior Brother Hu, what should we do?" A short cultivator asked in a low voice. At this moment, Senior Brother Hu took a step forward. He looked at Fang Chun and asked, "Brother, the 3 of us are disciples of the Heavenly Crane sect. May I know who you are?" "Barren sect," Fang Chun said softly. His gaze was completely focused on the 3 stone doors. Hearing that Fang Chun was from the Barren sect, Senior Brother Hu's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Then, the 3 of them exchanged glances and finally made a decision. "Brother, this grave is very strange. Why don't we work together?" Senior Brother Hu said as he walked towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun ignored the 3 of them. Just as Senior Brother Hu approached Fang Chun, a wild aura suddenly rushed towards him. In the next moment, Senior Brother Hu roared and a long saber appeared in his hand. He directly stabbed it towards Fang Chun. Humph! After the 3 of them appeared, Fang Chun had been on guard. At this moment, seeing Senior Brother Hu's long saber stabbing towards him, Fang Chun coldly snorted and instantly unleashed the Daluo soul-killing flame. A soul flame suddenly appeared above his head. Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and glared at Senior Brother Hu. The latter instantly fell into an illusion. His eyes were dull like a walking corpse. He even forgot to attack Fang Chun. It was also at this moment that the soul flame drilled into Senior Brother Hu's head. In the next moment, Senior Brother Hu let out a miserable cry. Then, his body went limp and fell to the ground, lifeless. This sudden scene also caused the other 2 people to be extremely shocked. "His strength!" One of the cultivators shouted in horror. "Run!" Senior Brother Hu was the strongest among the 3 of them. If even Senior Brother Hu wasn't a match for this person, they would only be courting death if they stayed. As they spoke, the 2 of them directly drilled into the maze and disappeared in an instant. "You guys ran fast enough." Fang Chen sneered as he watched the two disappear into the distance. Chapter 426. Not long after Fang Chen entered the stone door, many figures appeared in front of the maze. "There's a stone door!" someone exclaimed. Then, everyone chose a stone door and entered it. Of course, there were also some disciples who were trapped in the maze and could not come out. After Fang Chen entered the middle stone door, he found that there was a stone room behind it. The stone room was empty. At this moment, there was a figure at the front of the stone room. When the figure saw Fang Chen enter, he was surprised and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? And who are you?" Fang Chen asked back, "I am Hu Quan, a disciple of the Crane Sky sect." Hu Quan's eyes were cold as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen noticed Hu Quan's hand. When Fang Chen entered, his hand was behind him. If Fang Chen was not wrong, there was something in his hand. When Fang Chen approached Hu Quan, the latter subconsciously retreated. This further proved Fang Chen's guess. Then, Fang Chen said, "Hand over the thing in your hand and I can spare your life." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hu Quan sneered and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? You dare to speak like this in front of me? You are courting death." As soon as Hu Quan finished speaking, he suddenly exploded with a wild aura. He clenched his fist and punched out. Hu Quan's cultivation was at the late stage of the condensing reality realm, which was the same as the soaring dragon marquis. If Fang Chen had not broken through, it might be a little difficult for him to deal with Hu Quan. But now, he did not care about Hu Quan at all. The 12th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Fang Chen took out the Hidden Star Sword and displayed the 12th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Suddenly, a wild sword intent came out of his sword. The next moment, a sword light with an illusory aura pierced towards Hu Quan. Hu Quan was about to attack when he suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into an illusion. The next moment, he suddenly woke up. He shook his head hard and looked at Fang Chen with fear. "The sword light carries an illusion," Hu Quan said coldly. Bang! Fang Chen's sword light collided with Hu Quan's fist, instantly forcing Hu Quan to retreat. At this moment, Fang Chen unleashed the 3rd level of the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. The wild spiritual flame drilled into Hu Quan's head. Hu Quan subconsciously tried to block it, but he suddenly realized that he had once again fallen into an illusion. "Damn it!" Hu Quan roared and woke up from the illusion. However, he was shocked to discover that his soul had been severely injured. Hu Quan screamed miserably. His soul was quickly dissipating. He looked coldly at Fang Chen and roared angrily, "Kid, I'm going to kill you." Hu Quan knew that he was in a critical situation, but he wanted to drag someone down with him. Crack! Before Hu Quan could get close to Fang Chen, he was pierced by the latter's sword. In the end, Hu Quan's body fell limply to the ground. At the same time, a crystal ball fell to the ground. Fang Chen took Hu Quan's spatial ring, picked up the crystal ball, and opened it on the spot. Then Fang Chen discovered that Hu Quan's spatial ring was completely empty. There was nothing inside. In the end, Fang Chen's gaze locked onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball was incomparably cold. What an icy aura! Fang Chen was puzzled. He carefully examined the crystal ball. At this moment, the stone door opened once more. A large number of martial artists entered the stone room. As soon as they entered, they discovered a corpse lying on the ground. "It's the Crane Celestial Sect's Hu Quan. He actually died here," someone exclaimed. There were also some martial artists who discovered Fang Chen. They stared at Fang Chen with dread. "It must be him. He killed Hu Quan. He's too dangerous. He's definitely holding a supreme treasure from the tomb. Let's join hands and capture him. Then we can take the supreme treasure." "That's right. Although he's powerful, he's definitely not our match if we join hands." There were about 10 martial artists who entered the stone room. They were all at the 1st level of the condensing reality realm. Hearing their words, Fang Chen frowned. Then, He put away the crystal ball and took out the hidden star sword. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense sword intent. His eyes flashed with killing intent. You want to follow in Hu Quan's footsteps? Fang Chen's voice was extremely cold. Who do you think you are? There are so many of us. Let's see what you can do. Suddenly, a martial artist erupted with a fierce aura and directly attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this, the other martial artists also launched fierce attack. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's wrist shook. The hidden star sword swung out a wild sword light. The next moment, the illusory aura directly enveloped the martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack. This martial artist instantly fell into an illusion. Then, a sword light appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced his head. His body fell limply to the ground and lost all signs of life. If you take another step closer, you'll end up like him. Fang Chen's cold voice entered everyone's ears. Suddenly, the other martial artists stopped in their track. His sword technique contains an illusion technique. It's too terrifying. Some of the martial artists continuously retreated in fear. Martial artists with illusions were the most terrifying. Just now, Fang Chen's exquisite sword had successfully intimidated the other martial artists. In front of illusions, numbers are useless. It's more important to stay alive, a disciple said. Then, some of the disciples left the stone room. Seeing this, the other disciples could only helplessly leave the stone room. As they exited the stone chamber, they suddenly encountered a green-robed warrior. This green-robed warrior had a long sword on his back, and his entire body exuded a frightening sword intent. Azure-robed sword Marquis, it's the azure-robed sword Marquis. Why is he here? A martial artist saw the azure-robed sword Marquis and involuntarily cried out. The azure-robed sword Marquis also noticed the martial artists who left the stone room. Their faces were filled with helplessness. What's in this stone room? The azure-robed sword Marquis asked. Azure-robed sword Marquis, there is an extremely powerful martial artist in this stone room. He specializes in illusions. We are not his match. A martial artist said. Oh. After hearing this, the azure-robed sword Marquis directly entered the stone room. At this moment, Fang Chen was preparing to study the crystal ball. But at this moment, the stone room's door opened once again. Fang Chen discovered that an azure-robed sword Marquis had appeared in his line of sight. Azure-robed sword Marquis. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice. After coming to the southern mountain range, Fang Chen had read many unofficial histories. Naturally, he knew the name of the azure-robed sword Marquis. The azure-robed sword Marquis was a genius of water-leaning city. The reason he was called a genius was because when he was at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, he had already condensed a half-step Dharma idol. After this news spread, countless sects wanted to recruit the azure-robed sword Marquis. But in the end, the azure-robed sword Marquis chose Jian Zhongtian. Jian Zhongtian was a top 2-star sect, just like the Baron sect. But Jian Zhongtian was a sword sect, and there were many sword practitioners in the sect. After the azure-robed sword Marquis joined Jian Zhongtian, he used less than a month to reach the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, the Dharma idol in the azure-robed sword Marquis Qi Si had an unlimited amount of materialization. Although it was not the most perfect Dharma idol to be able to do so in the Qi High Realm, he was definitely a monstrous genius. 8th level of the Qi High Realm, condensing a half-step Dharma idol. Fang Chen looked at the azure-robed sword Marquis and could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Fang Chen carefully observed the azure-robed sword Marquis. He discovered that there was a wild sword aura on the azure-robed sword Marquis, but the azure-robed sword Marquis could easily control it. Moreover, there was a long sword on his back. I can feel the sword aura on your body. If my guess is correct, you are also a sword practitioner. The azure-robed sword Marquis said. When he saw Fang Chen, he felt a sense of danger. The azure-robed sword marquis name is like thunder to my ears. Now that I have seen you today, you really live up to your name. Fang Chen laughed. The azure-robed sword marquis was currently at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but even a first-level condensing reality realm warrior would not dare to underestimate him. There were even rumors that said that the azure-robed sword marquis' strength was comparable to a second-level condensing reality realm warrior. Hand over the things you got from the stone room, the azure-robed sword marquis said softly. You and I are both sword practitioners, so we should use the sword practitioner's way to decide who gets the things. Fang Chen laughed. The sword practitioner's way was to fight sword with sword. It has been a long time since someone challenged me to a sword fight. I hope you will not disappoint me. The azure-robed sword marquis said with a smile. In the next moment, the azure-robed sword marquis activated all the power in his body. The wild sword aura around him exploded in an instant. 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen saw through the azure-robed sword marquis' cultivation level. At this moment, the azure-robed sword marquis held the long sword on his back and held it horizontally in front of his chest. Invincible clear cloud sword art. The azure-robed sword marquis said in a low voice. He immediately performed the invincible clear cloud sword art. With a wave of his wrist, a sharp sword light appeared in an instant. At this moment, Fang Chen also released his own sword aura. Within the sword aura, there was a strong hallucinatory qi. Yes. After seeing Fang Chen's cultivation level, the azure-robed sword marquis' pupils shrank. His heart was filled with shock. 8th level of the Qi High Realm, killed Hu Quan. At this moment, the azure-robed sword marquis finally realized the source of the danger he felt. This kid was monstrous. The 8th level of the Qi High Realm was comparable to the 1st level of the condensing reality realm. With this kind of talent, even if compared to him, the azure-robed sword marquis would not be able to compete with him. He did not expect to meet such a monstrous genius in this tomb. Hiss hiss hiss, the hallucinatory qi merged with the sword aura and instantly covered the entire stone room. The azure-robed sword marquis immediately felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, he discovered the hallucinatory qi. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This was the first time that he met a monstrous genius in Luoshui City. The 8th level of the Qi High Realm was comparable to the 1st level of the condensing reality realm. Most importantly, this kid actually trained in the illusory sword art. Chapter 427. If the green-robed sword marquis had treated Fang Chen as an ordinary warrior at the start, then now, he had completely treated Fang Chen as his enemy. The genius sword cultivator of the illusory sword principle was fully qualified to be his opponent. Spots of light appeared around the green-robed sword marquis body. These spots of light contained an extremely majestic sword intent. The green-robed sword marquis' sword intent was very pure, but Fang Chen's sword intent was not. It was mixed with a powerful illusory aura. Displaying the invincible azure cloud sword art, the green-robed sword marquis longsword stabbed out. On the tip of the sword, ripples appeared. Bang! Fang Chen's 12th level of the fire and water sword art was fully activated. The sword light of the same origin as fire and water collided with the longsword of the green-robed sword marquis. Crack! With a loud crack, the two collided and a bright light exploded. Seeing this, the green-robed sword marquis' face changed. He could clearly feel the illusory aura enveloping him. He tried his best to activate his soul to prevent himself from being affected by the illusory aura. However, just as he was resisting the illusory aura, Fang Chen's hidden star sword stabbed out again. The fire and water sword light pierced towards the green-robed sword marquis. Bang! The green-robed sword marquis hurriedly placed his longsword in front of his chest and blocked Fang Chen's attack. The green-robed sword marquis body was forced back a few steps. After he stabilized himself, he squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. His heart was filled with shock. He was only at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, and he was already so strong. At this moment, the green-robed sword Marquis gave up on continuing the battle with Fang Chen. Even if he could defeat or even kill Fang Chen, he would still be injured. And it would be a serious injury. At this moment, Fang Chen looked at the green-robed sword Marquis cautiously. The latter's strength had also exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the latter had not even released his Dharma idol. "I'm very happy to meet a sword genius like you." The Marquis put away his sword and looked at Fang Chen. In front of the azure-robed sword Marquis, no one dares to call themselves a sword genius, Fang Chen said. What he said was the truth. The green-robed sword Marquis' talent in swordsmanship was too heaven-defying. Furthermore, it was said that the green-robed sword Marquis Dharma was a giant sword. To be able to condense a Dharma idol giant sword, it was enough to see how deep the green-robed sword Marquis' understanding of the sword Tao was. Ha ha! The green-robed sword Marquis laughed and left the stone room. Looking at the departing figure of the sword Marquis, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. After the azure-robed sword Marquis left, no other martial artist entered the stone chamber. They all knew their limits. If the azure-robed sword Marquis left, then there was no need to mention them. For a moment, the stone chamber became much quieter. Fang Chen took out the crystal ball and began to study it. The crystal ball was the size of a palm. Within the crystal ball, there was an extremely cold aura. This made Fang Chen feel as if he was in a land of ice. Just what is this crystal ball? Fang Chen was puzzled. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth. "Kid, the crystal ball in your hand is just an ordinary crystal ball," said Ancestor Bronze. Hearing old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen frowned in disbelief. However, although the crystal ball is an ordinary crystal ball, the icy aura contained within the crystal ball is extremely powerful. Ancestor Bronze continued. "Ancestor, you're saying that this crystal ball contains an extremely dense cold aura?" Fang Chen asked in surprise. "Correct. If you can absorb the cold aura within this crystal ball, it will be able to raise your ice concept," said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen was startled. He was immediately overjoyed. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain such a thing in this tomb. Fang Chen immediately asked Ancestor Bronze how to absorb the cold aura within the crystal ball. Because the crystal ball was an ordinary crystal ball, it would definitely shatter under pressure. Once it shattered, the cold aura within would definitely dissipate. This wasn't something Fang Chen wanted to see, so he asked the ancestor. According to the ancestor, Fang Chen quickly began to absorb the cold aura within the crystal ball. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen's body was filled with an extremely cold aura. It was as if he was in a land of ice in the Golden Crown country. At this time, Fang Chen's ice concept covered his entire body. From a distance, Fang Chen looked like an iceman as he sat quietly in the stone chamber. The entire stone chamber became incomparably cold because of the ice concept coming from Fang Chen's body. It was like an icehouse. Hiss hiss hiss. 6 hours later, Fang Chen successfully absorbed the cold aura within the crystal ball. At this time, the ice around him actually started to melt. This aura, Fang Chen noticed that the cold aura was quickly entering his body. At this moment, his mind was filled with the aura of ice concept. Buzz a roar was heard. Fang Chen discovered that his ice concept had improved a lot. Previously, my ice concept had been in the initial stage of comprehension. After absorbing the cold aura within the crystal ball, my ice concept has finally stabilized at the first minor realm. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Fang Chen was very happy to have such a harvest just after entering the tomb. Then, Fang Chen got up and checked the stone chamber. He discovered that there was nothing else in the stone chamber except for the crystal ball. It seems that I still need to go somewhere else, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen got ready to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a small hole in the wall from the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, the size of this small hole was actually very similar to that of the crystal ball just now. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He then picked up the crystal ball. At this time, the crystal ball had become an ordinary crystal ball. He held it in his hand, but he did not feel anything. Then, Fang Chen placed the crystal ball into the small hole and found that it fit perfectly. Hu Quan must have taken the crystal ball from this wall. Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the crystal ball on the wall suddenly spun rapidly. After a while, the speed of the crystal ball's rotation was so fast that even Fang Chen could not see it. Fang Chen looked at the crystal ball with a look of surprise on his face. After a minute, the crystal ball stopped spinning. With a kacha sound, cracks appeared on the seamless wall. Finally, these cracks converged to form the appearance of a stone door. There's a universe inside, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, Fang Chen gently pushed open the stone door and went in. Behind the stone door was a large hall. This hall was extremely spacious. At the front of the hall was a coffin. It seemed that this was the core of the tomb. At this moment, there were 5 figures in the hall. When they saw Fang Chen appear, a trace of vigilance appeared on their faces. When the 5 of them saw Fang Chen, they looked at each other. Then, one of them looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Kid, which sect are you from?" "The Baron sect." When they heard the 2 words, Baron sect, a trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the 5 people. "So you're a disciple of the Baron sect," the person who spoke just now said with a smile. Fang Chen ignored the 5 people and walked straight to the center of the hall. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the temperature of the air had dropped a lot after he entered the hall. The temperature here is so low. Fang Chen was puzzled. The closer he got to the coffin, the lower the temperature was. Could it be? Fang Chen guessed inwardly. He quickly approached the coffin. When the 5 people saw this, their faces were filled with gloating expressions. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen approached the coffin. At this moment, Fang Chen instantly felt an extremely cold aura. As expected. At this moment, Fang Chen finally knew that this condensing reality realm expert must have been a warrior who had comprehended the concept of ice. Although he had died many years ago, there was still an extremely cold aura surrounding his coffin. He can actually get close to the coffin. How strange. Could it be that he comprehended the concept of ice? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get close to the coffin. Damn it. The 5 people were originally gloating, but when they saw Fang Chen approaching the coffin, their faces were filled with anger. At this moment, another figure entered the hall. When the 5 people looked over, their expressions changed again. They discovered that the azure-robed sword Marquis had appeared. It's the azure-robed sword Marquis. Why is he here? The 5 people whispered. After the azure-robed sword Marquis arrived in the hall, he looked around and instantly discovered Fang Chen. He immediately revealed a smile and said, "You're quite fast." The azure-robed sword Marquis figure flashed and directly approached the coffin. Sensing someone approaching, Fang Chen turned around and discovered the azure-robed sword Marquis. The azure-robed sword Marquis lightly nodded towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't stop him. When the 2 appeared in front of the coffin, it was as if their hearts were connected. They both stretched out their hands at the same time and fiercely grabbed the coffin lid, lifting it up in an instant. Immediately, a wild, cold aura enveloped the entire hall. The 5 people who had arrived earlier felt as if their souls were about to be frozen. "Let's go!" someone shouted. The other 4 people quickly left the hall. At the same time, Fang Chen and the azure-robed sword Marquis ice concept was pushed to the extreme. The 2 of them were crazily absorbing the ice concept from the coffin. The azure-robed sword Marquis was absorbing the cold aura while looking at Fang Chen. He was getting more and more curious about Fang Chen. They were both sword geniuses, both Qi High Realm experts, both condensing reality realm experts, and both had the same concept. Was this a coincidence? Chapter 428. At this moment, Fang Chen was wholeheartedly absorbing the cold aura coming from the coffin. This cold aura could greatly improve Fang Chen's ice intent. After about an hour, the ice intent within the coffin finally dissipated completely. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Beside him, the green-robed sword marquis also opened his eyes. This time, he had absorbed a lot of cold aura, and his ice intent had improved a lot. The green-robed sword marquis glanced at Fang Chen before turning to leave. "See you later." The green-robed sword marquis' eyes were full of smiles as he turned to leave. After the green-robed sword marquis left, only Fang Chen was left in the hall. He looked around and said, "I guess there's nothing left in this hall." In other words, this mission had been completed. It might have been a dangerous mission for others, but it was nothing for Fang Chen. As Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and the coffin lid that he had flipped over entered his interspatial ring. After completing the mission, he had to bring back the mission item. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. After doing all this, Fang Chen left the hall and returned the way he had come. After a while, Fang Chen came out of the tomb. At this moment, there were many martialists standing outside the tomb. Most of these martialists were disciples of other sects. "He's out," someone said in a low voice. Someone said in a low voice. The person who spoke was one of the 5 people in the palace earlier. The treasures in the tomb had been obtained by Fang Chen and the green-robed sword marquis. They didn't dare to attack the green-robed sword marquis, so they were naturally here to stop Fang Chen. When Fang Chen saw the crowd gathered here, he knew what had happened. His eyes were cold as he looked around. "Kid, hand over the things you obtained in the tomb, and I can spare your life," someone shouted. "Humph! Brat, how dare you kill Hu Quan of our Crane's celestial sect? You are courting death." A disciple of the Crane's celestial sect roared furiously. Countless martialists surrounded Fang Chen. Some of them even wanted to attack him. "Get out of the way," Fang Chen said coldly, not wanting to waste any more time. "Brat, you're courting death." The one who spoke was the most powerful warrior among them. He was at the peak of the first condensing reality realm, and was only one step away from the second condensing reality realm. Originally, he thought that he would be able to get the opportunity to break through to the second stage of the condensing reality realm, but who would have thought that his opportunity would be ruined by this brat? "I can guarantee that you won't even have the chance to release your Dharma power before I kill you," Fang Chen said coldly as he looked at the warrior. "Humph! A piece of trash dares to threaten me, Tao Ran. You are courting death." As soon as Tao Ran's voice fell, a sudden surge of qi shot up into the sky. The next moment, Tao Ran's qi instantly gathered on his fist. Then, Tao Ran punched towards Fang Chen. Puchi. As soon as Tao Ran punched out, he heard a Puchi sound. Then, he felt a slight pain in his chest. He looked down subconsciously and was shocked to find that there was a long sword in his chest. This, Tao Ran's heart was filled with shock. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the first condensing reality realm. How could this brat attack before he even saw it? The surrounding martialists were even more shocked. Fang Chen's attack was so fast that no one saw how Fang Chen attacked. They only saw a long sword stabbed into Tao Ran's chest. "Who the hell is this brat?" someone exclaimed. Puchi. Fang Chen's hidden star sword was pulled out. Tao Ran's chest was constantly spurting blood. He looked up to the sky and roared, wanting to take revenge. However, in the next moment, he found that Fang Chen's pupils had changed. Then, an illusory qi appeared. Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced Tao Ran's body again. This time, Tao Ran was not spared. He was directly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Tao Ran didn't even have time to let out a roar of unwillingness before he was killed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword. Tao Ran's body fell to the ground, lifeless. The surrounding martialists, who were incomparably strong a moment ago, were now constantly retreating. Their hearts were filled with fear. This brat is too powerful. He killed Tao Ran with one sword. Many martialists thought to themselves. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked around. All the martialists were retreating. He snorted coldly and disappeared into the mountain range. After Fang Chen left, he left behind a group of shocked martialists. These martialists rejoiced that they did not make a move just now. Otherwise, the one who died would not be Tao Ran, but themselves. Fang Chen, whose ice mentality had been improved, had increased his strength once again. Now, he was invincible in the area of martialists. Even if he faced an early-stage second condensing reality realm martialist, he would not be afraid. When he returned to the Baron sect, it was afternoon. At this time, there were many people in the mission palace. Fang Chen arrived at the mission palace to hand in his mission. "I'm here to hand in my mission." Fang Chen briefly explained his mission and said to the staff, "Where's the mission item?" The staff asked. Fang Chen shook his wrist. A coffin lid appeared in his interspatial ring. As soon as the coffin lid appeared, it shocked countless martialists in the mission palace. After the staff checked carefully, they confirmed that Fang Chen had completed his mission. Then, the staff asked if Fang Chen wanted to accept a new mission. Fang Chen shook his head and refused. He then turned and left. After completing this mission, he would not need to do any missions for at least a month. The most important thing now was to increase his cultivation. He did not want to waste time on low-level missions. After knowing that Fang Chen had returned, a tall and thin young man in the area of martialists had a ferocious expression on his face. Beside him was the injured He Yang and Meng Ran, who had been taught a lesson by Fang Chen. "Fang Chen has returned?" the tall and thin young man asked. "I received news that he has completed his mission and returned." He Yang said coldly, "Big brother, you must avenge us. This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't even put the martialists in his eyes." Meng Ran said viciously, "Humph, a mere new martialist dares to be so arrogant. If it weren't for the soaring dragon marquis behind him, I would have crippled him." Meng Yu said coldly. However, even though he said that, Meng Yu still acted. Seeing Meng Yu leave the courtyard, Meng Ran and He Yang's faces were full of smiles. Meng Ran's big brother, Meng Yu, had reached the late condensing reality realm. Although he was not ranked as high as the soaring dragon marquis in the martialist area, his strength was not much different from the soaring dragon marquis. His brother and good friend were injured. He naturally had to stand up for them. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of Fang Chen's residence. "Fang Chen, you son of a bitch, get out here!" Meng Ran stepped forward and roared loudly. Fang Chen was about to rest when he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. His expression changed slightly. Soon after, a cold light shot out from his eyes. The door opened and Fang Chen walked out. After seeing Meng Ran and He Yang, Fang Chen sneered and said, "Are you here to die?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Meng Yu's expression changed. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "Brat, the martialist area has its own rules. Newcomers cannot be arrogant here." "Or else?" Fang Chen asked back. "Or else you will die miserably," Meng Yu said. "Don't you just want to avenge the two of them? Why do you have to find such a lousy excuse?" Fang Chen sneered. "However, you no longer have the chance." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his big hand suddenly stretched out. The wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was used. A wild aura soared into the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's big hand directly pressed down on Meng Yu. Courting death. Meng Yu saw this and sneered. He was about to counterattack, but at this moment, Meng Yu discovered that his body was unable to move. Then, Meng Yu discovered that he was suppressed by a pair of big hands. How is this possible? Meng Yu couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He roared furiously. Crack! Fang Chen's hand mercilessly pressed down on Meng Yu. The sound of bones cracking came from the latter's body. "Big brother!" Meng Ran cried out involuntarily. He had thought that his big brother would be able to teach Fang Chen a lesson, but he hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, his big brother would be suppressed by Fang Chen. "No!" Meng Yu miserably screamed. However, Fang Chen didn't show any mercy. He sneered and continued to press down. With a crack, Meng Yu's arm broke. As long as Fang Chen's hand pressed down, Meng Yu would definitely lose his life. At this moment, Elder Li appeared, followed by Elder Han. When they saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. "Fang Chen, stop," said Elder Li. Hearing Elder Li's words, Fang Chen withdrew his hand. Meng Yu's body collapsed to the ground, his aura weak. "Fang Chen, what's going on?" Elder Li hurriedly asked. "He came to find trouble with me, so I taught him a lesson," said Fang Chen. Elder Li nodded and said, "Fang Chen, you are all honorary disciples of the Baron sect. Disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Fortunately, you stopped just now. Otherwise, you would have been punished by the sect." While Elder Li was speaking, Elder Han's heart was in turmoil as he looked at Fang Chen. The latter hadn't been in the honorary disciple area for long. In less than a month, he was able to easily suppress Meng Yu, who was ranked third. Moreover, if they hadn't appeared in time, Meng Yu would have died at his hands. How valiant was this? Could it be that his strength has already reached such a level? Elder Han thought to himself. Chapter 429. If it weren't for Elder Han and Elder Li's timely appearance, Meng Yu might have already been killed by Fang Chen. It was easy to imagine just how strong Fang Chen was. Meng Yu was terrified as he lay on the ground. He didn't dare to imagine how a newly promoted honorary disciple could be so strong. "Hurry up and carry him away." Elder Han spoke and waved his hand, indicating for the other honorary disciples to quickly carry Meng Yu away. Not long after, the only people left in front of Fang Chen's residence were Elder Li, Elder Han, and Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you little brat really hid your strength well. You were actually able to suppress Meng Yu with a flip of your hand. I'm afraid your true strength has already surpassed that brat's soaring dragon." Elder Han looked at Fang Chen and laughed heartily. Fang Chen grinned but didn't say anything. After all, Elder Han hadn't asked him that question at the time. For someone in the Qi High Realm to possess such strength, that's not bad. Elder Han lightly patted Fang Chen's shoulder and laughed. Afterwards, Elder Han and Elder Li chatted with Fang Chen for a while before the two of them left. In the next few days, Fang Chen was in seclusion cultivating. But no matter how much he cultivated, he was unable to raise his cultivation base. One day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and prepared to go to the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool was located in a wide plaza in the honorary disciple region. There was a body tempering pool in that large plaza. There were many disciples in front of the body tempering pool. At this time, there were 5 disciples tempering their bodies within the body tempering pool. The body tempering liquid within the body tempering pool made a splashing sound. When Fang Chen arrived, he saw Soaring Dragon Marquis tempering his body within the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool could only hold 5 people at a time, so Fang Chen had to wait. After waiting for about an hour, a disciple finally couldn't endure the body tempering liquid and walked out of the body tempering pool. Upon seeing this martialist walk out, many of the martialists who were already prepared wanted to dive into the body tempering pool. However, just as they were fighting, Fang Chen took the lead and entered the body tempering pool. Seeing this, everyone was furious. Someone actually dared to steal their opportunity. However, when they found out that this person was Fang Chen, they quietly shut their mouth. The news of Fang Chen suppressing Meng Yu with a flip of his hand had already spread throughout the entire nominal disciple area. Many martial artists were extremely surprised. Even Meng Yu had been suppressed with a flip of his hand. They did not believe that they could withstand Meng Yu's attack. As Fang Chen entered the body tempering pool, he instantly discovered that the wild body-tempering liquid continuously revolved around his body as it slowly entered his body. "This is the body-tempering liquid," Fang Chen said as he observed the body-tempering liquid. After the body-tempering liquid entered his body, it actually allowed Fang Chen to feel a powerful energy. The body-tempering liquid finally merged with his limbs and bones. "If I cultivate in the body-tempering pool for a long time, the strength of my physical body will definitely increase," Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen had been tempering his body in the body-tempering liquid. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. During these 6 hours, Fang Chen had been tempering his body in the body-tempering pool. As for the other 4 disciples, they had already come out. "He can actually endure for so long in one go?" a disciple asked doubtfully. On the shore of the body-tempering pool, the soaring dragon Marquis narrowed his eyes as he looked at the body-tempering pool. Fang Chen's figure was quietly floating there, not moving at all. As expected of the sword Marquis. The soaring dragon Marquis sighed in his heart. The sword Marquis potential was the strongest he had ever seen. When he was in the Golden Crown Nation, he was already extremely outstanding. After coming to the southern mountain range, he was still outstanding. Not long after becoming an honorary disciple, his strength had already surpassed his own. Hearing the disciples discussing the matter of Fang Chen suppressing Mengyu, the soaring dragon Marquis knew that the current sword Marquis' strength had already surpassed his own. Mengyu's cultivation was similar to his own. Relying on the advantage of his cultivation method, he had a slight advantage. However, Fang Chen was actually able to easily suppress Mengyu. Even the soaring dragon Marquis would not be able to do so. The body-tempering liquid in the body-tempering pool had a very overbearing medicinal effect. Therefore, when a registered disciple used this pool to temper their body, under normal circumstances, they could only last for half an hour at most. Those who could last for more than 2 hours were already considered superior disciples. Those who could endure for 4 hours were already considered top disciples. So far, in the area of nominal disciples, the record for body tempering in the body tempering pool was only 6 hours and 10 minutes. Of course, this record was set by an honorary disciple a long time ago. He had already become an official disciple of the Baron sect. It was said that not long ago, this official disciple had already been promoted to a core disciple of the Baron sect. Even in the honorary disciple area, Han He, who was ranked first, only lasted for 4 hours. "Is this kid going to break the record?" many disciples exclaimed. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen broke the record. However, he still did not come out, which shocked many disciples. At this moment, Fang Chen was surrounded by the body-tempering liquid. As his body had already transformed into a sword body, which was even more tyrannical than a Dao body, he did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort being surrounded by the body-tempering liquid. So comfortable, Fang Chen thought to himself. During this period of time, the sword body was constantly absorbing the medicinal effects of the body-tempering liquid, quietly becoming stronger. Relying on the body-tempering liquid above, the medicinal effects are still not tyrannical enough, nor is it rich enough. After enduring for 8 hours, Fang Chen realized that the body-tempering liquid here could no longer satisfy his need. He was prepared to go deeper. Crash! After remaining motionless for 8 hours, Fang Chen finally began to move. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen's body quickly dived down. "What? He's diving down!" Some of the warriors could not help but cry out. Even the soaring dragon Marquis face revealed a trace of shock. Within the body-tempering pool, the deeper one went, the denser the body-tempering liquid. Everyone knew this. However, everyone also knew that the denser the body-tempering liquid was, the stronger the water pressure. If one went too deep, even the body of a condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to withstand the powerful water pressure. What a mysterious guy! The first-ranked Han, he said faintly. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already dived 1,000 meters. At this moment, he finally felt a little pressure. Let's do it here. Fang Chen grinned and continued to temper his body. While Fang Chen was tempering his body, the little mouse suddenly appeared. As if it had discovered something, it immediately left Fang Chen and dived into the depths of the body tempering pool. Not long after, a series of tremors came from the depths of the body tempering pool. The warriors on the shore also discovered this scene. What's going on? Why is the body tempering pool moving? A warrior cried out. Could it be that Fang Chen has entered the depths of the body tempering pool and is unable to come out? At this moment, the soaring dragon marquis face was filled with worry. He looked at the body tempering pool, his heart burning with anxiety. At this moment, in the depths of the body tempering pool, the little mouse was opening its mouth and biting a black thing. Every time it bit, the black thing would turn. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Not long after, the little mouse had bitten the black thing until there was nothing left. However, it was also at this moment that the last bit of black thing that was left emitted a loud boom. Immediately after, the entire body tempering pool shook. Fang Chen, who was tempering his body, suddenly discovered this situation. His expression changed greatly and he quickly dove back up. When the little mouse saw this scene, a trace of a smile appeared on its face. It opened its mouth wide and continuously absorbed the energy of the explosion. Not long after, the energy of the explosion was completely absorbed by the little mouse. At the same time, the little mouse instantly dived back into Fang Chen's interspatial ring. Crash! Fang Chen was directly pushed into the air above the body tempering pool by the strong pressure and then landed on the shore. Seeing Fang Chen completely drenched and battered, the crowd cried out in alarm. The soaring dragon marquis quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and asked, "Brother Fang, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Although Fang Chen didn't know what had just happened, he knew that there was nothing wrong with his body. When the crowd saw this scene, they inwardly guessed that Fang Chen must have dived into the depths of the body tempering pool and was unable to withstand the water pressure and was forcefully sent flying. "Brother Fang, the water pressure in the depths of the body tempering pool is too strong. You should be careful," the soaring dragon marquis said. At this moment, Han He opened his mouth. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. You dare to enter the depths of the body tempering pool with just this bit of strength?" Han He sneered. "Count yourself lucky this time. Your body is fine, but I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next time." After Han He finished speaking, he sneered and turned to leave. Not long after, the body tempering pool returned to its original state. Many disciples entered the body tempering pool one after another to temper their bodies. Fang Chen had been thinking about what had happened, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. However, when he returned to his residence, the little mouse came out of the interspatial ring and jumped in front of him. The little old man was chirping and gesticulating. "What did you say?" Fang Chen looked at the little mouse's gesticulations and asked in shock, "You're saying that the strong pressure from before was caused by you?" Chapter 430. After talking to Little Mouse, Fang Chen was shocked. According to Little Mouse, there seemed to be something at the bottom of the body tempering pool. However, Little Mouse did not know what it was. When Fang Chen heard the news, he was puzzled. The body tempering pool had been built a long time ago. Why was there something at the bottom of the pool that the Baron sect did not know? Could it be because of Little Mouse's keen sense of smell? His intuition told him that this was not an ordinary matter. It's a pity that the water pressure at the bottom of the body tempering pool is too strong. I can't go in. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he shook his head and said, "I'll go in and take a look when I have the strength." With Fang Chen's current strength, he could definitely become an official disciple of the Baron sect. However, his cultivation level was too low. Moreover, it was not yet time for the Baron sect to choose an official disciple. During this period, He had to double his efforts and raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. In the following period of time, Fang Chen would go into the Sea of Soul to temper his soul whenever he had nothing to do. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month of tempering in the Sea of Soul, his soul had completely stabilized at the early orange level. His soul cultivation level had also completely stabilized. The current Fang Chen, with the power of the great Luo soul-killing flame, was enough to kill a peak first-level condensing reality realm warrior. Facing an early second-level condensing reality realm warrior, he was not afraid at all. Of course, during this period of time, Fang Chen would also go into the body tempering pool to temper his body. Although Fang Chen's body had become a sword body, its essence was not much different from a Dao body. Of course, sword bodies were also divided into different grades. Fang Chen's sword body was only the lowest grade. Elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak grade. These were the 4 grades of sword bodies. Of course, these were only the grades in the ancient sword continent. On the ancient sword continent, there were very few martial artists who had a sword body. Those who had a sword body were definitely super geniuses who practiced the way of the sword. Fang Chen's current sword body could only be considered a primary sword body. Even so, his cultivation of the sword principle was much faster than the average martialist. This was the strength of the sword body. It was said that when one's sword physique was cultivated to the highest level, one would be able to cultivate swordsmanship with just a glance. Furthermore, it could increase the power of one's swordsmanship. As for the realm above peak sword physique, no one in the entire ancient sword continent had ever seen one. Indestructible sword body, however, it was still the indestructible sword body. It was said that if one could cultivate the sword physique to the indestructible sword physique, then even if one did not use swordsmanship, just the sword essence emitted from the sword physique would be able to easily kill an enemy. The ancient sword continent had existed for countless years, but there had never been an indestructible sword body. This indestructible sword body only existed in legends. Fang Chen wasn't someone who would bite off more than he could chew. His main goal now was to improve his strength. Therefore, he didn't think too much about the top-notch sword body and the undying sword body. After half a month, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Qi High Realm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of his solid foundation. After reaching the peak of the 8th Qi High Realm, Fang Chen's overall strength had increased. Now, he would not be afraid of a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. He could even challenge a late condensing reality realm warrior. In this half a month, the bronze ancestor had gained the most. His remnant spirit had existed for countless years and was already very weak. However, after absorbing a large amount of soul power in the Sea of Soul, his remnant spirit had also grown a little stronger. This made the bronze ancestor smile from ear to ear. One day, Fang Chen stopped his cultivation because some of the elders in the official disciple area had come to the novice disciple area to pick a disciple. On this day, the whole novice disciple area was very lively. With Elder Han and Elder Li as the leaders, many of the novice disciple area elders were in the square, welcoming the other elders of the official disciples. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, the whole square was already filled with 50 novice disciples. Their eyes were shining with excitement. The opportunity to become an official disciple was right in front of them. If they could become an official disciple, their future would be limitless. Just as everyone was waiting, a few elders appeared. On their faces, there was a trace of a wild smile. Elder Jean. Elder Han led the other elders to greet the other elders. Elder Wu, Elder Mo, the 3 elders in the front were the 3 leaders of the 3 big sects in the official disciple area. They were in charge of the selection this time. After greeting Elder Han and the others, the 3 elders sat on the rostrum. 3 elders, this time, there are a few good seedlings in our novice disciple area. Maybe they can become official disciples. Elder Han said with a smile. Yeah, there will definitely be disciples in our novice disciple area who will become official disciples this time. Elder Li said. Hearing the words of the two elders, before Elder Jean could say anything, Elder Wu spoke first. His words were filled with displeasure. It has been a long time since your novice disciple area had a disciple who became an official disciple. The novice disciples nowadays are getting more and more useless, Elder Wu said. Hearing Elder Wu's words, Elder Han and Elder Li's faces changed slightly. However, they returned to normal in an instant. Although Elder Wu's words were a little unpleasant, he was still an elder in the official disciple area. His position in the Baron sect was much higher than Elder Han and Elder Li. At this moment, in the crowd, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fong Chen stood together. The Soaring Dragon Marquis introduced the three elders to Fong Chen. Brother Fong, the one who spoke is Elder Wu. He is the leader of one of the three big sects, the martial way. He has a bad temper and often speaks like this, the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fong Chen glanced at Elder Wu. This person did not emit any aura. From afar, he looked like an ordinary person. If Fong Chen did not know this person's identity in advance, he would definitely think that this person was an ordinary person. The elders of the Baron sect are really scary, Fong Chen said inwardly. Even Wu He, who was at the third level of the condensing reality realm, could sense Wu He's aura when he was chasing after him. However, these three elders actually looked like ordinary people. There was only one possibility for such a situation, and that was that the three of them had extraordinary strength. The one beside Elder Wu is Elder Jean. He is the leader of the physical body sect. It is said that the strength of his physical body has already reached the 7-star Dao body. It is extremely powerful. The last one is Elder Mo. He is the leader of the Soul sect. Looking at his face, he is a little gloomy. In the official disciple area, not a single elder dares to offend him. This is because his soul attack is everywhere. It is too terrifying. The Soaring Dragon Marquis introduced. Fong Chen nodded and looked at Elder Mo. Just as he was observing Elder Mo, the latter seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. His eyes turned and looked directly at Fong Chen. At that moment, Fong Chen felt that his soul was trembling. His body swayed a little. Elder Mo only glanced at Fong Chen once before turning away. What a terrifying soul, Fong Chen said with lingering fear. Elder Mo only glanced at him once, and it was enough to make his soul tremble. With this kind of strength, it would be too easy for him to kill him. The Baron sect is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, Fong Chen thought inwardly. Just as Fong Chen was pondering, Elder Han began to speak on the rostrum. In our nominal disciple area, there are a total of 51 nominal disciples. Every one of you has the opportunity to become an official disciple. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to pass the test. Elder Han said. The test this time is very simple. There are 3 main sects, 3 different tests. As long as you pass one of them, you can become an official disciple of one of the 3 main sections. Hearing Elder Han's words, some of the warriors who were confident in themselves were extremely excited. After Elder Han finished speaking, Elder Jean stood up. He looked around at the crowd and said with a smile, "The test for our physical body style is to have your physical body reach a 3-star Dao body." Hearing Elder Jin's words, many of the nominal disciples' faces were filled with helplessness. This test was too difficult. Fong Chen grinned. As expected of the Baron sect, even the test was so difficult. When he was in the Golden Guan country, there were only a handful of warriors who had a 3-star Dao body. However, after coming to the southern mountain land, the 3-star Dao body was only the most basic test. Alright, there is a physical body strength testing stone tablet here. Every one of you, come here and test it. After Elder Jean finished speaking, he returned to the rostrum. In the middle of the square there was a stone tablet. This stone tablet was used to test one's physical body strength. There were numbers carved on it, and within the stone tablet, there was liquefied spiritual energy. As long as one's fist landed on the stone tablet, the liquefied spiritual energy would rise. The stronger the fist, the higher the liquefied spiritual energy would rise. In the end, when the liquefied spiritual energy stopped above the number, it would mean that the warrior's physical body strength had reached a certain level. Who will go first? Elder Han laughed. At this moment, a figure arrived in front of the stone tablet. I, Han He, will give it a try. Han He's cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer of the condensing reality realm. His true strength had already reached the second layer of the condensing reality realm. This time, Han He was very confident that he could pass the test. Boom! Han He stood in front of the stone tablet and gathered all the strength in his body. Finally, he threw out a punch. Immediately, the stone tablet was surrounded by an incomparably dense spiritual energy. The liquefied spiritual energy within the stone tablet instantly rose under the immense pressure. Under everyone's gaze, the liquefied spiritual energy finally stopped at the number 3. Seeing this, Han He withdrew his fist with satisfaction. Han He's physical body strength has reached the 3-star Tao body. He has passed our physical body test, Elder Jean said with a grin. This time, there was finally a disciple who passed the physical body test. This also meant that the physical body school would not return empty-handed in this selection. Next, Elder Han said with a smile. Han He was very satisfied with his result. While enjoying everyone's envious gazes, he returned to his original position. In the following tests, a few of the nominal disciples failed. Their physical strength was basically at the 2-star Tao body level. Of course, there were also some disciples whose physical strength was almost at the 3-star Tao body level. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit away. Chapter 431. In the entire plaza, all of the honorary disciples were discussing Han He. His physical body had reached the 3-star Tao body. He could be considered the strongest physical body in the entire honorary disciple region. Senior apprentice brother Han He's physical body is very strong. I don't think anyone can surpass him. That's right. It looks like senior apprentice brother Han He will become an official disciple this time. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Long Ting can surpass senior apprentice brother Han He. The disciples in the plaza were discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Fang Chun arrived at the stone tablet. Seeing Fang Chun take the test, many of the disciples' eyes were filled with curiosity. Since Fang Chun could easily suppress Mengyu, he must be very strong. They wondered just how strong his physical body was. Fang Chun stood in front of the stone tablet and looked at it with narrowed eyes. As a large sect, the Baron's sect had many disciples and limited resources. Therefore, the Baron's sect would definitely give more resources to the stronger disciples. This time, Fang Chun wanted to display his best condition to attract the Baron's sect's attention. That way, he would be able to receive more resources. Seeing Fang Chun carefully sizing up the stone tablet, Han He sneered and said disdainfully, "Humph, just putting on an act." Han He believed that Fang Chun's physical body couldn't possibly surpass his own. He thought that Fang Chun was just putting on an act. At this moment, Elder Han was introducing Fang Chun to the 3 elders on the platform. This child has only become an honorary disciple for a short period of time, but he was able to easily suppress Mengyu. His strength is very strong, and he has a chance of becoming an official disciple. Elder Han smiled. Oh, to be able to grow to such a level after only being an honorary disciple for 2 months. Elder Jean smiled with interest. In front of the stone tablet, Fang Chun finally punched out. There weren't any energy fluctuations on his fist. All of the martial artists widened their eyes and looked curiously at Fang Chun. Boom! Fang Chun's fist easily struck the stone tablet. Immediately, the liquefied spiritual energy within the stone tablet began to rise. The liquefied spiritual qi is rising so quickly, exclaimed a disciple. Fang Chen's punch, just now clearly did not have any strength. Why did the liquefied spirit energy rise so quickly? Everyone was puzzled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The liquefied spirit energy continued to rise. When the liquefied spirit energy reached 3, Elder Jin's eyes lit up. He looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. However, after the liquefied spiritual energy rose to 3, it did not stop rising as everyone had guessed. Instead, it continued to rise. However, the speed of his ascent began to slow down. Just like that, the liquefied spirit energy slowly rose and finally reached 4. When the liquefied spiritual energy reached 4%, the entire square was filled with exclamations. Countless disciples were shocked. A 4-star Tao body? How is this possible? Why is his physical body so powerful? Gosh, Fang Chen's physical body has reached the 4-star Tao body. No wonder he could easily suppress Mengyu. I thought that senior brother Han, he was the strongest in this assessment. I didn't expect Fang Chen's physical body to be so much stronger than senior brother Han He's. Yeah, the difference between a 4-star Tao body and a 3-star Tao body is too great. Many disciples exclaimed. Even Han He's face was filled with gloom. He did not understand how Fang Chen's physical body could be so strong. A 4-star Tao body, Han He thought to himself. When the liquefied spiritual energy reached 4, the speed of his liquefied spiritual energy decreased again. Finally, the liquefied spiritual energy stopped moving between 4 and 5. When Fang Chen withdrew his fist, everyone in the square focused their attention on him. On the platform, Elder Jin and the others were even more excited. I didn't expect that there would be a 4-star Tao body among the nominal disciples this time. Ha! Elder Jin laughed heartily. Elder Jin, congratulations! The other 2 elders also congratulated him. A 4-star Tao body had already exceeded the requirements of the assessment. This person would definitely be accepted by Elder Jin into the physical body stream. This kid is so young, but his physical body is already so strong. He's a piece of good material. Elder Jin laughed heartily. Although Fang Chen's physical body had reached the 4-star Tao body, which was very shocking, the assessment still proceeded as usual. Due to Fang Chen's shocking results, no one paid any more attention to the disciples taking the test. Soon, the physical body assessment was over. The soaring dragon Marquis physical body had reached the peak of a 2-star Tao body. He was only 1 step away from a 3-star Tao body. The soaring dragon Marquis still specialized in martial art. In terms of physical body, he was still a little weak. Therefore, he did not pass the assessment. After the physical body assessment was over, the martial arts assessment was next. However, before that, Elder Jin stood up and glanced at Fang Chen and Han He. He smiled and said, "The physical body examination this time has exceeded this old man's expectations. The 2 of you have reached the standard. Once the examination is over, the 2 of you can become official disciples." Elder Jin's words made everyone envious of Fang Chen and Han He. Immediately after, the martial arts assessment began. The martial arts assessment is to test one's true strength. I will set up an illusion. You only need to last 1 minute in this illusion to pass the assessment. Martial arts Elder Wu said with a smile. Then, Elder Wu shook his wrist and instantly set up a simple illusion. This illusion was not big, but it was enough for the assessment. You all come one by one, Elder Wu said. The first one to appear was still Han He. His deep eyes glanced at Fang Chen before he took the final step into the illusionary realm. When Han He entered the illusion, he was shocked to discover that there was a level 2 condensing reality realm shadow in the illusion. This shadow saw him enter and immediately launched a fierce attack on him. Can you last 1 minute? Perhaps he was provoked by Fang Chen, but this time, Han He exploded with all his strength. His attack covered the entire illusion, making it impossible for the shadow to escape. In the outside world, everyone was waiting patiently. After 1 minute, Han He came out of the illusion. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment." Elder Wu looked at Han He and grinned. Elder Mo, who was standing at the side, also chuckled and said, "Elder Jean, it seems like you will have to put in a lot of effort to recruit him into the physical body school." Han He successfully passed the assessment, which surprised the 3 elders. Of course, it was only a surprise, because in the previous assessments, there were disciples who passed 2 assessments at the same time. Of course, until now, there had never been a disciple who passed 3 assessments at the same time. Han He not bad. Elder Jean evaluated Han He. Han He walked out of the illusion with a smile on his face. He passed 2 assessments at the same time and had the attention of the 3 elders. This feeling was very satisfying. "Humph, what do you have to fight me?" Seeing Fang Chen's face, Han He sneered and said disdainfully. After Han He was the Soaring Dragon Marquis. During this period of cultivation, the Soaring Dragon Marquis' strength had increased once again. Although he wasn't as strong as Han He was confident that passing the assessment wouldn't be too much of a problem. The Soaring Dragon Marquis entered the illusion. Outside, many cultivators were waiting. They curiously stared at the illusion, wondering if the Soaring Dragon Marquis would pass the assessment. After a minute, the Soaring Dragon Marquis staggered out of the illusion. Although he was battered and exhausted, he had still passed the assessment. "The Soaring Dragon Marquis has passed the assessment." Elder Han smiled. Following that, one disciple after another entered the illusion. Some disciples were blasted out of the illusion in less than a second. Of course, there were also some disciples who were able to endure for half a minute. However, not a single disciple was able to endure for a minute. In the blink of an eye, the martial path assessment was about to end. This time, Fang Chen was ranked last. When he appeared on the stage, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Even the 3 elders on the platform were staring at Fang Chen. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen entered the illusory realm. Crash! After entering the illusion, Fang Chen discovered that an early-stage second condensing reality realm illusory figure was attacking him. Sky extinguishing wind and cloud scripture. Fang Chen used the sky extinguishing wind and cloud scripture. His large hand stretched out and directly suppressed the illusory figure. In front of his powerful strength, the illusory figure was instantly suppressed. However, just as Fang Chen grinned and laughed, the illusory figure suddenly came out from under his palm. It's unable to suppress the soul?" Fang Chen was stunned and immediately said. In the next moment, the illusory figure once again attacked Fang Chen. This time, Fang Chen used the 12th level of the Water and Fire Sword art. The powerful Water and Fire Sword light carried a majestic sword intent and directly pierced towards the illusory figure. Poochie! One after another, the sword light pierced towards the illusory figure. At first, the illusory figure was still able to dodge, but later on, it could not dodge at all. Poochie! The illusory figure was pierced by Fang Chen's sword light. At this moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword in his hand suddenly pierced towards the illusory figure. Crash! The illusory figure actually collapsed in front of Fang Chen. In the next moment, Fang Chen came out of the illusion. Seeing Fang Chen's sudden appearance, many warriors were shocked. Fang Chen only went in for 10 seconds, and he already came out. Fang Chen's strength is too weak. He only lasted for 10 seconds. How is that possible? Isn't he able to suppress Mengyu with a flip of his hand? How could he only last for 10 seconds? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? I already said that his strength is not as terrifying as we imagined. Many warriors saw Fang Chen and started discussing. Among the crowd, Han He's face was full of mockery. He sneered, this guy overestimated himself. He only lasted for 10 seconds. What a joke. At this moment, Han He felt that it was an insult to his intelligence to treat this guy as an opponent. What kind of standard was it to be able to last for 10 seconds in the illusion? Even without Han He's explanation, everyone should know. Fang Chen's face was full of relief as he quickly walked back to his original position. At this moment, all the warriors' gazes were focused on the rostrum. They were waiting for the soul stream assessment to begin. On the rostrum, the moment Fang Chen came out of the illusion, Elder Wu's body trembled violently. Then, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 432. Elder Jean and Elder Mo could clearly feel Elder Wu's body trembling. The two of them turned to look at Elder Wu. Elder Wu, what happened? Why did this kid only last for 10 seconds? Elder Jean asked. Fang Chen's body had reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Just by relying on this powerful body, he should be able to last for a while in the illusion. But now, Fang Chen only lasted for 10 seconds and came out. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that his strength was too low? Yeah, Elder Wu. You know best what happened to Fang Chen in the illusion. Elder Mo also asked hurriedly. Looking at Fang Chen, who had a calm expression on his face, Elder Wu's heart was filled with astonishment. On the square, many of the nominal disciples were mocking Fang Chen, thinking that Fang Chen was too weak. But Elder Wu's eyes were filled with shock. He destroyed the shadow within 10 seconds, Elder Wu said slowly as he tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, the few elders on the rostrum were completely dumbfounded. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Elder Wu, 10 seconds? You didn't see wrongly, did you? Elder Jean asked again. He couldn't believe Elder Wu's words. Elder Wu nodded heavily and said, I felt it very clearly. When he left the illusion had already been destroyed. Hearing Elder Wu's affirmation, Elder Jean and Elder Mo's eyes were burning with passion. They stared at Fang Chen, who was below. Ha ha ha, this kid is mine. After a long while, Elder Jean laughed wildly and said, No, this kid is very suitable for us martial art. He is our disciple. Elder Wu refuted directly. What a joke, where can we find such an excellent disciple? Defeating an early-stage condensing reality realm illusion within 10 seconds. This kind of strength was comparable to a mid-stage condensing reality realm warrior. Most importantly, Fang Chen was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High realm. Old Wu, you snatched away one of my disciples last time. You should let me have it this time. Black lines appeared on Elder Jin's forehead as he spoke with some displeasure. The two of you, the assessment isn't over yet. What's the hurry? Let's talk about it after my spirit flow assessment is over, Elder Mo said slowly. Elder Jean and Elder Wu looked at each other, then nodded and said, That's right, he can't run away anyway. Let's wait until the soul stream test is over before we decide. At the moment, the plaza was still filled with noise. Han He, who was leading the group, was constantly mocking Fang Chen. He believed that Fang Chen's strength was very weak and that everything he had said before was just a bluff. However, just at that moment, Elder Han waved his hand and indicated for everyone to be quiet. Immediately, the noisy plaza quieted down. Immediately after, Elder Han said, The martial path assessment is over. Next is the last assessment, the spirit flow assessment. You must seize this opportunity. Fang Chen, who was standing in the plaza, was a little confused when he heard Elder Han's words. He had clearly defeated the illusion. Could it be that this didn't count as passing? However, Fang Chen only thought for a moment. Even if he couldn't enter the martial path, he could still enter the physical path. After all, it was the same no matter where he went. It was all about training and increasing his strength. After a while, the Spirit Flow Assessment began. The Spirit Flow Assessment was slightly more difficult compared to the Martial Path Assessment. The standard for the Spirit Flow Assessment was that one soul had to reach the orange level. As soon as this standard was announced, countless in-name disciples were disheartened. On the martial path, the soul was the hardest to train. Although the unnamed disciples' area had the Sea of Soul and could allow them to train their souls, they didn't have a proper training system. Thus, their souls couldn't be improved. The first to take the assessment was still Han He. He seemed to want to show that he was strong in all aspects, so he pushed his soul to the extreme right from the start. But he was helpless. Although his soul was strong, it was still some distance away from reaching the orange level. He was miserably eliminated. Han He's soul has reached the peak of the red level. What a pity. Elder Mo shook his head slightly. It seemed that their spirit flow would once again be unable to find new disciples. Originally, there were very few spirit flow disciples. If this continued, there wouldn't be any new blood. That way, the spirit flow wouldn't be able to develop. Following Han He's assessment, every unnamed disciple went up to take the assessment. However, their souls weren't too strong. After a round of assessment, the strongest was only at the late-stage red level. Not long after, the soaring dragon Marquis also finished his assessment. His soul had also reached the late-stage red level, and he hadn't passed. Finally, it was Fong Chen's turn. When he stood in front of the assessment stone tablet, the three elders' eyes brightened. They carefully examined Fong Chen. I wonder how high this kid's attainments in the soul are. Elder Wu grinned. My guess is that his attainments in the soul aren't too high. After all, his physical body and martial path are both extremely strong. That's already very outstanding. His soul is probably his weak point, said Elder Jean. Elder Mo hadn't said anything the entire time. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fong Chen. It was unknown what he was thinking. Fong Chen stood in front of the stone tablet. His soul left his body and directly entered the stone tablet. Immediately, a red light appeared on the stone tablet. That meant that Fong Chen's soul had reached the red level. As time passed, the red light on the stone tablet grew denser and denser. In the end, the red light completely covered the stone tablet. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of soul was at least at the peak of the red level. At this time, Han He's heart was filled with an unpleasant feeling. He had been suppressed by Fong Chen in the first assessment. This time, he had thought that he would definitely be able to suppress Fong Chen in terms of soul. But he hadn't expected Fong Chen's soul to also reach the peak of the red level. Damn it, cursed Han He. When the three elders on the platform saw that Fong Chen's soul had reached the peak of the red level, their faces were filled with shock. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Elder Mo. He also hadn't expected Fong Chen's soul to reach such a level. Can it turn orange? Asked Elder Mo inwardly. At this time, the red light completely covered the stone tablet. Just when everyone thought that this was the peak of Fong Chen's soul, the red light on the stone tablet suddenly began to change. At the beginning, there was a little bit of orange within the red light. No one noticed it, but later, the red light gradually turned orange. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Orange light. Could it be that his soul has also reached the orange level? How is that possible? His physical body has reached the 4-star Tao body, and even his soul has reached the orange level. Is he a genius? The red light has already disappeared. It's all orange. This is too inconceivable. Many of the nominal disciples exclaimed in shock. At this time, Han He's face was ashen. His heart was filled with anger as he looked at the stone tablet. No words could express his anger. How is that possible? How can his soul have reached the orange level? Han He had always thought of himself as a genius. Therefore, he believed that he was the undisputed number one in the nominal disciple area. However, this Fong Chen had only been in the nominal disciple area for a short period of time. Not only did he suppress Han He's physical body, he even suppressed Han He's soul. Han He couldn't accept this. As expected. He really is a genius. When Fong Chen stopped the test, the orange color on the stone tablet faded and returned to normal. At this time, Elder Mo laughed wildly. Genius, he really is a genius. I've been in charge of the martial style for so many years. He is the most powerful genius I've seen in the past few decades. That's right. A genius disciple like him will definitely become a core disciple of the Baron sect in the future. My physical body style will definitely have him. 3 elders, why don't you wait for me to announce the results before fighting for this disciple? Elder Han grinned. Alright, hurry up and announce it. Elder Jean hurriedly said. Elder Han stood on the platform and looked down. He then loudly said, only Fang Chun has passed the spirit style test. This time, there are a total of 3 disciples who passed the test. Han he passed the physical body style and martial style test. As for Long Ting, he passed the martial style test. As for Fang Chun, when Elder Han mentioned Fang Chun, he didn't continue. Long Ting, from today onwards, you are a disciple of my martial style. I'll bring you back in a bit. After Elder Han finished his announcement, Elder Wu looked at Long Ting with a smile. The surrounding nominal disciples looked at Long Ting with endless envy. From today onwards, he would become an official disciple. The difference between a nominal disciple and an official disciple was just too great. Han He, you've passed 2 tests. Which school do you want to join? Elder Jean looked at Han He and asked. On the platform, Elder Jean and Elder Wu argued for a while before finally coming to an agreement. They asked for Han He's opinion, and he could join whichever school he wanted. Hearing this, Han He began to ponder. Senior brother Han He is indeed worthy of being called the strongest amongst us nominal disciples. He was actually able to be recruited by the leaders of 2 major schools at the same time. That's right. Senior brother Han He's attainments in the martial way and physical body style are extremely strong. It won't be long before senior brother Han he becomes a core disciple of the Baron sect. Is there anyone who dares to bet with me on which school senior brother Han he will join? Many nominal disciples discussed spiritedly. After pondering for a long time, Han he raised his head, looked at the 2 elders and said, I'm willing to join the martial style. Hearing Elder Han He's words, Elder Wu grinned and laughed. In an instant there were 2 more disciples. Chapter 433. Congratulations, Old Wu. You actually took in 2 disciples at once. Ha! Elder Jean looked at Elder Wu and laughed. That's right, Old Wu. You've gained the most this time. You've already taken in 2 disciples. You don't have to participate in the last one. Elder Mo said. Hearing the 2 elders' words, Elder Wu's expression changed. He immediately shook his head and said, No, I will never give up on this kid. Hearing the conversation between the 3 elders on the rostrum, many of the nominal disciples were a little confused. Han He even reminded them, Elders, Fang Chun only passed 2 tests. He didn't seem to pass the martial arts test. Han He's words made the 3 elders temporarily stop fighting. They looked at the crowd and found that everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, Elder Wu slowly stood up. He looked at the crowd on the square and said loudly, Fang Chun passed the martial arts test. Therefore, he is qualified to join us. How is that possible? He only lasted for 10 seconds. How could he pass? That's right. Lasting for 10 seconds is considered passing. Then we've all passed. Elder Wu, you can't purposely open a back door for Fang Chun just because you saw how outstanding Fang Chun is. That's right. If that's the case, we won't accept it. Many of the disciples shouted. Fang Chun clearly did not pass the martial arts test. How could he be qualified to join the martial arts? This went against the rules. Naturally, they would not agree. Hearing the cries of many warriors, Elder Wu's forehead was filled with black lines. He said coldly, How ignorant! Let me tell you, your so-called Fang Chun did not pass the test. This kind of thinking is too stupid. Elder Wu said, Fang Chun not only passed the test, he also dispersed the shadow in less than 10 seconds. Elder Wu's words entered the ears of many warriors. Suddenly there was an uproar. Disperse the shadow in 10 seconds. How is that possible? That shadow's strength is comparable to the second stage of the condensing reality realm. How could he disperse the shadow in 10 seconds? What kind of conspiracy is this? I don't believe that Fang Chun can disperse the shadow in 10 seconds. Heavens, what's going on? Countless disciples in the square exclaimed in shock. They could not believe what Elder Wu had said. The corners of Han He's mouth curled up as he sneered. He still didn't believe that Fang Chun could disperse the shadow within 10 seconds. He was naturally aware of the strength of the illusory figure. Even he, Han He, was unable to scatter the illusory figure, let alone Fang Chun. He did not believe that Fang Chun would be able to do so. Quiet. Elder Wu let out a loud roar. His voice contained a majestic amount of spiritual qi that instantly enveloped the entire square. Many of the nominal disciples were shocked and shut their mouths one after another. They stopped talking and looked at Elder Wu with flickering eyes. I was the one who personally set up the illusion. Naturally, I know it better than anyone else. I am the person in charge of the desolate sex martial arts. How could I speak carelessly? Fang Chun did indeed use less than 10 seconds to disperse the illusion and even kill the enemy. Isn't this considered a pass? Elder Wu looked around and spoke slowly. If you really want me to evaluate, my evaluation is that Fang Chun passed the test perfectly. Elder Wu said once again. Within the Baron sect, Elder Wu was considered to be a highly respected elder. His strength was extremely powerful and his prestige was very high. Under normal circumstances, he would not easily evaluate a cultivator. However, at this moment, Elder Wu actually said that Fang Chun passed the test perfectly. One could imagine how important Fang Chun was in Elder Wu's heart. Seeing Elder Wu's serious expression, many nominal disciples finally accepted this fact. Their eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Fang Chun. Elder Wu is speaking the truth. Heavens, Fang Chun actually used 10 seconds to disperse the illusory figure. How heaven-defying is his strength. Others couldn't even hold on, but he actually took the initiative to attack and disperse the illusory figure. In the entire nominal disciple area, there are a total of 51 disciples. Long Ting was battered and exhausted as he held on for a minute. As for Han He held on for a minute with ease. As for the other disciples, none of them were able to hold on for a minute. As for Fang Chun, although he didn't stay in the illusion for a minute, he used 10 seconds to disperse the illusory figure. What kind of monster is this? The entire square went completely crazy. Countless disciples were shouting Fang Chun's name. At this moment, Fang Chun's name resounded throughout the nominal disciple area. Originally, Han He's face was filled with a mocking smile. However, at this moment, his face was filled with seriousness. How is this possible? Han He could not accept this fact. Fang Chun actually passed the martial arts test perfectly. This was a huge blow to him. He originally thought that he could suppress Fang Chun in the martial arts test. However, from the looks of it, Fang Chun had already left him in the dust. No, I don't believe it. How can he be so strong? He hasn't even condensed a Dharma idol. Han He's heart was in chaos as he unwillingly cried out. Elder Wu's words completely ignited the atmosphere in the square. At this moment, the square was filled with cheers. On the platform, Elder Han and Elder Li were incomparably excited. Such a monstrous disciple had actually appeared in their nominal disciple area. This really gave them a lot of faith. Ha ha ha, I already said that this kid's potential is very strong. Old Han, look, said Elder Li excitedly. That's right. Back then, it was all thanks to you finding him in the servant area. Otherwise, he would still be in the servant area right now. Elder Han laughed. As for the elders in charge of the 3 factions, they looked at each other helplessly. It seemed that no one would give up on Fang Chun this time. Since none of us are willing to give up, then let's let Fang Chun decide for himself which faction to choose. Elder Wu looked at the 2 of them. All right, let's let him choose, said Elder Jean. The three elders looked at Fang Chen and began to make promises to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, as long as you join my physical body faction, I promise to give you all the resources you need. I'll do my best to nurture you. It won't be long before you become the next core disciple. Elder Jean was the first to speak. Fang Chen, come to my martial path. Whether it's your strength or your fighting skills, they're both very suitable for the martial path. You should know that cultivating the martial path to its peak is much stronger than just relying on brute force. Furthermore, if you join my physical body faction, I can also give you all the resources I need. I'll do my best to nurture you. It won't be any worse than the physical body faction. Elder Wu laughed. Elder Mo naturally wasn't willing to give up. Looking at Fang Chen, he said, Fang Chen, come to my faction. At such a young age, your soul has already reached the orange level. I'm very optimistic about your soul's potential. The three elders spoke frankly. They were all thinking of ways to rope in Fang Chen. In the square, many nominal disciples were extremely envious. However, they were only envious for a moment. After listening to the three elders, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. In fact, among the three factions, the first one he eliminated was the physical body faction. Because his Tao body had already changed into a sword body, even if he joined the physical body faction, it wouldn't be of much use. Now, Fang Chen was in a dilemma. Should he choose the martial path or the soul faction? This was a dilemma. However, just as Fang Chen was in a dilemma, Ancestor Bronze spoke. Kid, join the soul faction, said Ancestor Bronze. Why? Asked Fang Chen. With your talent, you can join any faction. However, if you join the soul faction, you'll get a lot of soul tonic. When the time comes, I'll be able to recover some of my remnant consciousness, said Ancestor Bronze. He was also a little selfish. However, he made it clear. As for Fang Chen's choice, it was up to him. When Fang Chen heard Ancestor Bronze's words, he nodded. He looked up at the three elders and said, Elders, my choice is. Many in-name disciples, including the elders on the rostrum, stared at Fang Chen intently, waiting for Fang Chen's choice. The three elders were very nervous. They all wanted Fang Chen, but they knew that there was only one Fang Chen. He would definitely choose one of them. Soul faction, said Fang Chen. Elder Mo was stunned when he heard Fang Chen's words. Then, he was overjoyed. Ha ha! Elder Mo was extremely excited. He didn't expect Fang Chen to choose the soul faction. This made him very excited. Elder Mo, congratulations! Elder Jean cupped his hands and congratulated Elder Mo. Then, he said, Fang Chen, although you have chosen the soul faction, all three of our factions belong to the Baron sect. You are also an official disciple of the Baron sect. The doors of our physical faction are open for you. If you are willing, you can come to our physical faction to cultivate at any time. That's right. Our martial faction is also willing to open our doors to you. If you are willing, you can come at any time, said Elder Wu. The square was in a state of shock. In the history of the Baron sect, there had been geniuses who had cultivated any of the three major factions. However, that was a very long time ago. At least, it hadn't appeared in the past 100 years. At this moment, Fang Chen had actually obtained the right to cultivate in all three major factions. This was the highest honor of the Baron sect. Thank you, elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked them. At that moment, a sigh came from within the python sword. Ancestor Bronze's sigh had a profound meaning to it. Without a doubt, Fang Chen had chosen the soul faction because of what he had said. This was what he owed Fang Chen. One day, I will reconstruct my physical body and be resurrected. Ancestor Bronze said to himself. Fang Chen's invitation by the elders in charge of the three major factions shocked the entire in-name disciple area. All the in-name disciples were shocked. Only Han He was unhappy. The light that should have belonged to him had been completely overshadowed by Fang Chen. Damn it! One day I will surpass you. Han He was furious. His hatred for Fong Qin grew even greater. The soaring dragon Marquis walked in front of Fong Qin and grinned. "Brother Fong, you are amazing." Fong Qin spread his hands and smiled. Chapter 434. This time, the greatest harvest of the three major factions was the Soul Stream. At this moment, Elder Mo was grinning from ear to ear. As for Elder Wu, although his martial stream did not manage to snatch Fong Qin, he still managed to take in 2 good seedlings. As for the physical stream, they did not manage to take in a single person. This made Elder Jean quite dissatisfied. However, this was something that could not be helped. If the in-name disciples did not meet the standards, they would rather not take them in than lower their standard. The first to leave was Elder Jean, followed by Elder Wu. He brought Han He and the soaring dragon Marquis out of the in-name disciple area. Finally, Elder Mo chuckled as he brought Fong Qin away. The in-name disciples that remained had to continue working hard and strive to become official disciples of the Baron sect one day. The entire Baron sect occupied a huge area. The servant area was only halfway up the mountain, while the in-name disciple area was at the top of the mountain. Of course, this was only the front peak of the Baron sect. Behind this peak, there were 3 other peaks that reached into the cloud. These 3 peaks were the 3 major factions. The physical stream was on the left, the martial stream was in the middle, and the soul stream was on the right. Fong Qin followed Elder Mo to the peak of the soul stream. Following which, Elder Mo brought Fong Qin to receive the official disciple uniform and token. Fong Qin, from today onwards, you are an official disciple of our soul stream. Although there are not many soul stream disciples, all of them are very strong. This book contains some of the rules of our soul stream. Take a careful look. Elder Mo looked at Fong Qin and grinned. "I got it," Fong Qin said. Official disciples all had their own individual loft. It was much better than the independent courtyards of in-name disciples. Furthermore, when Fong Qin arrived at the peak of the soul stream, he realized that this place was filled with powerful souls. It felt as though he had arrived at the Sea of Souls. Although the strength of the souls here was not as strong as the Sea of Souls, it was still enough to shock people. Official disciple. Fong Qin entered the loft and went up to the 2nd floor. He opened the window and looked at the endless blue sky. Unknowingly, he had been in the southern mountain land for quite some time now. Now, he had finally become an official disciple of the Baron sect. Within a certain city in the southern mountain range, there was a luxurious mansion. Above the entrance of this mansion, there was a golden plaque with the words Qin Mansion written on it. This mansion was the mansion of the number 1 family in the southern mountain land, the Qin family. Today, the mansion of the Qin family was unusually lively. It turned out that the Qin family was holding a family meeting, and all the younger generation had come to participate. In the Qin clan's meeting hall, the person sitting at the head of the table was the current clan leader of the Qin clan. He was also one of the top experts in the land of South Mountain. Sitting on the left and right sides below were the respected elders of the Qin clan. Below them were the younger generation disciples of the clan. Today, I've gathered everyone here for a matter. The Qin clan's clan head looked around and said slowly. The Qin clan did not belong to the 3-3-star sect of the southern mountain land. However, they were exceptionally powerful. Even the 3-3-star sect did not dare to offend the Qin clan. Hearing the words of the Qin clan head, many of the younger generation opened their eyes wide and listened attentively to the clan head. Among the younger generation, there was a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. This girl wore a tight leather skirt that outlined her perfect figure. She was one of the best among the younger generation of the Qin clan. She was also the pearl of the Qin clan, Qin Yao. A secret treasure has appeared in the north region. I believe everyone has heard of it. This secret treasure has been explored by the top experts in the land of South Mountain. There are many treasures in this secret treasure. Some people even speculated that this secret treasure was the place where a powerful person had fallen. The Qin clan head said, "I've also secretly gone to this secret treasure before. I discovered that on the plains where the secret treasure was located, the surrounding space was torn apart, and there was turbulence in space. The stronger the martial artist, the more they could not get close to the turbulence in space. Therefore, all the major forces have come to an agreement to send the younger generation disciples to the secret treasure to search for opportunities." The Qin clan head continued, "I've gathered all of you here for this matter. This trip to the secret treasure will be led by Qin Yao. I hope all of you will be able to reap some benefit." The clan head did not say anything else after finishing his word. Following that, the few elders began to talk about the secret treasure. In the main hall, Qin Yao's eyes flickered. In the end, she nodded her head and agreed to the Qin clan head's request. When the younger generation of the Qin clan found out that Qin Yao was leading the team, they were exceptionally surprised. Of course, all the major forces in the land of South Mountain had sent their younger generation disciples to prepare for the trip to the secret treasure. As for Fang Chen, who was in the Baron sect in the water-leaning city, he was completely unaware of this news. This was because within the Baron sect, in the core disciple area, the sect leader had personally called for a meeting and ordered the 9 core disciples to head to the secret treasure. This time, the secret treasure was not too far away from the water-leaning city. The Baron sect had the geographical advantage, and had a high chance of obtaining the items within the secret treasure. The entire land of South Mountain was in a state of turmoil. Since the secret treasure was surrounded by spatial turbulence and powerful warriors could not enter, many forces decided to treat this trip to the secret treasure as a form of training for the younger generation of disciples. Within the Baron sect, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, Fang Chen had already been here for a few days. During these few days, Fang Chen had finally familiarized himself with some of the rules of the Spirit Stream. "I've absorbed a large amount of Spirit Stream over the past few days. Now, the remnant spirit has strengthened a little." Ancestor Bronze laughed maniacally. Fang Chen could also sense that the remnant spirit within the python sword had strengthened a lot. He was happy for Ancestor Bronze. "Congratulations, Ancestor." Fang Chen smiled. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth and said, "Kid, trouble is coming for you." As soon as Ancestor Bronze said that, Fang Chen suddenly realized that an unfamiliar man had appeared outside his building. Fang Chen was standing by the window. When this man saw Fang Chen, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Looking at Fang Chen, he said, "You're Fang Chen?" "Correct." Fang Chen said. "You're very strong?" asked the man. This question was very boring, so Fang Chen directly ignored the man's question. "Kid, Mengyu helped me a year ago. I heard you injured him not long ago and almost killed him," said the man coldly. A wild aura emanated from his body. "Oh, so you're saying you're here for revenge?" Fang Chen smiled. "Correct. Get down here and accept your death," said Ruan Xiaofeng. "Of course, you can also choose to compensate Mengyu." "How do I compensate him?" asked Fang Chen. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and we'll write this matter off. "I won't cause any more trouble for you," said Ruan Xiaofeng. Ruan Xiaofeng was an ordinary disciple of the Soul Stream. His strength was equivalent to the mid-second stage of the condensing reality realm. He was at the bottom of the peak of the Soul Stream. But he owed Mengyu a favor. When Mengyu had found him and told him everything, he had immediately agreed to return the favor. That was why he had come here. "Why don't you go rob someone?" asked Fang Chen suddenly. Mengyu's expression darkened. "It seems you don't plan on compensating me. Then you'll have to bear my anger." "Your anger?" Fang Chen sneered and ignored Ruan Xiaofeng. He directly sat by the window on the second floor and began to drink tea. "Fang Chen, are you courting death?" Seeing this, Ruan Xiaofeng roared furiously. Fang Chen directly ignored Ruan Xiaofeng. Yuan Xiaofeng was furious and wanted to rush up to Fang Chen to beat him up. But when he approached Fang Chen's pavilion, he instantly stopped. What a cunning kid! I almost fell for your trick. Yuan Xiaofeng retreated and said coldly to Fang Chen. There was a strict rule among the official disciples of the three major schools. Unless they had the permission of the master, no disciple could casually step into another disciple's pavilion. This was because they were afraid of disturbing the disciple's cultivation. For disciples who violated this rule, the punishment was quite severe. Therefore, under normal circumstances, official disciples would not dare to step into other people's pavilions. At this moment, seeing Fang Chen leisurely sitting on the second floor and drinking tea, Yuan Xiaofeng was burning with anger. But he could not do anything. If Fang Chen did not come down, he could not do anything to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, are you still a man? Do you plan on holing up there for the rest of your life? Yuan Xiaofeng roared. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood right now. Wait until I'm in a good mood, then maybe I'll go down. Fang Chen grinned and put down the teacup in his hand. He continued, of course, if you give me a few million high-grade spirit stones, or some rank 5 or 6 cultivation methods, or even a profound weapon, my mood will definitely improve immediately. Chapter 435. If Fang Chen didn't come down, Yuan Xiaofeng couldn't do anything. Although he was also an official disciple, he wasn't arrogant enough to step into Fang Chen's pavilion. Seeing Fang Chen leisurely drinking tea on the second floor, Yuan Xiaofeng was furious. Fang Chen, I don't believe that you won't come down for the rest of your life. After waiting for a while, Yuan Xiaofeng sneered and turned to leave. Looking at Yuan Xiaofeng's back, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Ever since he had joined the spirit stream, Fang Chen had been cultivating. This was because the spirit stream contained an extremely wild spirit aura, which benefited old ancestor Bronze greatly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since he joined the spirit stream. On this day, Fang Chen was cultivating when he suddenly saw a flash of lightning in the sky. This flash of lightning stayed for a very short time. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the northern region. After the flash of lightning disappeared, Fang Chen suddenly discovered that a meteor had fallen in the northern region. His face changed slightly. In the next moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke. There's movement, Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Fang Chen was shocked and asked hurriedly, Ancestor, what's the matter? I vaguely felt a wild aura not far from Water-Leaning City. It shot straight into the sky. It seems like a supreme treasure is about to appear. Ancestor Bronze said softly. A supreme treasure is about to appear. Fang Chen was puzzled. Then, he recalled the strange lightning and meteor he had just seen and fell silent. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen stopped thinking about this matter. According to Ancestor Bronze's senses, the supreme treasure that had appeared was definitely extraordinary. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to compete for it. I'd better cultivate in peace, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen left the independent courtyard and prepared to head to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. The Spirit Pagoda was a unique pagoda of the Spirit Stream. This pagoda towered into the clouds. It was said that there were a total of 99 levels, but no one had been able to reach the top. To put it bluntly, the Spirit Pagoda was the strengthened version of the Soul Sea. Cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda could make a warrior's soul extremely powerful. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He needed to go to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. Fang Chen had just left the pavilion when he was surrounded by people. Seeing Fang Chen come out, several official disciples quickly walked to Fang Chen's side and surrounded him. Fang Chen also knew the person in the lead. It was Yuan Xiaofeng, who had threatened to avenge Meng Yu. Brat, aren't you quite capable? I thought you would hole up in your pavilion and not come out for the rest of your life. Yuan Xiaofeng looked at Fang Chen. His eyes filled with killing intent as he sneered. Fang Chen looked at Yuan Xiaofeng, carefully sizing him up. This was because this was the first time he had made a move after entering the soul stream. Swoosh! Fang Chen didn't say anything. After sizing up Ruan Xiaofeng, he suddenly threw out a punch. With a bang, his fist hit Ruan Xiaofeng's body. Caught off guard, Ruan Xiaofeng took a few steps back. After he steadied himself, his face was filled with anger. Fang Chen, you are courting death! Ruan Xiaofeng roared in anger. Seeing Ruan Xiaofeng's anger, the official disciples who had followed him whispered, "Big brother Ruan, he is just a newcomer. Let us deal with him." After saying that, the three disciples instantly unleashed a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen used the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. His early-stage orange rank soul instantly erupted. In front of him, 3 soul flames appeared. These 3 soul flames instantly rushed towards the 3 people. The 3 people's strength was far inferior to Fang Chen's. They simply couldn't resist Fang Chen's Daluo Soul Killer Flame. The soul flames instantly burrowed into their heads. The 3 of them let out miserable cries as they fell to the ground. "Trash," Fang Chen said. At this moment, Ruan Xiaofeng squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with passion as he laughed wildly. "Kid, you dare to compare souls with me? What a joke!" As he spoke, Ruan Xiaofeng's mid-stage orange rank soul instantly erupted. A wild soul aura surrounded his body. In the next moment, Ruan Xiaofeng's body flashed. His soul aura turned into a long spear and rushed towards Fang Chen. Disciples of the soul style were most proficient in soul attack. To Ruan Xiaofeng, Fang Chen's soul attack was too clumsy. At this moment, he was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chen in one blow. The soul spear carried a wild aura and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered and once again used the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. Boom! The soul flames and the soul spear instantly collided. A deafening sound rang out as the 2 of them continuously retreated. How is this possible? Seeing his soul spear blocked by Fang Chen, Ruan Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with confusion. The strength of his soul was clearly suppressing Fang Chen's soul. How was Fang Chen able to block his attack? What Ruan Xiaofeng didn't know was that Fang Chen's soul had reached the orange rank in the past. However, later on, he met a soul cultivator who had fallen a long time ago. He received the inheritance of that almighty and became a soul cultivator. As a result, his soul was compressed to the red rank. In general, although Fang Chen's soul was compressed, his foundation was very solid. Although his soul was now at the early stage orange rank, and Ruan Xiaofeng was at the mid-stage orange rank, there was practically no difference between the 2. Therefore, Fang Chen easily blocked Ruan Xiaofeng's attack. As expected of a disciple of the soul style, Fang Chen looked at Ruan Xiaofeng and grinned. Ruan Xiaofeng's soul attack was clearly much more tyrannical than Fang Chen's. Since soul attacks couldn't defeat his opponent, then he would use sword techniques to defeat him. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the sword body, and a wild sword intent instantly soared into the sky. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly drew a strange trajectory. Then, an incomparably powerful sword light appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. This sword light of water and fire contained a tyrannical sword essence and an illusory aura. Its power was very strong. Crash! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword suddenly stabbed towards Ruan Xiaofeng. Seeing this, the latter was slightly startled and prepared to use a soul attack to resist. However, it was too late. In the sky, the powerful sword light had already arrived in front of Ruan Xiaofeng. Bang! Ruan Xiaofeng desperately threw a punch, trying to block Fang Chen's attack. However, it was useless. The tyrannical sword light of water and fire made Ruan Xiaofeng temporarily enter an illusion. Then, the sword light of water and fire directly blasted Ruan Xiaofeng's fist away and stabbed towards Ruan Xiaofeng. Poochie! Fortunately, Ruan Xiaofeng dodged in time. Otherwise, the sword light of water and fire would not have pierced his arm, but his chest. Damn it! Yuan Xiaofeng was furious that his arm was injured. He was humiliated to be beaten like this by a newcomer. He was unwilling. I want you to die! Yuan Xiaofeng roared angrily. In the next moment, he urged his soul to the extreme and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's hidden star sword appeared in front of Yuan Xiaofeng. Pucci! The hidden star sword did not hesitate to pierce Yuan Xiaofeng's abdomen. With a bang, Yuan Xiaofeng's body fell to the ground, and his aura was weak. This is just a lesson. Fang Chen had just arrived at the soul stream, so he did not want to casually kill people. So this time, it was just a lesson for Yuan Xiaofeng. However, even if it was a lesson, being stabbed by the hidden star sword would require at least 3 months of lying in bed to recover. Fang Chen glanced at Yuan Xiaofeng and turned to leave. The 3 disciples that Yuan Xiaofeng had brought with him quickly ran over and worriedly asked, "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" At this moment, Yuan Xiaofeng had finally awoken from his shock. His expression was complicated as he looked at Fang Chen's departing figure. Touching the wound on his abdomen, Yuan Xiaofeng felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Fang Chen had used just a little bit more strength, his qi would have been pierced. If that had happened, Yuan Xiaofeng would have truly become a cripple. However, Fang Chen had held back. When the hidden star sword pierced Yuan Xiaofeng's body and was about to reach his qi, he stopped his attack. Yuan Xiaofeng was helped up by his 3 disciples. His expression was complicated. In the end, he shook his head and turned to leave. After defeating Yuan Xiaofeng, he leisurely went to the front of the Spirit Pagoda. The Spirit Pagoda was in a plaza. Fang Chen saw a towering Spirit Pagoda in the plaza. He could clearly feel the dense spiritual fluctuations around the Spirit Pagoda. This is the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the towering Spirit Pagoda. At this moment, there were many disciples in front of the Spirit Pagoda. They were all here to cultivate. There was an old man standing guard in front of the Spirit Pagoda. Every time a disciple wanted to enter the Spirit Pagoda, they would have to pay some high-grade spirit stones. You have to pay spirit stones to enter the Spirit Pagoda, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen's words were heard by a disciple to the side. The disciple turned to look at Fang Chen and said, "You must be a new disciple." Fang Chen nodded. The disciple continued, "No wonder you don't understand the Spirit Pagoda. This Spirit Pagoda needs energy to support it in order to operate. With such a large Spirit Pagoda, the amount of energy it consumes is astronomical. The desolate sect provides for so many disciples to cultivate. Naturally, they would have to collect some compensation. With so many disciples in a sect, the daily expenses would be huge. Therefore, the sect had specially set up a few places to collect spirit stones to earn money for their daily expenses. This greatly reduced the pressure on the sect. The Spirit Pagoda requires 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for 2 hours. After hearing the disciples' words, Fang Chen understood. To him, spirit stones were nothing. "Show me your token," said the old man. Fang Chen took out his official disciple token and handed it to the old man. After the old man inspected it, he said, "Pay the spirit stones." Chapter 436. As soon as Fang Chen entered the Spirit Pagoda, he realized that the entire place was filled with a wild spiritual aura. These spiritual auras were constantly tempering a martialist's soul. Cultivating here is much better than cultivating in the outside world, Fang Chen sighed. However, one had to pay spiritual stones. 10,000 spiritual stones for 2 hours was nothing to Fang Chen, but it was a huge sum for some people. This was the first level of the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chen could feel the spiritual aura here, but it wasn't as dense as he had imagined. Then, Fang Chen ascended to the second level. Just like that, Fang Chen ascended to the 13th level in one go. When he reached the 13th level, Fang Chen stopped. He could feel that the spiritual aura here was very dense, and he felt a little pressure. I'll cultivate here. Immediately, Fang Chen made a decision. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started cultivating. The great Luo Soul Killer Flame was instantly released above Fang Chen's head. The early orange level soul condensed into a spiritual flame and hovered above Fang Chen's head. At the same time, Old Ancestor Bronze was also wildly absorbing the spiritual aura. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 20 hours had passed. The sky outside had already darkened. At this time, Fang Chen finally stopped cultivating. He felt that his soul strength had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't break through. It's a pity, Fang Chen said softly. Originally, he thought that with the help of the Spirit Pagoda, his soul strength could reach the mid-orange level. He didn't expect that his soul strength would be stuck at a bottleneck. However, Fang Chen still had some gains. Although his soul strength hadn't increased, the great Luo Soul Killer Flame had. Previously, Fang Chen had cultivated the great Luo Soul Killer Flame to the 3rd level. However, after 20 hours of cultivation, Fang Chen had cultivated the great Luo Soul Killer Flame to the 5th level. The great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame had a total of 5 levels. After such a long period of cultivation, he had finally cultivated it to the peak. After the great Luo Soul Killer Flame reached its peak, Fang Chen felt that his soul attacks had become even stronger. If he were to face Yuan Xiaofeng now, he would be able to defeat her even without using the Waterfire Sword art. As expected of the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chen sighed. Then, Fang Chen collected his thoughts and walked out of the Spirit Pagoda. At this time, the outside world was pitch black. When Fang Chen walked out, the old guard said, "You've been inside for 20 hours. You still need to pay 90,000 high-grade spirit stones." Fang Chen paid 90,000 upper-grade spirit stones and left. A single session of cultivation required so many spirit stones. The official disciples of the Soul Stream basically came here every day to cultivate, so the consumption of spirit stones was extremely high. Of course, as official disciples of the Baron sect, their strength was extremely powerful. Most of the disciples would go out to earn spiritual stones. This was because if there were no spiritual stones in the Baron sect, their cultivation progress would be extremely slow and they would be surpassed by the other disciples. Therefore, they had to ensure that they had enough spirit stones to cultivate. Therefore, when they felt that they were lacking spirit stones, they would go out. Luoshui City was a very prosperous and large city. Within the city there were countless buildings. Under normal circumstances, the fastest way to earn spirit stones was to become a mercenary and enter the demonic beast mountain range to kill demonic beasts and earn spirit stones. Of course, there were other kinds of missions, too many to count. For now, Fang Chen did not need to worry about the problem of spirit stones. This was because he still had more than 80 million high-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. This was enough to support his cultivation. As a cultivator, the most important thing was to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Right now, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the condensing reality realm. There were many powerful warriors in the southern mountain land, so he had to work hard to cultivate. After leaving the Spirit Pagoda, Fang Chen walked on top of the Spirit Mountain Range. In the pitch-black night sky, there was a crescent moon. This crescent moon illuminated the entire Luoshui city. Because the Baron sect was located on a very high mountain, one could see the entire Luoshui city from within the Baron sect. Fang Chen walked under the dark night sky, his mind constantly thinking about the day's harvest. Just as Fang Chen walked to the edge of the Spirit Mountain Range, his ears suddenly twitched. He heard a small voice. Fang Chen stopped and hid in the darkness, listening carefully. "Did you find out?" "Yes, I did. A hidden treasure appeared not far from Luoshui City. Many of the younger generation of the southern mountain land are fighting over it. It is said that the battle there is very fierce. Boss told us to wait here. When his order arrives, we will move out. That's right. Let's wait here. The two figures whispered to each other. The place where they were hiding was halfway up the Spirit Mountain range. Normally, no one would be able to discover this place. Fang Chun happened to hear the conversation between the two figures. Who are they hiding in the barren sect? Fang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Soon after, he carefully approached the two figures in the darkness. Not long after, Fang Chun silently arrived halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Fang Chun discovered a speck of light halfway up the mountain. Of course, this speck of light was very well hidden. It was impossible to see it from the top of the mountain. In other words, it could only be seen from halfway up the mountain. When Fang Chun saw this speck of light, he followed it and quickly approached it. When Fang Chun approached the speck of light, he was shocked to discover two figures behind a hidden bluestone. These two figures actually had traces of the Yellow Springs sect's aura. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was startled. The remnants of the Yellow Springs sect are actually hiding in the barren sect. Fang Chun thought to himself, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Was that what they thought? At this moment it was already late at night. All the disciples in the barren sect were already asleep. If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Chun had cultivated in the Spirit Pagoda for 20 hours and was a little late, he would have already fallen asleep. Just as Fang Chun was deep in thought, he was suddenly discovered by two members of the Yellow Springs sect. Who is it? One of the Yellow Springs sect members roared in a low voice. When Fang Chun saw that he had been discovered, he simply pretended to be a member of the Yellow Springs sect. He walked step by step towards the bluestone and stopped in front of the two. Both of you, boss asked me to come here to receive you, Fang Chun said without batting an eyelid. Who exactly are you? How dare you pretend to be a member of the Yellow Springs sect? One of the Yellow Springs sect members glanced at Fang Chun and asked coldly. This was because they couldn't detect the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on Fang Chun's body. I am the Sword Hall Master Underprotector Yu Ming of the Yellow Springs sect. I heard that there was a treasure trove in the northern region and specially came here. I met boss on the way and he asked me to come here first. Fang Chun said. Then why don't you have the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on you? The remnant of the Yellow Springs sect asked. This is the body of a human cultivator that I possessed. Fang Chun explained. Even if you possess the body of a human cultivator, you can still release the aura of the Yellow Springs sect. If you can't release the aura of the Yellow Springs sect, I will personally kill you. The Yellow Springs sect member said. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. He didn't say anything. At this moment, the other Yellow Springs sect member tugged at his sleeve and said, Brother Now, are you tired of living? This is the barren sect. If he releases the aura of the Yellow Springs sect, what will happen if the upper echelons of the barren sect are alerted? The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect, who was called Brother Now, was stunned. He immediately said, Then how can we prove his identity? Didn't he say that he is the Sword Hall Master Underprotector Yu Ming? Let him talk about the situation under Protector Yu Ming. Okay, tell me, Brother Now said. Hearing Brother Now's words, Fang Chun was stunned. He immediately approached Brother Now. The latter looked at Fang Chun cautiously and said, Stay where you are. When Fang Chun approached Brother Now, he suddenly pulled out the hidden star sword in his hand. He immediately performed the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. In the next moment, the hidden star sword directly pierced into Brother Now's body. Before Brother Now could finish his words, he lost his life. When the Yellow Springs sect member beside Brother Now saw this, his face was filled with horror. He said, Who exactly are you? The person who will kill you. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he raised his sword and slashed down. The The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect was instantly killed by Fang Chen. After killing the 2 surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect, Fang Chen carefully sized up the location. He discovered that there was a seal here. The 2 surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect usually hid within this seal. Then, Fang Chen recalled what the 2 surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect had said before. He checked the space rings of the 2 surviving members and found 2 communication jade pendants. "I wonder what news the boss will send," Fang Chen said softly. The Yellow Springs sect's actions were getting bigger and bigger. They actually dared to hide within the Baron sect. How audacious! This time, from the tone of the 2, it seemed that the Yellow Springs sect was going to attack the younger generation of the southern mountain land who were fighting for the treasures in the secret treasure. Just as Fang Chen was pondering this, the communication jade pendant suddenly flickered. Then, a gloomy voice rang out. "There's a younger generation member who has snatched the treasures in the secret treasure and is heading towards Leaning Water City. The 2 of you quickly head to the plains 100 miles away from Leaning Water City to activate the formation." After this message was sent, the communication jade pendant dimmed. A younger generation member who has snatched the treasures in the secret treasure and is heading towards Leaning Water City. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with a fiery light. After a long time, Fang Chen made a decision. He wanted to leave Leaning Water City and take a look. Perhaps I can obtain it amidst the chaos, Fang Chen thought to himself. Even if he couldn't obtain the treasures in the secret treasure, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a look. Chapter 437. After Fang Chen left the Luisui city, he followed the message from the Yellow Spring sect and headed to the plains 100 miles away. By the time Fang Chen arrived at the plains, the sky was even darker. The entire plains were spacious and empty. Fang Chen quickly found the control center and array base of the array. Then, he found a place and hid. As long as the warrior with the secret treasure entered the plains, he would immediately activate the array and trap the warrior. In other words, as long as there were no accidents, the secret treasure would be his. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was very excited. He had heard from the Bronze Ancestor that a secret treasure had appeared in the northern region. Fang Chen would never have dreamt that he would be so close to the treasure trove. Fang Chen waited quietly. At this time, far away from Fang Chen, a woman in a leather skirt was flying quickly. The corners of her mouth were full of blood, and her body was also covered in blood. She seemed to be seriously injured, but she was still desperately running away. "As long as I escape to the Luisui city, I will be safe," Qin Yao thought to herself. In this trip to the hidden treasure, the competition was too intense. At the last moment, it was fortunate that he was quick enough to obtain the supreme treasure in the hidden treasure. However, it was also because of this that Qin Yao was being chased by many young martialists. Qin Yao had been fighting all the way and running away quickly. Although Qin Yao's strength was tyrannical, she was still powerless in the face of so many top experts of the younger generation. During the time she was fleeing, she was constantly chased by the top experts of the younger generation. After a few battles, she was seriously injured. Now, she was running for her life. "I must bring the secret treasure back safely," Qin Yao thought to herself. After flying for a while, Qin Yao descended from the sky. Although condensing reality realm warriors could fly, they could only fly for a short period of time. If they flew for a long time, it would consume too much of their energy. Qin Yao had to save some energy to guard against the people chasing her, so she had to land. After landing on the ground, Qin Yao walked quickly. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, a figure appeared. "Qin Yao, you can't escape." The man's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yao, and he said coldly, "Wu and I, my Qin clan will not let you off." As soon as Qin Yao finished her statement, her figure flashed and fled rapidly. Of course, Wu and I wasn't going to give Qin Yao the chance to escape. He had chased after Qin Yao painstakingly. How could he allow Qin Yao to escape again? "Qin Yao, you can't escape." Wu and I yelled out. His figure flashed and immediately appeared in front of Qin Yao. He then extended his hand and wanted to grab Qin Yao. Right at this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared in Qin Yao's hand. When Wu Ni's hand appeared in front of Qin Yao, the dagger in Qin Yao's hand instantly slashed towards Wu and I. Humph, a mere dagger and you want to injure me, Wu and I? Wu and I sneered when he saw the situation and spoke with disdain. Subsequently, Wu Ni's palm pressed down again and directly pressed on Qin Yao's head. As long as he used a little more strength, he would be able to suppress Qin Yao. However, right at this moment there was a sudden change. The dagger in Qin Yao's hand suddenly pierced into Wu Ni's palm, and blood immediately flowed out. When Wu and I saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. In the next moment, his body trembled, and even his soul spirit was trembling incessantly. This is the Golden Cloud soul-extinguishing dagger. Wu Ni's soul spirit was in extreme pain. At this moment, he realized that the dagger in Qin Yao's hand wasn't an ordinary dagger. It was the famous Golden Cloud soul-extinguishing dagger of the Qin clan. Damn it! Seeing Qin Yao escape, Wu Ni's heart was filled with rage as he immediately chased after her. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yao's physical strength was exhausted, and she finally couldn't fly anymore. She landed on the ground, which was a plain. I am only 100 miles away from the water-leaning city. Qin Yao's consciousness was a little blurry, but she forcefully endured it and walked with difficulty. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, saw Qin Yao's appearance, and his eyes lit up. Just as he was about to activate the array, he suddenly realized that Qin Yao's aura was very weak. Her aura is very weak, and there is no need for the array to deal with her. Fang Chen pondered in his heart. Just as he was pondering, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. This stream of light's speed was very fast, and it directly rushed behind Qin Yao before turning into a human figure. Qin Yao, you are definitely going to die today. Wu and I looked at Qin Yao, who was on the verge of collapse, and roared with rage. After Wu and I was injured by the Golden Cloud soul-extinguishing dagger, it took him a lot of effort to recover. However, his soul spirit was injured, and it wouldn't recover for a while. Therefore, his heart was filled with rage. Not only did he want to snatch the cardinal treasure, but he also wanted to kill Qin Yao. Right now, Qin Yao no longer had any strength to resist. Just as Wu and I was about to make his move, Qin Yao swayed and actually fainted on the plain. When Wu and I saw this scene, he sneered and walked towards Qin Yao. Just as Wu and I was about to make contact with Qin Yao's body, Fang Chen suddenly activated the array, and a rumbling sound echoed throughout the sky. In the next moment, the entire plain was instantly enveloped by a dusky aura presence. When Wu and I saw the situation, he turned pale with fright. This is an array. Why is there an array here? Is there someone else? When he thought of this, Wu Ni's eyes flickered as he constantly looked around. He realized that this array was actually an illusion array. Damn it! Wu and I realized that Qin Yao, who was under his feet just now, had long disappeared. Wu and I was enraged as he circulated all the strength in his body and bombarded the illusion array. However, the strength of this illusion array was beyond his expectations. Right now, Fang Chen had quietly entered the illusion array. As he was controlling the core, he was able to see everything within the illusion array clearly. Fang Chen came to the front of Qin Yao and quietly brought Qin Yao's body out of the illusion array. Right now, inside the illusion array, Wu and I was still furiously attacking. However, no matter how much he attacked the illusion array, he was unable to break it. Fortunately, I discovered it. Otherwise, the Yellow Spring sect would definitely obtain the hidden treasure. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen dragged Qin Yao's body out of the illusion array and was preparing to take Qin Yao's interspatial ring. Right at this moment, a token fell out from Qin Yao's clothes. Fang Chen casually picked up this token. At first, Fang Chen didn't take a close look at the token and was prepared to throw it away. However, just as he was about to throw the token away, he saw a word from the corner of his eyes. And Fang Chen's eyes immediately looked at the token. This glance caused Fang Chen's body to tremble. On the front of the token there was a word Qin. How is this possible? Fang Chen's heart was in a perilous situation. In his other hand there was an identical token. This token also had the word Qin on it. The exact same token. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. Could it be that the person who saved me is from the same clan as her? Fang Chen looked at Qin Yao with an astonished expression. After a long time, Fang Chen tried his best to calm his inner excitement and kept the token. He then brought Qin Yao and quickly left this troublesome place. 2 hours later, a few valiant auras appeared on this plane. Third Elder Wu, there seems to be an illusion array here. One of the elders said. That's right. There is an illusion array here. There seems to be someone inside. Third Elder Wu whispered. Break the array. Another elder said. Subsequently, a few elders worked together and broke the illusion array. When they broke the illusion array, they were surprised to find that the martial artist inside the illusion array was actually Wu and I. Wu and I, why are you here with the cardinal treasure? Third Elder Wu asked hastily. Seeing Third Elder Wu and the others, Wu and I finally regained his composure and whispered, the cardinal treasure was obtained by Qin Yao. I chased her all the way here, but I didn't expect someone to secretly set up an illusion array and trap me. Damn it. How dare you snatch our Wu clan's item? Third Elder Wu spoke with a cold voice. No matter what, we have to get the cardinal treasure back. When Fang Chen brought Qin Yao back to the Leaning Water City, the sky was already bright. However, there was still no one on the streets of the Leaning Water City. Fang Chen sprinted all the way and finally arrived in front of the Desolate Sect. He then flashed his official disciple token and entered the Desolate Sect. Along the way, Fang Chen didn't encounter a single disciple. He returned to his pavilion and immediately placed Qin Yao on the bed. Qin Yao's injuries were rather severe and wouldn't wake up for a while. Fang Chen placed his hand on Qin Yao's pulse and felt it. He then gave her some recuperation elixirs. Her life shouldn't be in danger, Fang Chen said. If it was a stranger, Fang Chen would definitely not save her. However, she had that token on her. Back then, Fang Chen was in a secret realm in the Divine Wind Nation and was besieged by a group of devil rhinos. At the final moment, he crushed the mechanical heart, and the valiant force annihilated the group of devil rhinos, causing him to fall into a coma. When he regained consciousness, the little mouse handed him a token. On the front side of the token, there was a Qin word. On the back side, there was an image of an old man with an immortal aura and his entire body was enveloped in flames. The little mouse told Fang Chen that the person who saved him was a stooped old man and a red-clothed woman. Back then, Fang Chen said that he would repay the favor of saving his life one day. Right now, after such a long time, he finally encountered a token that was exactly the same as the token left behind by his savior. His heart was extremely excited. Chapter 438. In the next few days, Fang Chen paid close attention to Qin Yao's injuries. In these few days, the Qin family searched the entire southern mountain range for Qin Yao. There were even rumors that the Qin family was willing to go to war with the Wu family for Qin Yao. Of course, these were all rumors. No one knew the specifics. Comparatively speaking, Water Leaning City was still relatively quiet. As for the Desolate Sect, it was even more peaceful. In these few days, Fang Chen frequently went to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. After about 7 days, Qin Yao finally woke up. Within Fang Chen's pavilion, Qin Yao was quietly lying on a white bed. Her body was covered with a blanket. Suddenly, Qin Yao's fingers twitched. Following that, Qin Yao's body also began to move. Not long after, Qin Yao opened her eyes. Where is this? The instant Qin Yao opened her eyes, she immediately sat up and vigilantly looked around the pavilion. She was extremely puzzled. Just as Qin Yao was puzzled, the door to the pavilion suddenly opened. Fang Chen walked in. "You're awake." Fang Chen looked at Qin Yao and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Yao glanced at the blanket covering her body, then looked at Fang Chen and coldly asked, "You were being chased by someone and fainted on the plains." "I saved you," Fang Chen softly said. Seeing Fang Chen approaching her, Qin Yao's ice-cold eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. Shortly after, her consciousness entered her interspatial ring. In the next moment, she let out a sigh of relief. That was because the treasures from the secret treasury were still in her interspatial ring. "Why did you save me?" Qin Yao asked. At the beginning, Qin Yao thought that Fang Chen saved her because of the treasures in her interspatial ring. However, she discovered that the treasures were still in her interspatial ring. She also didn't know what Fang Chen's intentions were. Fang Chen threw out an identity medallion. Seeing this, Qin Yao directly caught it. When she saw it clearly, her face was filled with shock. Soon after, Qin Yao took out an identical identity medallion from her bosom. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. "Where did you get this medallion?" Qin Yao hastily asked. Fang Chen looked at Qin Yao, his face full of smiles. "The owner of this medallion once saved my life." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Qin Yao's mind instantly sank into deep thought. Not long after, a shocked expression appeared on her face. Could he be the man from the Divine Wind Nation? Qin Yao carefully sized up Fang Chen. She suddenly discovered that Fang Chen was exactly the same as the man she had casually saved. How is this possible? Qin Yao couldn't believe it. That man from the Divine Wind Nation had actually come to the southern mountain range, and even saved her life. Fang Chen saw the change in Qin Yao's expression and said, "If my guess is correct, you should be from the same clan as my savior. Although you have treasures on you, I won't take them away. If your injuries are healed, you should hurry back." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Qin Yao was stunned. Soon after, she realized that even Fang Chen didn't know that she was the one who had saved him back then. Thinking of this, Qin Yao sighed. Back then, she was just passing by the Divine Wind Nation and accidentally discovered the Fire Emperor's inheritance. When she entered the Fire Emperor's secret realm of inheritance, she accidentally discovered the injured and unconscious Fang Chen and saved him. She didn't expect that the weak man from back then had unknowingly come to the southern mountain range. Qin Yao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. She wanted to tell Fang Chen that she was the savior who had saved Fang Chen. However, after thinking about it, she didn't say it. Her bright eyes carefully sized up Fang Chen. A weak cultivator who had walked step by step from the Divine Wind Nation to the southern mountain range. Who could understand the pain he had to go through. After a long time, Qin Yao handed the identity token to Fang Chen. Then, she calmed down and asked, "Where is this?" "The Baron sect." Fang Chen replied. "You're a disciple of the Baron sect?" Qin Yao asked curiously. Fang Chen nodded and said, "That's right. My injuries have already healed. Thank you very much. I'll take my leave first. If you encounter any difficulties in the southern mountain range one day, you can take out this identity token and say that you're Qin Yao's friend. Perhaps it will help you." After speaking, Qin Yao turned and left. Fang Chen watched Qin Yao leave and shook his head slightly. Then, he withdrew his thoughts. Qin Yao quickly left the Luoshui city and returned to the Qin family without anyone noticing. As for Fang Chen, he continued to cultivate in the Baron sect in the Luoshui city as usual. As for what Qin Yao said, he didn't even think about it. Time passed by slowly. After cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda for a month, Fang Chen's soul strength finally reached the middle stage of the orange level. This made Fang Chen very happy. After his soul strength reached the middle stage of the orange level, Fang Chen's strength increased once again. Now, he wouldn't be afraid even if he were to face a late condensing reality realm warrior. Of course, the reason why he could increase his cultivation so quickly was because he had spent a lot of spirit stones. Fortunately, he had a lot of spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to support his crazy cultivation. After his soul strength reached the middle stage of the orange level, Fang Chen's cultivation of the soul had reached a bottleneck. Fang Chen prepared to head to the physical body school and cultivate his own body. On this day, Fang Chen left the spiritual body school's mountain and arrived at the physical body school's mountain. Previously, Elder Jean said that as long as Fang Chen was willing, he could come to the physical body school's mountain to cultivate at any time. Soon, Fang Chen arrived at the physical body school's mountain. The physical body school's mountain. Non-physical body school disciples are forbidden to enter. The physical body school's guardian disciple said loudly. Fang Chen reported his name and entered the physical body school's mountain. Long before, Fang Chen had already understood everything about the physical body school's mountain. Within the physical body school, there was a gravity tower. It was a tower that specialized in cultivating the physical body. The gravity tower was the same as the spirit pagoda. They were both unique towers. After carefully asking around, Fang Chen prepared to head to the gravity tower. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward. With a bang, the figure collided with Fang Chen's body, causing Fang Chen to retreat a few steps. The swift figure was instantly sent flying. "Don't you have eyes?" The martialist stood up and scolded Fang Chen loudly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the martialist with a displeased expression. It was clearly the martialist who was too fast and collided with him, yet he still dared to say that he didn't have eyes. "Yes, you aren't my physical body school's disciple," the martialist said coldly as he carefully sized up Fang Chen. "I am indeed not a physical body school's disciple," said Fang Chen. "Brat, if you aren't a physical body school's disciple, how dare you enter the physical body school's mountain? Are you tired of living?" As he spoke, the martialist directly attacked, wanting to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Whoosh! A wild fist energy directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen frowned slightly and immediately sent out a punch. At the same time, his sword body instantly erupted. Boom! A deafening sound instantly rang out. The martialist was sent flying by Fang Chen and fell to the ground. How is this possible? When the two fists collided, the martialist felt a wild fist energy coming from Fang Chen's fist and directly sent him flying. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and left with this sentence. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, the martialist said angrily, "Brat, you barged into the physical body school's mountain without permission. You're dead." Fang Chen's direction just happened to be in the direction of the gravity tower. Seeing this scene, the martialist sneered and immediately turned around to leave. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the physical body school's mountain. An unfamiliar disciple had barged into the physical body school's mountain. He was extremely arrogant and didn't put the physical body school's disciples in his eyes at all. He even boasted that none of the physical body school's disciples could defeat him. When this news spread, the entire physical body school's mountain went into an uproar. Countless disciples were furious. "Humph, he dares to behave atrociously in our physical body school's mountain. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Where is he? I can kill him anytime. Humph, he dares to look down on our physical body school's disciples. He's courting death. Now that he's on the physical body school's mountain, we must teach him a good lesson. Damn it, our physical body school's disciples have unparalleled bodies. A mere trash dares to mock our physical body school. It's said that he went to the gravity tower. Let's go and find him." For a moment, many physical body school's disciples went to the gravity tower to find Fang Chen. The instigator of this matter saw this scene and laughed with satisfaction. "Brat, let's see what you can do." Fang Chen paid 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and entered the gravity tower. As soon as he entered the gravity tower, Fang Chen discovered that there was a tyrannical gravity in the gravity tower. No wonder it's called the gravity tower. The gravity here is many times stronger than the outside world. It's easy to walk in the outside world, but it's very difficult to walk in the gravity tower. Good fella, it's great to refine my body here. Fang Chen grinned. The gravity tower was the perfect place to refine one's body. Although Fang Chen's body had turned into a sword body, he could still use the gravity to refine his body. However, the gravity on the first floor doesn't seem to be enough to refine my body. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that the gravity on the first floor seemed to be a little weak. Then, he continued to move forward. After a while, Fang Chen came to the 9th floor of the gravity tower and finally stopped. The gravity here had made Fang Chen unable to move forward. The gravity is so strong. Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat as he thought to himself. At this moment, many physical body school's disciples had arrived outside the gravity tower, clamoring to find Fang Chen. However, they discovered that Fang Chen had already entered the gravity tower.